Yo, Steve, turn your video on. What's up with this, man? What's up with this?
I mean, I don't want to show my face today, but now that you've asked of it, it's
Yeah,
fine.
and clean your camera. Like, clean the camera.
It's clean already. I've
Don't
cleaned
use
it
your
already.
finger.
It's just
Use a
that it's
cloth. Use a
dark.
cloth.
It
Use a
looks like
Just
cloth.
that the
you're in
just that the place
Afghanistan.
is dark.
Why is place
It's
dark? The
better
light
now.
is
It's
on.
better. It's
Where's
better
your ring
now.
It's
light?
better now. I don't make the on ring light for podcast gigs. It's not as if we're using video now.
I mean, people have requested for video. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I'm ready when you guys are.
Are they going to give
Okay.
us money for
That's
podcast?
how no one do, Sha. That's the thing. So
I don't want to. Me, I don't want to do.
well, I've started recording. Hey, you don't want to do
Yes,
video now?
I don't want to do video. Oh, okay.
Yes,
I get what
now
you're saying. No, we can't do video for like general public. We can do it on Patreon. Are you guys
on the
ready?
Patreon. That makes sense. I'm ready now.
All right, okay, no probs. Like I'm not doing video like you know why now. You guys know why now.
Yeah, I know why. I
Yeah,
know why. I
yeah,
know
yeah,
why.
yeah.
They'll
Definitely.
they'll clip it up, and I'm not ready for all that nonsense, you know. And they don't even clip it up to share information, right? Like there's a difference between what this guy said. They clip it up because they want to grow their numbers. There's no I really want to share with my audience type of motive behind this. No, it is I'm going to clip it up in a way that this thing can give me numbers, and then the motivation to clip it up or the how they clip it up, right? It's now different. They clip it up without context. They clip it up because they know this thing can spark outrage, boom, and then that's it. And of course, people receiving the content also don't listen to the podcast. So remember every time back then when we went viral, we had like some of our call listeners saying, "Guys, this is not how this podcast is. Can you listen to the full episodes?" Blah blah blah. You used to have people
Who you
who's
want?
tweet.
Who you explain?
You go explain entire. Anyways, yeah, that's what's up with that. So I don't know, man. Ayo, where are you? I saw you take a right now as we're talking before we started recording. I saw you take a big bottle of Eva water and you poured it into a glass tumbler, right?
I know if we get
So
glass
that
topper from
gives me
house.
vibes of that's hotel vibes.
I don't know what you're
That is
talking
hotel.
about.
That is hotel vibes.
I
I
do
don't
not
know,
know.
Steve.
I has not been at home since I came to Lagos in December.
This is propaganda.
Do you understand?
Uh,
I don't know if
That's
you
the
saw that,
facts.
Steve. A
I didn't
big
see
bottle
it
of Eva and
don't
a
worry.
glass tumbler. Who uses a glass tumbler in their house on a Sunday
in their
morning?
house.
A rich
Yeah.
person. In the
Like
90s, didn't we all
standard,
have glass
if you are at
tumblers?
home, right, you're probably drinking that bottle. If you're not sharing it in the fridge with someone else, you're probably drinking that bottle straight from
Man,
the. But this
life
guy
don't
poured
spoil.
it
Oh.
into a glass tumbler. It wasn't
Life
a
don't
glass
spoil.
tumbler. It was a glass cup.
Life has spoiled. Because in the 90s, if you have a glass tumbler at home, there was no problem. But now everybody's drinking pure water. God day.
You understand? So I know right now you're in a hotel room. You've just put this background to deceive us. That's
This
okay.
is my prayer point.
It's okay. The lady in the
NSDP.
background, please do not. I'm sure Ayo has told you not to talk, but please don't talk so you don't affect our
This
recordings.
is
Someone
That's
was
this
in
all
the
I'm going to
is
say.
background towards the end of last week's episode.
Yes, and that's why he
now
went on mute.
Yes.
wow
That's why
agenda.
you, if for the public knowledge, that's why you didn't hear Ayo to the end of the episode because
Agenda.
a lady was in the room.
Now
I
so
don't know if it's still this the same lady in the room
see,
now.
excuse
I
me,
don't know
excuse
where
me.
you are.
I
I
want to
don't know
put
if
it
you're
to
in motel, guest house,
I want to put it to you.
shortlet, or Airbnb. I don't
First
know
of
where you
all,
are, but I hope you are safe. That's all I'm
first
going
of
to
all,
say.
all these things you're mentioning are expensive. Secondly, I don't have money to buy Lambo for anybody, so I cannot be carrying anybody anywhere. Thank
See,
you.
the beautiful thing about the way Lagos is set up is that there are different cadres of
There's no kid anymore.
splurging.
There's no kid anymore. It's Lambo everybody wants now. No more kid.
Everybody can have a Lambo. I've told you guys about these
You manage
things, right?
you manage Toyota. If you don't want,
I've
you
told you.
manage Toyota.
By the way, did you guys see just after we recorded and dropped that episode of the Lampification, right? Did you guys see the footage of a man in a car in a vehicle pricing? I'm using air quotes here. A prostitute on the road when she got in and then they
Yeah,
were
we saw it
negotiating.
now. I even
No,
someone now
I didn't
Did
see
said
it.
you
Oh.
you saw
this is
you
reality,
didn't
and
see
I
the
mentioned you that you made a similar comment on
Oh yeah, yeah,
the
yeah,
aha
yeah, yeah. I
podcast.
brilliant.
saw that. I saw that. I
Yes,
saw that.
You
I saw
saw it,
that.
yes,
right? Did
yes,
you
Yeah.
see the quotes and the women who were young women, right? Who were genuinely
yes,
shocked at the conversation
yes.
of what was going on.
Yes.
They're
No.
outraged. I'm like,
You're
how can you
not.
be outraged with this?
Oh, they were
By
outraged. I
this?
saw shock. I
Yeah,
saw shock. I saw
yes,
like, oh my
shock and
God, is this how
outrage.
it is?
Yeah, shock and
You're not in the
outrage.
streets now. You
Yeah,
don't know what's happening.
shock and outrage. You know, like it's just that's the funny thing. Like like Twitter just screams. Like anytime I see opinions on Twitter, it just screams, "I'm not outside. I'm just at home on my couch, just
You're a
tweeting."
civilian, a
You're a
full-blooded
civilian.
civilian. That's what you are. You have no idea what is going on. Do you understand? Like a full-blooded civilian. You have no, see, remember when you're like in uni days when cult levels are happening and you're just a civilian. You even walk into a high tensioned environment.
And you are
Or
you are wearing black black. You don't know. You're just trolling.
you might not even be wearing black, but you're so much of a civilian, like you don't even know what is going on. For the mere
Yeah.
fact that they don't even know what's going on, opposing gangs are looking at the whole situation and they just know you're a civilian. Like
They don't
they just let you walk by.
they
You know,
marvel at your audacity. Like, wow.
do you understand? Like this person doesn't. That's what you are. That's what I saw people watch that video and were shocked and were disappointed and were like, "Oh my!" I'm like, "This is how it is." I think when people think sex work, right? And that whole concept of having like small girl big god, right, they think
Mm.
of one scenario, which is, oh, I'm a young woman, um I earn like 200K, but I have like this egbon who helps me out with my house rent so I can
So they
stay in like
augmenta. Go they augmenta for
that
you.
is not sex work, guys. That is not sex work. That is living your life, whatever you want to call it. Sex work is one of the most degrading occupations that
Well, to
anybody
you,
can pick up. No, I'm just saying the whole concept, right? So I'll give you an example. I used to work like many years ago, right? I used to work with a DJ when I was working on
yeah,
radio. I used to work with the DJ as well, and he got a gig at a strip club on Allen, Monday to Sundays. So I was his backup.
that pay will
So
be shit. First of
yeah,
all, the pay will be
I
shit.
mean, bro, we're in the, and I'll tell you one funny
This
story
job
how they
has actually
stole.
not done.
And
Why?
I know, right?
So I get
How
on
they stole
everything.
someone's phone. I'll tell you something.
Yeah,
I'll tell you a very funny story. How they stole someone's phone. I think I've said it on the podcast. And the
I think
person
you mentioned it before.
troubleshooted the phone, and the phone
Mm.
was off and went on. Well, that's a different story. Um, bro, it's one of the most great. So when the strip club Monday to Sunday, I was get DJs back up. I get some money from that and all that. And I thought on my first day, I'm like, we're going to the strip club. I've watched like how Western media has portrayed like stripping
Oh
in the
shit.
club and all that, and it's going to be
Players
fun and all
club.
that. So I was excited. Yeah, Players Club and all that. Shout out to sorry. And my first night, it was for me, I felt secondhand embarrassment. I felt like, and it grew from that to there's no reason why we should have women like dancing on poles and people feeding them money. It felt very degrading to me. It didn't feel, so when people say, oh, this is empowering, I don't understand. It might be empowering, right? I don't just understand, I don't get it. And it felt like they just had like livestock on display and people were just feeding them money. And no matter how excited these women were doing their job and how happy they looked, when the shift was over, they didn't have that feeling. They were stressed, they were worn out. Do you understand? They were emotionally dissipated.
Yep. You could see the emotional strain on them.
Do you understand? And they were like,
Yeah.
well,
That's the
let's
other
go on to
side.
the next one again. Some of them
That's the
had
other
Yeah.
side. They don't show you.
jobs to do in the morning. There was nothing fun about it. Like, it's
There's
not like they
nothing. It's not
finished and like,
fun.
oh man, we had a nice time. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It's hard
And when
work.
people go to the strip club or they watch it on TV and they see the women smiling and having, they're not. It's, bro, do you know what it is being on the pole and shaking your body? Think about it, guys. Just go there dancing and shaking your body for 8, 9 hours straight. There's nothing fun about it. So I don't know, man.
That's why they're civilians. When everything looks fun when you're on social media. When you're just at home watching them, do you get like
It's true. When
you
you
just
take a
think it's
gun to the gun
fun?
range and shoot it for a
Yes.
minute or two, it's fun. But like when you're in actual war,
Thank you. That's when you know that
Bro,
more shooting is not fun. Do you
bro,
get like I remember
you
when
pee on your
when we
pants.
started watching like war movies, like
yeah.
American military like movies, right? It's, you paint a picture in your head of scenarios when when you take a gun and you're killing like multitudes of people, you're just shooting
Mm-hmm.
and shooting, not realizing that you're just playing out a movie in your head because that's not how the battlefront. That's not how it plays out. Do you
Hmm.
At
get?
all. Oh.
You can't just stand in front of multitudes of people and be shooting them, and nobody is shooting at you. Nope, it does not happen like that.
It's like
You
football,
know?
right? You
Yep.
watch the EPL, like, man, look at this long range pass. Look at how this guy pulled the ball in.
Enter
And
pitch now.
bro, Shebi,
You can't
we
even.
used to play on Saturdays.
You think about it, but you can't even replicate it
You
with your body
can't. You
physically.
can't. There are some things you want to do where you want to flip the ball. You know, at some points, I was having fun when I joined, Steve's football club. I think like the first week or first 2 weeks, like I really struggled, right? Just with
Yeah,
physical fitness. Then later on, but there's still some things I
yeah,
wanted to do in my
yeah.
head that
Yep.
I
He
couldn't do.
cannot.
Like I
He
can't execute
Dude,
it.
cannot.
My
He
left
yes.
cannot.
leg, I want to use my left leg to throw passes. I'm right
But you
footed. I
can't.
can't
Yeah,
use it wasn't going to work, no matter how
yeah.
I wanted it to work. And that's why I'm a civilian. You
Exactly.
understand? Because the amount of training, the physical training, the lifts, this guy lifts, right? The
Yes.
running and all that, the impact training that they do for them to then head on to the field. I don't
Yep.
do it. And
It's
that was
elite
what
shit.
Yes.
makes me a
And
Elite
civilian.
shit.
also, for example, footballers have a relationship with the football because this is their life, this is their daily life.
My
That's why you
brother.
see that their touch is different. Like
You
when
are
they
an
hold
amateur.
it, it's just
You are an
different.
amateur.
Yeah, like you are amateur, you don't have that relationship. Do you get?
Yeah.
You play once a week. These guys are sleeping with it. Do you get?
Every day.
And they've been doing it since they were 10.
Every
You know,
day.
every day. So come on, guys. It
Yeah.
looks fun when you're watching it. You don't understand the struggles and the
Yeah.
difficulty that's attached to it. Yeah. Mm.
Speaking about the reality of war, I'll recommend this movie, All Quiet on the Western Front. That is where you really know what war is. It doesn't glamorize it at all. If anybody
Hmm.
can get their hands on it, All Quiet on the Western Front. It's about the First World War, I think. Bro, you will never pray for war. You never even pray for like violence or conflict in your life
Hmm.
when you finish
You
watching
know,
that movie.
growing up, right, we watched Rambo, we watched Sylvester Stallone's Rambo, we watched Arnold Schwarzenegger's Commando.
The
We
Hard Way, the
watched
Only
like those
Way.
movies where Eagles there, fun movies where the good guys always win. I think my first shock into understanding like what war is was Saving Private Ryan.
Oh, that's it. That's a nasty film.
Like Saving Private Ryan, right? They get to the war front as they are opening the boat covers, right? The bullets are like someone had not even cocked his gun.
You don't take one to the head. Sharp.
With taking one to the head. One person was in shock, took off his
Mhm.
Yeah.
helmet. The other one too received another bullet in
Yeah.
the head.
Yeah,
You
yeah, I
know,
Collect.
remember. Yeah,
bro.
Collect.
I remember that scene. What's your
So
goat's sorry,
yeah.
continue. Sorry.
No, I'm just
What's your
saying, like
goat's
before
war
people could
movie?
even get to the shore, fully get to the
Yeah.
shore, they had lost their lives. That is war. What's my
What's your
goat war
goat's
movie?
I'm trying to remember one that was the scene
Hmm.
was in Africa. I'm trying to remember.
My goat war
That's
movie.
my go war movie. Oh.
Oh my, there are a lot too.
There are a lot of.
There are a lot.
One I like is 1917. That film is bad. Like,
Hmm.
bro. So it's about two guys. They were meant to send a letter to another battalion that is way deep into the war, deep inside war that they should not attack. That is a setup. These two guys entering enemy territory and working their way through the whole thing, bro. Was the fight for survival.
Hmm.
Nasty.
Black Hawk Down is one of my favorites.
Oh,
Black
that's
Hawk
a good
Down is
one.
good. Yeah, Black
That's a
Hawk
good
Down
Yeah,
is
one.
good.
it's one of my
Black Hawk
favorites.
Down is the one where they attack the Libya base, right?
No, Somalia.
Okay, Somalia base. Yeah,
Somalia. The Libya that's the Hillary Clinton email
yeah,
thing, right?
yeah.
What's the
Yeah,
title of
yeah,
that one?
yeah.
I've forgotten.
I've forgotten
Ah,
as well. That one too was very
Forgotten.
sad.
That was bad. That was bad. That was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hollywood did something with those.
Nah, they did a lot of
They
recruitment
did
for
a
the
lot of
army.
work.
Yeah,
Yeah, for the
no.
army. Yeah, it drove recruitment. Yeah, for
yeah.
the
I
army.
like I like
Yeah.
First Blood one. That's Rambo. I like First Blood one.
Oh, that's
Rambo.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, Rambo.
First
The
Blood
Rambo
was
series
classic.
are really lit. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes, yes.
yeah. First Blood was good. First Blood two was good. First Blood three was when he had to go and save Colonel Troutman. I also like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, First Blood
Yeah.
was really good. Yeah,
It was interesting how Rambo and what's this guys like
Commando.
Arnold.
Commando, how they
Yeah,
were they
they
became
went back and forth.
rivals at a point like in our head. It was playing
Yeah,
out like it was
yeah,
really interesting.
it
Yeah.
was good.
And you saw how both of their careers went, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
who would you think? I think it was Arnold had a more successful, especially with the Terminator. Arnold had a more successful
Terminator
career.
was crazy, man.
Bro,
Terminator was crazy.
Terminator was crazy.
Terminator was crazy. Then when he now brought two, where he now became the good guy, and there's now an
Thank
upgrade on the bad guy.
you.
And I lost my mind.
Yeah.
I lost my mind. I'm like,
Yeah.
nah. Arnold
The
is the
first
And
guy.
Terminator
also
was a that's 1984. The first Terminator was a blockbuster. Like it
Oh,
was
Yep.
tear everywhere.
it
Yep.
was
This was
see
the problem.
by
This was the problem.
1990 when I was already like growing like I was a small boy, right?
Yeah.
I was watching, the thing about the past was, unlike the future now, is, I mean, it's happening now because I see it happening with my daughters, right? My daughter discovered Britney Spears, um, I'm not that innocent, the first single, Oops,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah.
did. I said, Dad, do you
Yeah.
know this song, Britney Spears? Oops, I did. And she's singing it like it just dropped, like it's not 1997. So it's also happening now. I thought it wasn't happening, but it's happening, right? But like
It's happening now.
Terminator
Yeah.
by 1992, we're watching Terminator like it
As
It
just
if
was
it
dropped.
brand
came
new.
out last week.
Brand
Yeah.
new.
It was like it was so fresh to us.
So
True.
just imagine
True.
how much like these guys were making off the
That's true.
movies, off the
Residuals.
merchandising, the
Yeah.
residuals,
True.
the tapes and
It
all
was
that.
insane.
They made a lot of money.
I know that's so big. He became the governor of
California.
Yeah,
California. I just remember. That's
became
This
a
is a
whole
true.
guy.
freaking governor.
This is a guy that came to
Yeah.
America. I did not know how to speak a word of English.
He was on his way to becoming a president until the scandal happened about his child or something, about his children or
Yeah,
something.
Wow.
the maid he had
The
The
there.
maid
maid,
that
yeah, the
the maid
maid.
that had his that was what just stalled his ended his political career. Yeah, because
May
he
I
had
bust
good
your,
ratings as a governor.
yeah, may I bust your brain? Do you know that Arnold too was influential to the rise of gym culture in America? There's a
Yes,
documentary.
yes. You know, he was a bodybuilder. Yeah, he's a goat
Yeah,
bodybuilder. He's a goat
yeah.
Yeah.
bodybuilder. Yeah.
The most legendary gym in America. Arnold was there when the foundation started and everything. He was in that whole scene.
Wow.
Yeah, and there was a documentary they
Great.
did about it in the 80s. When Arnold now became a superstar, he bought the rights to it. He bought the
Wow.
entire right, so you can't even see it. But there's something like that
Wow.
on Netflix right now about his
Wow.
bodybuilding days. Yeah,
I know he blew up like his first I think the first claim to fame in terms of the films was Conan the Barbarian. Remember Conan the
yeah.
Barbarian? Yeah.
Conan the Barbarian. Yeah,
I
yeah.
watched it after the Terminator anyways.
Obviously, we all watched that Terminator
Yeah,
now.
but it dropped, Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer. But I know that was like his first claim to fame, then built on from there. Yeah, man, big, big. He's a seven-time Mr. Olympia, four-time Mr. Universe.
Hmm.
It's crazy, man.
Goat,
It's crazy.
goat.
Man, all right, man. Let's where do we start? What is everybody doing good? Everybody. I just want to give a shout out to the lead researcher, Steve Diddy, actually, for basically this is night vigil for him. Every time we record,
It's
just
used
want
Yeah,
to
we
it.
just
to
turned the clock again. So it's like I have like 1 hour.
You
Like it's
people are
4 a.m.
turning.
not instead of 3
it's,
a.m.
it's already
You,
falling. Oh, that's good.
you people are
Yeah,
turning
yeah. So,
clock. In Nigeria, the clock is the
more.
clock. They
The
know they
clock
turn
is the clock,
anything.
man.
Clock
Don't
is the
turn
clock.
nothing. You don't
Don't
turn
turn.
nothing.
That's on nothing.
Because
What
in
you
It's
Nigeria
turning?
the
hard.
clock. In fact, it's the clock that is turning you.
You know why?
Because
You know why you can't turn clock in Nigeria?
Why?
Because you need contract for someone to turn that clock. Then you need another contract for another person to turn the clock back. And you know how Nigeria be. They say they do road for 50 years. If it's not clock or more.
Actually, if we're turning the clock in Nigeria, it'd be a big problem because they're just incompetent people. They'll find a way
Oh,
to be
bro.
incompetent because there's corruption around it.
Yes. I
You
said
know,
they will
so
do contracts for someone to turn clock.
so they won't be turning the clock on time.
Oh,
Just-
God.
Anyways, let's start with some negative stuff. Let's start with this is International Women's Month.
Yes, it is.
March,
It
right?
is. I believe so.
So yeah, I want to start off celebrating some women. We didn't do it in the last episode because I felt like how do you celebrate women and then start talking about Senator Natasha, I could see
that's
like
true.
so I just
That's
pushed it to
that's
this. Yeah, it was just going to be so anticlimactic.
yeah.
So let's do this week. Let's start off with some women in music. This is one of my best Neola records, by the way.
I never wanna see you again. I never, never need you, no way. I never wanna see you again. Will never, never need you, no way. You look up fit to find another like me. What's up, titty, oh yeah, titty. Now you wanna change, it's a little too late. I'm at your back, I got a taxi on the way. Bump on my love. Magic, Kenny, die, girl. Magic, push a yini, girl. Ó fi mí ṣeré, gbà tó yá wèrè. My love, má jẹ́ kẹ́nikẹ́ni dá ẹ dúró. Má jẹ́ kó ṣe yí mi jọ kúrò. Ó fi mí ṣeré, gbà tó yá wèrè. I'm done with the lies and the games you are playing. Don't let the door hit you as you are leaving. taxi on the way. Papa Mala, Maja Kenny Kenny Danduro, Maja Kosha Yini Gakuro, Ofi Mishere, Matoya
Only serious candidates should come and holla. You don't impress me cause you drive a Hummer. And no secret cause I don't need no wahala, yeah. So save the drama for your baby mama. You only wanna see me after hours. I ain't gonna be your undercover lover.
Groundbreaking female artist like
Don't
you.
private call me, no, don't even bother, yeah.
Absolutely.
Shout on the roof that I'm your lover. You think 'cause I'm pretty, I'm dumb. See you my sweet like Tom Tom. It ain't enough 'cause you're handsome, so listen. I know you kill it, no kill it, love. Oh, my shimmy baby, oh. I know you kill it, no kill it, love. Oh, my shimmy baby, oh. So your boy say you can get me with your money. Don't believe the hype. I am not the type. And I got plenty guys who want me. It ain't funny. Best believe the hype. I am just the type. Think 'cause I'm pretty, I'm dumb. No. See you my sweet like Tom Tom. It ain't enough. 'Cause you're handsome, so listen. I know you kill it, no kill it, love. Oh, my shimmy baby, oh. No, I know you kill it, no kill it, love. Oh, my shimmy baby, oh. Baby, I know you kill it, no kill it, love. Oh, my shimmy baby, oh. Yeah, I know you kill it, no kill it, love. Oh, my shimmy baby, oh. I know you kill it, love. I want my bones, but my tear anybody.
You know I was gonna play more cheddar now. Come on.
I want my bones, but my tear anybody. No matter what they say, more any movie. Hey, yes, boss with the wheel, let's so anytime they see us, yes, they feel us. Move to the snare and clap, they be kicking it. Nah, there's nothing you can tell us. Go no way. Like the classic Adidas. You double the price of the sixes on Jimmy Crystal dice. We rainbow bright, you're black and white. Green, white, cream, my brag is loud. They can be for still they bow. My John, my passport, but they search me. Whatever, still drop Bentleys. Look TV if you wanna see me, why they wanna be me? 'Cause I'm the swagger diamond, the brackets all grime, and it's my time, and the world is on mine. Plus I'm the fun. I want my bones, but my tear anybody. No matter what they say, more any movie.
Gotta give them some hip hop, man.
This is not a love song, but it's straight from my heart.
Straight from the heart.
I wanna talk about the stress, wanna get it off my chest, take my time and reinvest. Asking, is it worth it? All the sleepless nights, the fights and the crisis, the critics biting. Mama told me there'll be days like this. Put your pen to paper, never use your fist. Imagine how I came through my fears rhyming. Started my career, blew it up with the tribesmen. A lot of people have their own opinions. Took it in my stride and stuck with my onions. They think they know who she would be, should be. Numb by the pressure, see I really wanna be me. Inspiration gone, direction gone. Packing my bags, I must be done. But my heart keeps drawing me back. You can do it, baby, one more track.
Can you hear Nitsusi on the vocals?
stardom. Can't explain 3 years running and only one single. Confess it to the audience, only one video. But you hear me though? What that make sure with MCs coming out, gotta top the charts. I'm losing it, pulling all the stops. Maybe a party song, no, that's regular. Do a whole track and spit it in vernacular. I'm going crazy right now, so I put my pen down. Don't be mad if you see me walking around with a frown. I'm just tired of this, performing at shows and don't get paid. Gotta make friends, so don't get saved. Wasn't for the money, no, I can't believe it. Trying to convince myself, gotta believe it.
If you ask me, the matter for ground. Now who I go ask? If you ask me, now who I go ask? The matter where we see, so we tell where it start. No be me go talk, be heavy for mouth. If you ask me, the matter for crown. Now who I go ask? For the reason why I'm soliloquizing. Yeah. The things where I they see, where I they hear, I know go lie past me. Oh, I want to tell the story, but I've got to tell it from the starting. Yeah. About a man, a woman, and your girl begin. Wait till the second verse before my story begin. If you ask me, now who I go ask? No matter where we see, so we tell
This is WAJE.
You know I was gonna play YG. I don't play with my YG, man. I'm
And
sorry.
another one.
I don't play with my YG.
Hey. Listen. You tell me, say you know my gift. It be like say you did the when God they give me. This voice way I they take the sing. You open your mouth to tell me that I need to switch. If you say I start today, see the many blessings where they come my way. See me, I know they like to brag, but one thing sure, I know what I'm about. To be a bad guy, don't be by force. To roll up in your wrist, don't be by force. To be a bad guy, don't be by force. To roll up in your wrist, don't be by force. Leave me alone, make I do the way I do. Make I do the make I do the leave me alone, make I do the way I do. Make I do the make I do the you dealing, my name, my own. You dealing, my name, my own. You dealing, my name, my own. You tangle for what is given. You dealing, my name, my own. You dealing, my name, my own. You dealing, this one no be American I do. So yo. This one no be singing competition. No. So why don't you make your money and let me make mine? You dealing, my name, my own. You dealing, my name, my own. You dealing, my name, my own. If you tangle for what is given. You dealing, my name, my own. You dealing, my name, my own. You dealing, this one no be American I do. So yo.
You know we have to do the altar,
HOT on
man.
the beat.
Gotta do the altar. Altar representing the building. 2017, 2018. Remember that vibe, that altar vibe. Shout out to the altar community. Shout out to Wavy the creator.
Everybody know that this is for you.
This was a breath of fresh air.
Everybody see the way you move. When you come around, it's just a go. Yeah, sunshine.
I'm just like high, oh
Oh,
high, oh
oh,
I took the sky, I'm flying, oh
oh,
high, oh
I just came back for more. I just came. Do, yeah. Do, yeah. Do, yeah. Do, yeah. Do. I just came back for more. I just came back for more. I just came. Do, yeah. Do, yeah. Do, yeah. Do. I might have to do it again.
Steve, not vibe. Come on.
I might have to do it again.
Not vibe.
Drop the beat one time again.
It's a vibe, baby.
Yeah.
You are now listening to Loose Talk.
Shout out to all the beautiful women who have
Help
been
me.
in the Nigerian
Can you
music
please help me
industry.
rate that playlist? Sorry.
Yeah, can I finish my set? Thank you. Shout out to all the
Sorry.
beautiful women who have been in the Nigerian music industry, giving us hits, songs, creative songs, empowering songs, love songs, crazy songs, vibe, every kind of music. Nothing like the Nigerian music industry without the beautiful women who have been contributing actively to it. So that's our contribution to International Women's Month.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, you want to rate Ayo, you want to rate the playlist. Steve asked you to rate the playlist.
That's a
you
strong
rate
8/10. That's a strong 8/10.
Strong It
Come on.
Over 10. Yes, I started with Neola Go On, one of my favorite songs from Neola. Shout out to Nini, Miss Nini. Of course, we went to Kele Kele Tiwa Savage, all-time debut classic. I don't think we've
Debut.
had a stronger debut
Single for many
single
artists.
from
Male or female. Male or female.
people
First one,
usually
she just gave us
out of the
Bah.
gate. I bumped my pair of
Jesus
trousers watching that video. I bumped it. Yeah, when I was, that's 2011, like straight up. Was it
Yeah.
2010 rather, right?
2010
2010.
post. So, yeah,
Yeah.
2010. Yeah.
Strong debut single. Strong. Yes, and I know what you
Strong.
guys are saying. Damiduro is not the debut single. Back when was the debut single, so calm down, guys. I know some people are like, no, Davido Damiduro. No. Strong debut single. Then, of course, Mo Cheddar's Uncensored off the franchise celebrity debut album. Then we went to Sasha's Adara, which is, let me tell you, women who are in their 30s, Nigerian women in their 30s can recite Sasha's Adara word for word.
And
I don't know why.
If you like music, you can and you're around that area, bro. You will recite that song.
Every woman I know who's in their 30s, especially they're like 35 upwards, can recite Sasha's Adara word for word. I don't know
That's
why.
a record. That's a record.
Yeah, it's a strong
What?
record. And the history behind that record is she had dropped her debut single, Emi Maligon, off Tribesmen, right? But when she had moved to Storm Records, she was looking for like the hits. So she started writing songs and it wasn't coming. So that's what inspired this song. Where the hits day, where the album, and inspired this record. And like I said TY Mix produced that record. Netusi was on the vocals. It's an amazing record. Till today. Till this day.
Banger.
And then we moved on to the beautiful Chidinma Ekele with KDK.
KDK.
What a beautiful. This was the second single, I believe. The first single was with Sam Sultan and Jankoliko.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that record.
Yeah. But KDK.
That record, no.
KDK just knocked it off.
KDK was out of the gates.
Out of the gate, straight up.
And that beautiful video with them, Clarence, like Dami Crane was the love interest.
Clarence was an A&R. People don't. It's not just to be holding camera.
He's a legend.
He knew how to angle artists that look this way, and this is how we sell you. Yep. And he did it for Chidinma.
And that's why I respect TG Omori as well, right? Because after Clarence Peters, it's TG that did that for Ashake, and he's doing that for Shea Vibes now. You can tell, right? Like, you know how Hype Williams will take you, and from that one video, you become like a brand. People know you for that specific look and feel. That is what Clarence Peters knew how to do at every point in time. He would take an artist, and not only would he shoot the video, he would work on your brand persona through that video. And that's why Clarence Peters, for me, is the most important music director Nigeria has ever had. My goats. Music directors like Uzoduma Okwechi, DJ T, Clarence Peters, and TG Omori. These four, for me, in my opinion, rank above the other guys. When I tweeted this, people were like, oh, what about this person? I'm like, they are nice. They did a lot of good work.
Nigerians don't understand English. When they say rank above, it doesn't mean that the other people are not good.
No, Nigeria is black and white too. Is it that you are good? Is it that you are Messi or Ronaldo? No. You cannot be both. That's the Nigeria for you. But like that is what Clarence knew how to do. With this KDK video, he made Chidinma look like a
girl next door.
Girl next door darling. He just knew how to shoot those videos.
Even Fino, look at Fino. He told Fino, get the mohawk,
the whole person. It was from Anamachi Kwanu.
Yes.
And that's what led to Go Smooth, the whole persona.
That led to Go Smooth,
the mohawk and everything. Before that, Fino had done Shut Down and a couple of other.
He did multiply.
That multiply record.
It's the remix, right? It's a classic. Everybody went in on that remix. Everybody went. It's almost like they said, you know what, this song, we have to help Fino.
Yeah. Or maybe Fino promised them free beat. Say, Baba, we'll give you free beat.
Because Fino don't forget, Fino has been around for a long time. Fino was on Everything Remains Raw, 2005 album. He
was a producer in the East.
Yes, 2005 album from Nigga Raw. Like he was on this, he produced and he's also on the album. He's been there. Yeah. So I think Multiply was like, we're all going to do it for you because it was Flavor, MI, Nigga Raw, and Timaya.
Yeah. Bro, do you know how if it's today to get those artists, first of all, the billing
It,
will first be you.
it's not
I was so
possible.
hyped for Multiply because I've known Fino for a long time before then.
Yeah.
So seeing him get that moment was like really, I was so excited for him.
Yeah.
Not
It's like
knowing
they
that
all just came
something,
together and said,
not knowing that something else was going to happen. Like
my
Something
brother,
else was
not knowing
cooking.
that something
Something else
bigger.
was cooking.
what a story for Fino, right? All right.
What
So
a
then we
story.
went to
Is Storm Records the
Omami's
coolest? Is it the coolest
record label ever.
label in ever?
In that like Afrobeat era, right? So like from 99, right?
Yes, of course.
Is it the coolest? No, it's Mohis that's the coolest.
Moist.
Because you have to define what coolest is, even though I know what you are saying. Do you
Yes,
understand?
yes,
But
yes, yeah.
but through your lens, you are making it look like you're giving that cool some elite vibes. Because
Yes,
another
yes,
person
yes,
will say
Yes,
Mohits is
yes,
cool.
yes.
Dr. Seed one they call they are cool. I understand what you're trying to say, though.
Well, I won't
Yeah,
lie.
They
it's
they
just
won't lie.
represented that
Storm had like a certain.
they
He has
represented
this
that
like
Def Jam feel.
Bro, I won't
yes,
lie.
Hip
yes.
hop,
When
urban.
you hear Storm in the building, hey, like God.
It was a different feeling. It was a different feeling.
It's about to hear, you're about to hear good music.
I
Yeah.
understand
Yeah.
what Steve is saying, and in your context, I agree because
Yeah,
Chocolate City, Kenny's Music, all those guys, they never gave you the feeling Storm Records
yeah.
gave you.
Storm
Yeah.
Records gave. Storm Records gave you like, oh man,
Bro,
come
I
on,
was in Lorraine when Storm Records came with the Big Brother contestants. I think in 05, 06.
man. Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? To Lorraine, they came to perform. They brought the Big Brother All Stars for like a showcase, and then
The Niger Big Brother, right?
yes, the
Or
Nigeria Big Brother that them
okay,
Ebuka
Buka.
won. That's why I
Okay,
saw
okay.
Ebuka on stage the first time and all of that. So they brought them. I think they were doing like a tour or something. So they brought them and everything.
Was it a
But the Storm,
Gloto?
I don't know what it was, but they brought
Okay.
them. Storm brought them, and they brought the Storm All Stars. Bro, they only learned shut down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It was a
It's
shot.
crazy.
We knew that they were
Tails,
coming.
Neto, Sasha, come on.
Luckily for me, right, I was rapping at the time. I was with a group called Star Studded. We were like 14. And so we used to make, we're like a rap crew, like think of it like Wu-Tang, but we used to make music individually. So like 4 of us could make a record, 2 of us could make a record, 3 of us, but it was all in a clique called Star Studded, right? And so one of our guys was, I think, Sasha's cousin, or he knew Sasha. So we got, access to the hotel where Storm was staying, and we met Sasha for the first time. This is little me, right? And then this is when Sasha just dropped Adara. It had not even gone mainstream. So she performed it for the very first time on that
In the live.
stage. This
Yeah.
same Adara that we just played. Like she said, this is my first time performing this. I hope you guys like it. So we're talking to her like, what's happening? What's up with your album? Blah blah blah. And who are the other artists on Storm? Everybody thought they could get signed. Let me tell you something. When you are young, right, and you have a dream, and that's why you need to dream big and have
You need to
audacity.
dream big.
Yeah.
I'll
Yes.
tell you how I ended that day.
Because the delusion drives you. Yeah.
Delusion drives you. I'll tell you how I ended that day and how I had the full circle moment. So we now ask her like, who else is on Storm? Who's getting signed? We're reading magazines, Hip Hop World. Sound City had a 1-page advertisement of all the Storm All Stars. I don't know Ayo, if you remember that
Yeah.
that page, and they put
Yeah.
all their artists around it. And there was a guy called Nato C. I'm like,
Mhm.
who else is? We see there's a guy called Nato C. Who's that? He had not dropped any single. He had not dropped anything. Sasha looked at us and said, "Yeah, Nato right now. He backs me up on stage. He's great. But let me tell you, that's the next best thing coming from Nigeria hip hop. He's going to be the biggest."
Nato.
Do you understand? Like that's what she told us, and we didn't even have an idea who this guy was. It was amazing to see, and I think he was there. He performed. All of them performed. Ikechuku, Jazzman, and all of that. And at the end of the show, I had like my own CD. Everybody, you have your own demo CD and everything. And my own
Just
was
in
a little
case.
different because I had gone to print it. I had my picture. I'd done my photo shoot and everything, right? And Olisa Odiwa was walking out of the place, and I like, "Hey boss, blah 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 blah." The guy looked at me. And there was a bit of I mean, it's Ulisa. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I was
Ulisa,
starstruck,
yeah.
and I was
Wow.
like, and he looked at me and like, "Are you stalling me? What's up?" And I'm like, "Man, this is my CD. I'm a rapper. I want you to listen to it." Blah blah blah. And I gave him, and he took it and took it in his car. I mean, he never called me back. But there was one time I was flying back from South Africa. We had gone for the award show, and we got to the airport, and I think I was heading straight to the office. You know how me I do now. I don't go home. I go straight to the office. Um, and Olisa was like, "Yeah, like, can I hitch a ride?" And so we took the Uber back, and he was giving me like different stories how they went to party with Jay-Z and Beyonce one time, and how it was fucking crazy, and stuff. And I told him, I reminded him, like, man, in 205, man, or 206, I gave you my CD. And it was like, for real, you were there, and it was a full circle moment,
It was a
and
full second moment,
yeah, I love stuff like that. I could sit in the same car with him and just have that conversation. It was really
Crazy,
good,
man.
man.
When
yeah. And
you're
this
when
was the
you're
same man that you opened your show with,
Yeah, and I took
calling him
shots at
out.
him. Yeah. Yeah,
I
that's
saw it
true. That's
been
crazy. Yeah, we made
I
it
feel
up.
like
We made up. Yeah. Game
Of
recognized
course,
game
you
because
could.
actually he wasn't even pissed. He was like, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it's good, And that's very mature of him.
Yeah.
now
Yeah,
OG.
very mature of
Now
him.
that's why
And
you
I
OG.
was wild in there, man, bro.
He had a run too with that show.
You had a good run.
Interesting. He had a
You had
good
a good
run.
run.
He had a good
You
run
had a
with
Bro,
good
that
run.
show.
that's
Yeah,
the
so
person that I
David
saw.
everybody.
He had Genevieve on the ropes. There's some
Oh,
questions he was
that's
throwing like
true.
this.
yeah,
Genevieve
he
they
had Genevieve on the ropes,
Yeah,
man.
Genevieve they
Genevieve.
shift
That's
they
true.
shift for chair
That's
like
true.
this
That's
guy
true. That's
you
true.
are getting too close. Calm down,
That's
calm
true.
down.
Yeah, shout
Yeah.
out to Lisa.
That for real, we can confidently say that was like the last in-depth Genevieve interview because Genevieve does not do interviews.
Nah, she's ghost,
Bro.
man.
She's
Genevieve
girls.
is at this point,
The only hope
Genevieve is
we
a
have
myth.
now is Ebuka.
Yeah,
But it's not going
It's
to
Yeah.
Ebuka.
yeah,
but it's not going to
And
ask
it's
yeah,
not
heavy
going to happen.
questions.
yeah. The last hope we have is Ebuka. You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And it shows the
Yeah.
importance of how people grow with people.
Yeah.
Genevieve can do an interview with Olisa because when she was on the come up, Olisa was there.
Olisa was there.
Lisa
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
established.
You,
Yep.
you understand what I mean? So you need
True.
to have those kind of like pairs, people who pair up with each other,
Yes.
and then it's easy
Yeah.
for you to get an
On
interview, and
go.
not just get an interview. It's easy for you to ask questions because you can
Yes.
ask questions with context, or you can also ask questions because you've spent some time with this person, And I think that's where
True.
Ebuka has gotten now that Ebuka can interview almost everybody. He can
Anybody.
interview
Yeah.
governors because he's hosted shows. He's put skin in the game. He's
He's
got skin in the
vast.
game.
He's
Over 20
vast
years
now.
in the game.
Yes. He has range
True.
now. So yeah, he can do it.
True.
2005, the first Big Brother. So that's 20
Yeah.
years, right? If I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken, that's 20 years in the
Yes.
game.
Oh man, yeah, that might have to quick. Thank you for reminding me. 20 years.
Yeah, you need to republish that article again.
When they announce a new set, I will just drop everything for them.
Just drop it again, correct?
Yeah.
So we move from Chidima and segued into a lot of talk. Then we move to Omar Miz, if you ask me. Brilliant song, brilliant vocalist, production for Cobhams. What an amazing song.
You can't miss with Kobe.
Amazing
You can't miss
record.
with Kobe, man.
You can't miss with Kobe. Look at the horns. Look at everything going. Then just the way Omami was just swerving through the song. I was listening to this song and everything, right? I don't know if Cobhams wrote it or the co-wrote it. And I was thinking, if Asha sang this song,
No, I still give it to Omar. Omar with vocals.
Asha does not have that
Omar with
energy.
vocals.
You think
Come
it needs
on.
the vocal range, right?
He needs that heavy.
He needs a certain type of vocal range
that,
and the
that
energy. There's an
powerhouse.
energy. There's a
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Then of course move to another powerhouse, YJ. Words and Just Enough. This is Omini West. So this single dropped right after she dropped the album,
The album.
right?
Yes.
And I was
Yeah.
like, I
thinking it was
remember,
going to be the second album.
yeah, and I was just listening to her. I'm like, who is she talking to on this record? Because it felt like she dropped this record to just send a sub to somebody. This dropped months after
I
she
was so
dropped the
excited.
album.
I was so excited for that record because she took like 100 years before she gave us her first album, right? so
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, so this single is coming just after the album. That means another one is going to drop.
Yeah.
But I think it took another like 2-3 years before she dropped another project, and that was
Yeah.
it. She
Shout
has
out
like
to
only
YJ.
just 2 projects. Yeah, shout out to YJ.
No, she has, I think, 4 projects now.
Oh, for
okay,
real?
okay.
Yeah, I know she dropped
For
something
real?
like
Maybe
2 years ago.
she
so.
dropped something like that's true, like two years ago. So I remember.
Yeah, YJ is amazing, man. She's been dropping regularly, but again, people aren't, how do I put it?
Yeah.
Checking
A
for
lot
her.
of yeah, that's what's
Yeah,
happening. But
people are not paying attention.
she's got 5 projects, guys. She's dropped projects. So after the first project, she dropped Real Velvet 4
Yep.
years later, which was
Yes, 4
yeah. I
years.
told you guys I wrote a whole movie script to Red Velvet on my way from work back home.
For real?
Yeah, I have like a whole movie script that, and the concept of movie script borders around classism and ethnicity. It's a really good story, and I was talking to a DTF Young like, bro, if I write this thing and package it well, maybe with AI now, I can like feed it because my problem is I have it in my head, like the whole storyline, but like writing it is just like strenuous, right? And I'm looking at it like, what's the like if I write it, who am I shopping this thing to? But I know what
Yeah.
I'll do. I'll use like GPT or DeepSeek, and I will feed it like every instance and every scene in my head, and need to build it into a proper script, and then I can share it with like a
Yeah.
movie, like somebody who I think if I share it, I'm like 60-70% confident that it can be picked up.
Damn, that's good.
Yeah, and I was listening to Red Velvet, and I was on the office bus from work to home,
One
and
of the
that's when
rare
I
occasions that
yeah
you.
yeah one of the
So,
rare
so
occasions.
what does that mean? You should have taken that bus more.
I'm telling you because I just typed everything on my Google Keep, and the whole story is there, and it's still there now.
I'm thinking about it. I was thinking about it like about a month ago. That was the most. That was the time I read the most in my life. Because
Bro,
anytime I'm on the
driving in
bus,
Lagos is
it's
very
stressful.
unproductive.
'Cause anytime I get
No,
on the bus,
no, no, no.
I just bring out a book
You're also getting wrong.
and start reading.
Nigerians don't need traffic. What are we using traffic? We don't need free traffic. We don't need free roads. We need traffic.
Hey, God
What are we
bless.
using? What are we using free road for?
It doesn't drive
Níbo la tún
productivity.
It
níbo
doesn't
la
drive
tún já sí
productivity.
báyìí?
It doesn't drive productivity.
Anyway, so she dropped Red Velvet in 2018. Then in 2022, she dropped YJ 2.0. Then in 2022, she also dropped Unbroken. Right.
Unbroken,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then
Yeah.
in 2022, this is wrong. I think Spotify is messing up the years because she didn't drop those two albums.
She didn't drop those two albums in the
Yeah,
same year.
she didn't drop it. But her last album is called The Misfits, 12-track album.
Oh.
Yeah, and dope albums because anytime she drops, I have the opportunity to
listen?
just listen.
Okay.
Yeah, and all of that. So shout out to YG, beautiful woman, beautiful soul, everything. And of course, we
Such an
ended the
awesome person. Very, very awesome person.
yes, she is. And we ended the playlist with Wavy the Creator High. Remember that record dropping in 2017, 18? The Altair
17, I think.
peak of Altair.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she was like one of the go-to poster child for the Altair movement from how she inspired Olamide. Do you understand? Like Olamide did
To
a
do
whole
Wavy
song
Level.
called Wavy Level.
Wavy Level.
Just like it was that inspired. So shout out to her. And
But I like that name. I love that name.
it's a good name, man.
It's
Wavy
a good
Creator.
name. Yeah.
It's a good name. Speaking about Olamide, want to say happy birthday to him. Turned 36 or so. Amazing artist, inspiring person. And of course, another person's birthday we have to celebrate is the one and only, the IDs of March, Mr. Ayomide Tayo.
Thank
Yes, yo. Mr. Ayomide Tayo. With a very shaky past.
Now,
We don't know how old he is. We don't know anything about him. He just appeared on the face of earth.
I'm like your president.
But he's here. Like the president. I didn't say that though. I didn't say that. Hey, a lot of people listen to this podcast. Sorry, you gotta be careful, man.
It's true. No best. So.
Anyways, I just want to say happy birthday to you, Mr. AOT2.
Now it doesn't make much sense. There ought to be a law against anyone who takes offense at a day in your celebration. 'Cause we all know in our minds that there ought to be a time that we can set aside to show just how much we love you, and I'm sure you would agree. What could fit more perfectly than to have a world party on the day you came to be? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Mr. Ayomide Tayo, AOT2. How you feeling, man? How you feeling a year older?
I just same
Oh,
way.
I get it.
difference.
Osags, I get it finally. I think
Yeah,
part of
what's
the
that?
part of the holiday. There's a word that Nigerian politicians use when anytime they're doing like a
festivities.
Okay, wait. Part of the holiday festivities is this hotel P that you just noticed.
Oh, he's ending it with a bang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me drop a
You
bomb
still
for him.
You still here for my lawyers.
The holiday festivities, birthday festivities.
Birthday festivities.
Nah, so
All right, talking about
I
someone also
saw-
in yeah.
I
Yeah,
saw
so
a recent report, the jobless guy on Twitter posted it of the
yeah.
first son's
The
visit
jobless guy.
to
Do you
his
mean one jobless guy?
he's a jobless guy now. That's his
Okay.
brand.
Well, he's a
Um,
jobless. It's a lot of work, Sha. It's a
there's
lot
a
of
lot
job
of
he's
work that
doing,
guy is
Sha.
doing. So there's this report that the first son of the country visited a state in the north, and I think he downloaded that video from an NCA platform or so. The thing brought back like horrible memories for me. Like I was watching the video, listening to the voice, like just getting. Bro, the thing that like I didn't enjoy the experience at all because it took me back to a time that I didn't want to remember.
Wait, just the presentation of the reports.
The presentation of the report. You know how they present report now, like stuff like that.
Oh my God.
Uh, I'll share it with you later. Let me look for it. I'll share it with you.
I'm already even
Uh,
looking for it. I need
okay,
to
okay,
watch it.
okay.
Well, I'm
You
sure
need
it's
to
way, way
watch it.
back. Yeah.
Uh, uh,
Yeah, no, I lost my train of thought. Oh my goodness. I wanted
I'm
to say
so sorry.
something. No, it's
I'm so
okay. It's
sorry.
okay. It's all right. All right. Yeah, I was saying, talking about congratulations and, sharing congratulatory messages. We also want to give a special congratulations to former Governor Nasser El-Rufai for jumping ship, resigning his membership, or at least throwing away his membership card of the APC, All People's
Hmm.
Congress, and joining the SDP. What's the full meaning of SDP again?
Social
It's
Democratic
not
Party.
social democrat.
Social Democratic Party, right?
I've sent you the video too, Sha, on WhatsApp.
Okay, I'm
It's the
checking it out
MK
now.
one.
Social
That's the
Dem.
MKO party now. Yeah.
Yes, now the same party,
The
SDP,
horse and
baby.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, what a branding that
That's a
party
party
had.
that has produced the president. Oh. Like play. You people should respect that party. Oh.
You know the beautiful thing about the SDP and NRC of the 1993 fame, right? The
Yeah.
branding was so good. The NRC was an eagle, right?
Yeah, I think it was an eagle. Was
Like
it
they
an
just
eagle?
went to the coat of
Yeah.
arms and everybody said, "I'm gonna have this horse. I'm gonna have this eagle. Let's go."
Yeah, before they bought Umbrella and Boom for us.
Do you understand? You go from a horse and eagle to umbrella and broom, guys. It's a downgrade.
Honestly, man.
It's a downgrade. Anyways, El-Rufai has. Let's read the report. Let's read the report. But before we read the report, let me read this thing that Steve sent. Let everybody share in the total dismay and disgust of the reports, please. Not the report, but like who's reading the report.
Youth groups, particularly supporters of the All Progressives Congress APC, warmly welcomed the Minister of Youth Development Ayodele Olawande and Sheyi Tinubu at the Sultan Abubakar III International Airport, Sokoto, in what has been described as a youth mission. The first destination of the special guests was the Government House, Sokoto, for a courtesy call on Governor Ahmed Aliyu. Speaking before their host, the youth minister stated that they were in Sokoto to engage young people in meaningful discussions.
No, don't say anything bad here.
No, I'm not saying it's something bad. I'm just saying it took me back
It's
to a
not,
time where
it's not
I
the
sat
accent.
down and I would be watching TV, and this is the only thing
See,
I'm seeing on TV.
Bro, it's not the accent. But the quality,
It's not the accent.
I can
The
already see the
quality, right?
quality of production. I can already smell it. It's, bro,
You
I'll
can
go
smell
mad.
it, right?
I can smell it. No.
You can smell it.
This is bad.
Oh
This is
man.
bad.
Anyways, all right, man, let's jump into this real quick. Former Kaduna State Governor and founding member. I think that's what is very important to note. The founding member of the All Progressives Congress, Nasir El-Rufai, has dumped the ruling party for the Social Democratic Party. The prominent politician cited a growing misalignment between his personal values and the current direction of the APC as the primary reason for his decision. El-Rufai disclosed this in a press statement released on his X handle on Monday, where he expressed his disappointment with the APC's leadership, accusing the party of straying from the progressive ideals of its founding members. He says, as a founding member of the All Progressives Congress APC, I have fond memories of working with other compatriots to negotiate the merger of political parties that created the APC. Since 2013, I have hoped that my personal values and those of the APC will continue to align until I choose to retire from politics. Then it goes on and on and on and on. The former Kaduna governor maintained that he had submitted his resignation letter from the ruling party, adding that his consultations with his mentors, colleagues, and loyalists made him settle for SDP in preparation for the 2027 general election.
You sounded more like Mandela at a point instead of El-Rufai.
Fellow South Africans, we are here again. I am here again. Yeah, I was trying to do it wasn't working. I don't know. I tried.
It wasn't
Anyways,
working.
with El-Rufai's decision, with the two politicians, he says, also on Sunday, he visited ex-Minister of Interior Rauf Aregbesola and Pastor Tunde Bakare in Lagos. Photographs of the Kaduna politician posing with Aregbesola and Bakare went viral on social media. While El-Rufai's decision with the two politicians was not revealed, it is believed that the visits were part of his political scheming ahead of the 2027 general elections. What are your thoughts? I want to say my own right out of the gate right now before you guys even say anything. Can I?
Please go.
So let me just tell you, Tinubu is walking, man.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. Like, I feel like
I understand that school of thought, so yeah.
See, Tinubu is the mastermind at this. Jandor to APC or to PDP. Do you understand? Like, I feel like, okay, how do we? And I might be overthinking it, right? But politicians have done this times that number. How do we create a third force? Since we know, like, there's a force that can be as strong as us. How do we create a third force to dilute the power? Number one. Number two, how do I also get a lot of people off my back and shine the light on somewhere else? So I feel like I will create an opposition, an unworthy opposition that people can hinge their hopes on while I sort out,
continue to sort out my path.
Yeah, that's what I feel this whole thing is. Well, I'd like to hear from you guys.
Personally, when it comes to El-Rufai, I'm going to be very biased because I don't think there's a Nigerian politician at this point I dislike more than him. It's even ironic. I actually believe that he's one of the most competent leaders we have in Nigeria. To be very honest, there's a way in terms of governance, he goes about his way that I really like. But leading a country like Nigeria needs just more than being competent, right? You need a person who's not driven. You need a person who's driven by empathy, right? I'm sorry, there's no way this country could be in the hands of El-Rufai.
Who's not divisive?
Yes, exactly. I view him as somebody who's not compassionate. He lacks empathy, and to be clear, that's just how I see him. To be very honest, and you see, you just see how his kids and it's also like his family, how they carry themselves on social media. I would say
they're wilding. They're actually wilding.
Yeah,
one
that's not
ton
good.
like arrogance and vile. Like I don't mess with it at all. I want to stop here, Sha, just before without going into much details, which is not needed. Also, at the end of the day, his move to SDP confirms that you don't love this country enough, like you claim. Because if you do, you would have worked and lead the Northern Coalition that brought, this deeply flawed president that we have right now into power, right?
But maybe he's claiming that he's claiming that his views are now misaligned. Maybe at the time his values were not misaligned with the party.
What are those values, if I may ask, right?
Ministerial
Now
values.
you're just identifying at the
You're
99th
just
hour.
identifying it. Now
Ministerial
you're telling me
value.
that there's a statement that he made. He said he knew, even when they knew about everything, including the Chicago thing, they still went ahead with him because they thought at that time they believed that was what the country needed.
No way,
for
he
him
said
to
that.
replicate what? Yes, he did. He said that.
Yeah,
no?
he said something like
He
that.
said that in the BBC interview. So the
What?
BBC was doing a translation, like a transcription of his comments,
Yeah.
and that was what I read. And
What?
even while he was speaking in his native language, Fulani or whatever it is, right? You could hear him say Chicago. Chicago.
So
Do
it
you
makes
get
sense.
it?
It makes sense. Subtitle, yeah.
Yeah. So the subtitle said it out there that even when we knew about the Chicago
We knew
thing,
this
we just
guy didn't
felt
have a degree from Chicago State University. We knew he
He
allegedly.
might not have.
He might not have.
allegedly.
We knew he allegedly forged it. But hey, man,
Hey,
we still went
man.
away.
We still went away because
we allegedly went.
we looked like Lagos, which has been a power city since
Yes.
1942. Since 1942, we looked at Lagos and said if he could do it in Lagos, at least he could do it in the country. What he did in Lagos, we don't know, but it is what it is.
Steve, how old was Tinubu in 1942? Because the way you were saying it was like.
Do you get? So 1942, like I'm talking about even modern history. Lagos has like a storied history from like the 1990s.
Guys,
and stuff like
do your
that.
Googles. There are many research papers, many historical papers
Many.
on why Lagos has an advantage over other states. It's
know.
not.
So
It's not any Nigerian politician that made it this way. So yeah,
so
You guys are going to
just
piss off the Bat Media boys.
yeah. No belly
talking
bats.
about SDP though, SDP, like you said, it's such a storied like party.
Political
Bro,
party, yeah.
You get
they produce a
yeah.
president.
The
It's
president,
not
the
a
president,
Benz.
and it's really that's to tell you how popular Abiola really was, because SDP at that time was also like it was dominated by the Northerners, and the two people he contested the primaries with was Atiku and I think Kangibe,
King
right?
Igwe.
And he defeated them, Kingibe, sorry, and he defeated them in the primaries to emerge as the presidential candidates, in the lead up to the election that he won. So like it's such a storied party.
It is.
Before, so it
Also,
makes it
also we
makes
have to
sense
say
that that
that.
is what he is using.
Also, just small highlights that the two presidential candidates back then went on TV and had the presidential debate. Just saying,
Yes,
they were not
just
scared to
saying.
come out.
Yes,
So this
I
is what they
watched
were
it.
doing.
I
yes,
watched it.
Yes.
yep.
Mm.
Yeah, that's just what I have to say about it. And you also have a point, Osagi, in this being like a political manipulation too, and that will be really really depth from Bart, because it will really work.
For the
Because
chest,
if you
baby.
continue dividing, if you continue dividing the opposition,
Yeah.
it eventually means that you have the opportunity to remain in
Yeah.
power.
Bro,
That
bro,
it is what it is.
this week we saw somebody that was ranting the last election. That this Tinubu is back. He went to go and visit the Babana. The whole former gubernatorial candidates are shouting up
Of
and
the
down.
main opposition party in Lagos.
No, PDP is dead. He's finished now.
No, I
He's
believe that
totally dead.
PDP. I believe that PDP Lagos is APC.
He
That's
said,
what
no,
that's
I
what I
fully
believe.
believe that. I
Bro,
fully believe that. No.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something, right? If
Even
you
since
walk in,
that
if you
back
walk
then,
in a town, you own all
Yeah,
the levers in the town,
yeah,
right? All these politicians, they all have businesses. You
yeah.
now control everything. You can manipulate it. What do you think those guys would do? They care about their
But
businesses before their politicians now.
Yep.
you said they send Nigeria like that.
True.
They were
Do you
lying.
understand? So they can still do party politics, and they're joking around and playing around and doing whatever. But when they come
But
to when big dog
it comes to the
comes,
money, when it comes
big
to the
dog
money,
says,
nigga.
"Hey man,
You
what's
have to
up?
listen.
Yeah,
You have
what's
to
up? Are
listen.
you good?" Bro, Arsenal is playing Ipswich. They're on different levels. But when
Yeah.
Arteta goes to Delap, you good? Delap,
You good?
boss, I do.
Boss, I do.
do.
I
Do you
do for
understand what's
you. I
going
do
on?
for you. I do.
I
I
do.
do.
I do. Yeah,
I
I
do. I
do.
do.
It's like
I
it's
do.
like it's
He has
like
to stress that I did
I
to
did.
confirm
Bro,
his loyalty, because at
it's
the
like
end of the
that.
day, this is where your money is tied to.
Do you understand?
Guys, it's
Osaki
like
broke
when
this thing down one time. It was about an artist. I don't want to mention the person's name. And Osaki said it's about the money. This is where your investments. This is where your investment ties to.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you go to talk a day, Baba, a day for you. No worry, a day. You have to confirm your loyalty, bro.
I can't even
Steve,
remember that.
Steve, did you see that clip of
It's the people who went to India.
Okay.
For
Yeah, now.
what did they go for? What did they go for India to
you
do?
already mentioned it? You've already
CGN.
mentioned that.
For CGN,
Yeah, you didn't say who it is. It's fine.
yeah.
But
You remember?
dude, it's
Guys,
facts.
did you see that clip
Yeah.
of Van Dijk after the Liverpool PSG match? And he was
Well,
talking
I was
to
talking
PSG president.
That
to
they
the
He was talking
PSG
to
bro.
the Don,
I don't
the
win
head
Champions
nigga
League. I
in
don't
charge.
league. And they go find money. I don't get
Bro,
tired.
the guy called my guy left everybody in the dressing room.
They lost.
I was
Look, I
talking
said
with this
Namaka.
guy.
I'm like,
You
bro, how
understand? He
far?
was talking to the PSG boss, like, guy, how far? The guy say, how far you did? You did okay, yeah. This Liverpool, you did okay. I said,
I
Baba,
said,
the
no,
place
Baba.
deal. The place
They
deal.
don't give me.
Dey,
They
we
don't
dey.
give me contract. Though. They don't give me new
Say, how
contract.
far you now? You never signed contract. Say less than 6 months to go. How far you? Baba, a day, oh. A day.
Yeah, like 400, 500.
You-
Baba, may Van Dijk
Bro.
cool down.
And to be honest, right, segueing away from this politics to talk about that, it's the best option for Van Dijk.
Yes, no.
It's a good option for what you want to do. How old is Van Dijk?
He's 33
How
or
old is
so.
Van Dijk? You want
He's
Van
not
Dijk to be
34.
running with Ian Delap. I'll be running Delap up and down,
Doku.
or running with
Or
Omar
Doku.
Mamouche.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
age.
it would be smarter for him to go
Bro,
sign his
go to
biggest contract
go to
somewhere else,
France,
because this is
go
his
to
last big contract.
Yeah.
It
Go
has
to
to be a big
PSG.
contract, and
PSG
I'm
is the
sure
best
Liverpool
team.
can afford it.
PSG
Bro,
is the best
Van
team in
Dijk is
France.
33.
Bro,
Yeah.
go to a
Van
league
Dijk
with a
is
slower
33.
pace.
So he has
Go-
3 good years.
Do you understand? Go to PSG, do 2-3 years there,
Win the
and
league there.
win the league for all those 3 years. First of all,
First
try and
of
help
all.
them win the Champions League, win a couple of cups, do your fun, have fun. You're in France, bro. You're in France
No, be you're in
to.
France. You're in Paris. You are in Paris. Wait till
Yeah.
you
understand?
again.
you can take a 1 hour flight. He's in. I mean, you could do that from England, anyways, to his
Yeah.
house in Holland, whatever. Come back, please, man. You can even take a bus or
Take
a
a train.
So I think it's a good deal. Okay, let's get back to El-Rufai. Yeah, it's just see, guys. I don't know, were people like disappointed, surprised, blah blah blah. Was all of that happening?
No,
No,
because
no.
Nigerian
No, it
politicians
wasn't.
You know,
Because
because
this is
also the
just this
build up,
politics 101.
the build up has also been there from
He's been
him not
talking,
getting
he's
his
been tweeting.
ministerial. Then he
Yes.
traveled out. They said the DSS was looking for him. There's
DSS
this
was looking for him.
financial. That's what he tweeted it. They said he wants to be arrested.
That
Then
is crazy.
there's this accusation. You know, he
There's
also
an
he fell out
EFCC.
with his
There's a-
successor in Kaduna,
Yeah,
the
he
there's
fell
a
out.
governor
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
He
the
fell out,
corruption
and the governor has
accusation.
been talking about financial misappropriation on his part.
Yeah.
So there's been this whole thing going on, which
Is the
he came to.
governor an APC governor?
Yes, he's an APC. He's APC. He's
And
APC.
he fell out with the guy. Oh
He
man.
fell out with the guy.
Okay,
Yeah. So,
okay,
but he
something
came
is
on
going on.
Arise. He came on Arise to say that no, the guy has been slandering him. Like there's been this like evidently targeted attacks on El-Rufai's name, his
Yes.
legacy in the north, in Kaduna, and stuff like that. They're talking about financial misappropriation and stuff like that. There's
Okay,
a
so
time
this
they
might be
even said,
this might be really true.
yeah, it might
Like
be
him
really
leaving.
true. So he
Yeah.
came on Arise. He came on Arise TV and accused the NSA, the National Security Advisor to the President, Ribadu, of being the mastermind behind all those attacks
Wow.
ahead of the not the next election, the one after the next. That's when power is supposed to return to the north, right?
North.
Yeah.
He's saying that Ribadu is eyeing presidency and sees him as a threat, and that's why Ribadu has planted all these things around him, right? You know, so yeah, the build up has been there for like almost a year now. So it was expected that he was going to launch a new party. Yeah.
I think for
Oh,
me,
so-
like for
so-
everybody, yes, Ayo.
I'll just say that 2031, that is the Royal Rumble. That is the election we should watch out for. That is the
Yeah.
one.
Oh, not
This
not
next-
27, right? Yeah.
No, 20, bro,
not
27.
Yeah.
27 is a win. Don't remember
27 is
Um,
concluded.
And 27 is actually a walkover.
It's walkover. Beating,
yeah.
beating, landslide.
Yeah. For me, like in 2027, and I know people say, "Why are you guys saying this? You must rise and upright." Just calm down, calm your
Rise
tits
where?
down. Like you know, see, guys, the way
Or
I look
the
at
rise vest.
2027 is that it's a rise best. The way I look at 2027 is that if you're a politician eyeing the presidency, don't waste your money.
No, someone.
You understand? Like keep the money. Don't waste your money. It's like you're playing a dice game and someone is on a roll and you see someone is on a roll and say you go enter set. Just say, you know what? Let me just wait.
Just
for
allow.
it." Just
Like, make cool. Make hand cool first.
just chill. And that's the way I see the 2027 elections because with what we've seen pre 2023 elections, right? And what we're seeing now, the machinery that is going to
Oil.
work
They oil lamp now.
for the 2027 elections for the incumbent president to win again. That machinery, we've not seen it before.
Bro.
We've not seen it anywhere before. The machinery that will unload in 2027 for the 2027 elections, the 6 months build up to it, the amount of court
Bro,
injunctions, arrests, what we are going to see.
The propaganda, first of all.
The
is going to be all
propaganda.
time high.
Do you understand? Because this see, if you guys understand how the incumbent president works and how he has worked as governor and his successors have worked as governor, these guys are media 101. They do not play with. They understand the concept of using media to drive narratives a lot, and that's why when they see anything opposing it, we'll talk more about this with the NYSC girl, anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, man,
Yeah.
I think the first, I want to say the first thing everybody kind of noticed was after his support of President Tinubu, El-Rufai didn't assume any position in government.
The new government. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was shocking. Everybody was
Yeah.
taken aback, like, oh, what's going on?
It
No
wasn't-
ambassadorial
it
role,
wasn't
no
cleared by the
ministerial role.
Senate, yeah.
Wasn't cleared by the Senate, so like, and
Yeah.
let's keep it a buck, right? If Big Dog had cleared
Big
him,
Dog wants him. He gets it. Yeah, easily.
do you understand? Like, Big Dog says, hey, man, bring this guy on the squad. He's the
That
coach.
means somebody.
Yeah,
That means somebody.
it's the Torian. If the Torian
Yeah.
says he gets it, he
I
gets
feel.
it.
Yeah,
I feel that somebody.
look at it. He's the coach, right?
Yeah.
He's like the coach, and choosing them
Yeah.
medicals or like some guys are like, sir, we've looked at the gameplay, we've understood the metrics. He's not a 15 goal scorer kind of person. Big dog said, put this guy Ancelotti. Give me this guy. Well, this is not even Ancelotti. This is Florenta. What's his
Florentino
name?
Florentino
Perez.
Perez.
Perez. And okay, fantastic. Perez is big dog. Ancelotti is Senate president.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Ancelotti now says, we're looking at the gameplay. I want to play the diamond style, really go back to the,
Benny, buy the player.
Perez doesn't even have time. Perez just shows the guy through the gallery with the 15 Champions League they watch and just hands him over to Ancelotti and say, sort it out. That's
Yeah,
what's going on here.
Yeah.
So, hey, man, I don't know. I think that was the first indicator to say something was going wrong. But let's see how that goes. Okay, we also hear that El-Rufai is currently galvanizing opposition leaders like Obi Atiku and Atiku to join him. Right, so there's this handle on a person on Twitter. I don't know if I usually see his tweets. Imran Mohammed describes himself as a Buharist APC member and a Man United fan. That's crazy. He says, what I want to and pray for is for all opposition leaders, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Rotimi Amechi and Rauf Aregbesola to join the SDP. El-Rufai says, what pains me is that the government we supported and had confidence to do well because we saw what Tinubu did in Lagos despite his challenges. We all know about his issues in Chicago, but we thought if we could replicate his work in Lagos for Nigeria, let's support him. However, he failed. I never betrayed Atiku Abubakar because we didn't meet in politics. We met at work. In work, if I did not see that he didn't do well, whoever he is, I would tell him. I told Buhari, and I even took Buhari to court on the new Naira issue. When Obasanjo and Atiku were having issues, those of us working with Obasanjo looked at the issues between them and said Obasanjo was more right. It was not about the North and South. Obasanjo was right. Atiku and I are now together, and if I betrayed him, why are we together now? That would be interesting to see. But again, it's politics, man. It is politics.
Yeah, it's politics.
Guys, I just need you guys to know, you guys don't have any savior. There's no morally. It is politics. This is how to play politics. You can do good within politics, but the way politicians move is very different. This is not your Hollywood movie, okay? The way politicians move. Anyways, we're saying 2027 might be a walkover. To be honest, keep it a buck, right? If anybody wants to run against the incumbent right now, you all need to gang up.
Yeah.
You all need to gang
Yeah.
up. Obi,
Yeah.
Atiku, everybody
It
needs
has to be
come
the
together.
same type of coalition that brought down the PDP
The PDP.
federal hold, right? It's the same
Simple.
thing that will bring back the APC hold.
Simple. And go
And-
get that guy called Kwankwaso from wherever state he is in the
Yeah.
north.
Cut. Give him a deal. Give him a sweet deal, like bro.
Yeah.
Online.
Do you understand? Like, for it to happen, they all need to gang. Like, everybody, you need to gang up. You
I won't
can.
lie,
You have
though.
to create an all-star team to take down this team.
The reason why 2020
You can't have a
2015
third force.
coalition,
You can't have a third force.
the reason why 2015
boys.
coalition worked because it was led by someone who was very, very visionary and who was ready to play
the long game. He played the long game. Yeah.
You guys can remember that.
Is that 2015, right?
Tinubu, yes,
Yeah.
Buhari wanted Tinubu as a vice. He said, no, we
Mm.
can't do Muslim.
Take Osinbajo.
Take Osibanjo. Take
my
he-
former attorney general when I was governor. Yeah, take him. He's a part,
He
yeah.
for a bit of a kind of like exclusive. It was another pastor entirely
That they
from
wanted
the
to
east.
pick
They wanted to pick, but
from the east.
Yes, the man died. Then they switched to Sibanjo, right?
A Muslim Igbo
No,
president.
not a Muslim. And yes,
Oh,
Muslim
sorry.
Igbo. Yes,
That,
Yes.
not Muslim. Sorry. A
Muslim
northerner.
a northern
not even-
Muslim
not even-
and a
And
and a
northerner
Christian
and
and an Eastern and Igbo Christian. Yes.
That's crazy.
That was the first initial pick. I will mention the person's name to you guys personally.
Yeah.
So, and that was it. He played the long game. The problem when I look at the forces that could form this coalition, I don't think they're patient enough. Peter Obi wants it now. Kwankwaso wants it when it
Now.
comes to the northern
Yeah.
when it gets to the northern, and if Peter Obi wants to go in 2027, he has to do 8 years, which I'm not sure the Northerners can wait for 8 years because they love
No, they
power.
won't agree.
They've been
Yeah.
away
Yeah,
from it now.
they're not patient enough.
They're not patient enough,
They are power
right?
junkies.
Atiku,
Yeah.
we know about Atiku has wanted this since 1993. He wants it now.
Damn.
Ribadu is also eyeing 2020, 2031. So I know El-Rufai. So that's the first issue I have with the coalition. Nobody
Ego.
is ego. Nobody is humble enough to say, okay, let me chill. Do you get? If I'm Obi, I'll take it. Or the ones Obi aligns with Peter Rufai, that's where I say Peter Rufai, El-Rufai, that's where me I'll say, okay, I'll hands off anything Peter Obi for now. Do you get? Because that's not a partnership I can take, right?
Okay,
So if Peter
let's do
Obi is
this.
saying, yeah, if Peter Obi says, you know what, let me play the long game. Let me go into this coalition as a vice president,
Who, Peter Obi?
right? Yes, and they managed to wrestle. I'm just thinking hypothetically, they managed to wrestle powers of Tinubu, and the North has an 8 year run. He can come back and as vice president and contest as president, and also he's young in the Nigerian contest. He's
That's
very
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 young.
young.
He's a
Yeah,
teenager.
how old is
But
Peter
I
Obi? Let me
don't think
check.
any of them have that kind of like long term plan in
Peter
terms
Obi
of
is 63.
presidency.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, no, he's very very young. He's very young as a
Yeah.
president.
So in 10
63.
years, he'll be 73. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So let's do some hypothetical thinking here. Atiku, Obi, Amechi, Rauf Aregbesola, Kwankwaso, everybody decamps. They merge all the parties together. SDP.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if they now merge PDP with SDP with Kwankwaso's party. What's that one?
NNP.
NMPP.
And
NNP.
Labour.
Is
Yeah.
it those Labour? I think they freed those. They're free.
No, Labour.
But imagine if Labour now says
Labour is
everybody.
there's nothing. Labour does not have a structure. It's just Peter Obi. So if
It's Peter
once you
Obi.
remove Peter Obi from it, it's gone.
No,
It's
You're
gone.
not
okay.
taking the whole Labour.
Let's say whatever Labour has, right? Everybody
Okay.
joins
Four
together
senators.
and they now go and it's SDP. Like everybody, like anybody who's not under APC is now under SDP.
Yeah.
Do you think they stand a chance? And so
They
I mean,
do.
no, chill.
They do.
Once we put all these guys together, who do you think should
who-
run for president and who do you think should run for vice? If we're playing the cards together, we're putting together a fantasy team.
If you want to play it right, it should be Atiku and Obi again.
Yeah.
Because Atiku has the money.
Obi has the credibility.
Obi has
of people.
the clout.
You think
So
people
you
vote
repeat-
for Atiku against Bat
Yes.
with
Bro.
Obi as vice?
If Obi
Yes,
can
especially
sell
with
it.
everything
If
that's
Obi
happening
can
right
sell
now.
it.
The East
If
will
Peter
also-
vote for Atiku easily
Atiku
because
easily.
they have Obi as vice.
I would say South too. South and the East will vote for him. The North is already shared because of Atiku.
Yeah.
Atiku did well in the last election if you dip it.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did well. Why do you
Did
think the
well.
North will be shared again between Tinubu
Because
and
you
Atiku?
have Kwankwaso.
They are
Oh,
Kwankwaso there.
because Tinubu also has Buhari, who's Buhari is like very popular.
Do you think Buhari will come back for Tinubu?
Buhari
and
has
come
already
out?
he released a statement last week saying that
That he's not leaving. He's not leaving APC.
there should be no question about his loyalty to a party that gave him
that
presidency.
guy is crazy, man. That
Yeah.
Buhari,
He does-
he's the weirdest of them all.
Of
Yeah,
all.
he does not. He's a very selfish person. It's his own. Buhari can never do anything for a cause, like for a group or for like he cannot. If he doesn't benefit personally from it, he's not going to do it. That's why this man could not even appoint his own president.
You know
He
the
didn't
weird
like
thing.
Buhari.
I don't even
He
think he benefits from it. I think that's the weird thing. I think
He just wants to fuck up. He just wants to fuck people up.
I
That's
don't
the thing.
understand his
Yeah.
motivation.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's why it's
You get
dangerous.
so that's why it's dangerous. So yeah. So that's
So
just
who
how
would the
it's going
South
to
vote
be.
for? Like the Southwest vote for? Would they vote for
Southwest would go for
Tinubu, Shatima, or would
It
they
will be
go for an
split. It will be
Obi,
split.
Atiku?
I don't-
Tinubu. It's
I don't think-
Tinubu.
I don't think-
It has
I
to be
don't think-
Tinubu.
I don't think Southwest will have a clear run of Tinubu. I think there'll be surprises in a few.
I'm not sure. Atiku is not popular here.
Do
Atiku
you
is
see
not
Obi
popular in
doing?
the
Do you see
West.
Obi doing Lagos again?
No, because they'll be more ready. Like they'll be
Yeah.
more prepared.
Obasa is not going to.
Abasa is not going to allow it. And so that's one of the things that led to the whole breakdown
Obasa and the other person.
relationship
I don't know
in
just
Lagos
mention the other
APC.
person.
That thing
I
cost
just-
Wala in Lagos APC.
Yeah, when they lost,
So,
it was bad. Though.
Yeah, so it's big. Yeah. So that's yeah. But I think they have the nuts, because if you think about Conquest, so El-Rufai is still kind of influential. I don't know how influential he is, especially because he doesn't own the structure of any states, because Kaduna State belongs to APC, who he has fallen
But he
out
too
with.
tried in the last election. No. He was fourth now.
Who?
Conquer so.
No, I'm talking about El-Rufai. I'm saying El-Rufai does not own a state. That's
Okay,
what you have to
every
like.
every makes sense.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
another thing,
problem.
because if you don't own a state, I don't know how you're going to influence election, because at the end of the day, Nigerian election is not about just influencing the people. You have to influence
Do you have the
the
machinery of the state
results,
to deliver
the
the
machinery of the
votes?
states. Yeah, that's why River State, even when the whole of Rivers was pro B, the results said different things.
We had
Yeah, because
we had voice notes. We had
let's
We
voice
had voice
notes.
notes this weekend, this
Yeah.
last week.
No,
let's
even
Yeah,
during the
let's keep
election.
it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Every election in Nigeria involves a heavy amount of rigging.
Yes, no.
yes, 100%.
Now
So
who
you have to
now who
consider
rig
that
pass? You
before.
have to now who rig
Right,
pass. No.
right from the
Yeah,
days of Shagari.
yeah,
Shagari's first election, Shagari's second election in the 70s, heavy rigging.
You go
You
rig
know,
yeah.
them. No.
yeah, they've been rigging forever. There's no you will rig.
So, and I don't think El-Rufai is the northern version of Wiki.
Guy,
You
how
can
did guy? No, 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 don't say that, because
Hmm.
there's allegations that it was PDP that won the election in Kaduna.
Oh, for real?
Really?
Yes, it
But
was a
that was
very
when he
close
was
election.
governor.
Look at it
But that
now.
was when he was
That's when he
governor.
was governor. Yeah,
Can he
that's
still
when he
do
was
it to
governor
that?
now.
Can he still do it when he's not a governor?
No, 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 it doesn't. And that's why
Uh,
Hmm.
Wike is still so having a control of a state is very important. That's why Wike is still fighting tooth and nail
Because he
to
knows
have
how key
control.
that
It's
is.
very important, because
He
that's
knows
what
how.
gives you federal relevance.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have a state, the president, you are useless to the president. He's looking at
President
you and
look
like,
at you. You look at you like, what are you doing
what are
here?
you doing for me? If you can't deliver a state, why is Wike, who is not a registered APC member, why is he a minister right now? He delivered the
And,
states.
and let's not lie. That is
Yeah.
portfolio in the ministry in this thing. Anybody can do it. It's just FCT now. But he's there
Yes,
for
no,
a
he's
reason.
FCT now. He's there
Yeah,
for a
he's there for
reason.
a reason.
So for him to be able to continue to have leverage, federal leverage, he has to own a state, a local structure. That's why he's fighting for Bara. You know,
Yeah.
Anyways, man, we wish everybody the best. Let's just
I
know that
don't.
you don't wish everybody the best. I wish
I don't wish
Nigerians the
them the
best.
best.
Let's do
Okay,
that.
Nigerians. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay, okay.
Wish Nigeria and Nigerians
Nigeria. Okay,
all
okay,
over the
okay.
world the best. It's going to be a very interesting few years. A lot of
Yeah, cycle of
propaganda.
elections.
Yeah, a
See,
lot of divisive
next year,
nature. I,
next year, Tinubu is going to be on his best behavior. Just the
yeah,
watch.
sadly, on the build up to this election and during the election and post, people will die.
Yes, people will die.
Sadly,
People will go
there's a lot
missing.
of there's a lot of propaganda that is going to be pushed.
Mm-hmm.
AI is going to be very useful, going to be used a
Ah,
lot during
fake
this.
videos. Deep fake
You
videos
understand?
day now.
People will
Let's go.
be unlike the previous elections or the ones before where money isn't spread around. This one, money will go around.
The
So
money will
people
be
that you
stupid.
some people that you respect will say some of the wildest things ever.
People
It's
still
going
go
to happen.
naked. People still go naked on the beach.
Do you understand? That's crazy. So things are going to happen. So just expect a lot of things. A lot of misinformation will be spread. A lot. We will try our best here to tell you which is fake and which is real to the best of our abilities. But yeah, 2020 build up to 2027 is it's going to be crazy, Steve.
No, 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 no. Okay, before we go to the next topic, forget to mention something very exciting that happened this week, last
Okay.
week.
What's that?
Two-Face has been found.
Hey, thank God.
I just want to mention that just in
Let's
case we
get a
forget.
round of
It's,
applause to
I was
that
very,
guy.
very, yeah, exactly.
Such a
Cause for
national treasure.
celebration. Yeah,
National
so
treasure
I was
was
like, we
missing.
should all be celebrating in the country, in the
Yeah,
digits.
it's a public holiday actually.
Was he found wandering somewhere or something?
It was just found. That's all we can
It
say.
was just found. It was just found.
Found
That
sitting
wandering.
on
There's a
sitting
line.
on
There's a line to it in terms of where he was found. But I'm not. I don't want to make that public joke.
Was he found sitting on the bench somewhere and they just found him? Like trying to understand.
They find that. Just look at that. No, it's too bad.
Trying to understand how he was found.
Niger.
Yeah. Niger, you go tire. Niger, you go tire. Two-Face has been found. Thank God. Go and do special giving, the Thanksgiving in church. So yeah, speaking about the APC, they tried, well, not APC and their propagandas or propagandists. They tried to do something funny with the narratives about the state of terrorism in Nigeria. I don't know if you guys saw the screenshots that was the trending. First of all, who's this white Nigerian guy? Nigerian, who's this guy? Who the
That
hell
is
is
a
this guy?
He's
pro
an APC guy.
Nigerian
No?
maximalist.
How did he get, like, what's his origin story?
Um, he's been around. He's a Nigerian, but I think he's mixed, but he's a Nigerian. That's why he adopted the name White Nigerian. He's
Muhammad
been around
Jamal.
politics. Yeah, he's been around APC for a long time. So even like before the lead up to the 2015 election, he was an important voice on Twitter, and he has grown since then. Yeah.
298,000 followers.
And it's very pro-Nigerian. If the
So
government says something bad,
he's
you
Middle
support the
Eastern
government.
Nigerian, right?
He's one of those guys that were brought up in Nigeria, so he feels more Nigerian than anything else, I guess.
White Nigerian. Okay, all right, no problem. So he posted, well, a lot of people posted these channels, a screenshot from Channels TV's breakdown of terrorist attacks in Nigeria, and the headline says terrorist attacks in Nigeria. Terrorist attacks in Nigeria at its lowest in over a decade. And then there's a bar chart that shows that in 2024, the amount of, or the number of terrorist attacks reduced, not significantly, but reduced from the year before. And this was released in in a report called
The Global Terrorism Index, right?
yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I went on a whole rant about this thing yesterday in the
Oh,
group,
sorry,
guys.
sorry.
Yeah, I was just wilding. I was irritated.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me look for it. Let me look for it so we can do a proper breakdown. You know how we do
Okay.
here. Do it here
Yeah.
only. So yeah, it is the GTI 2025 overall terrorism impact of terrorism. So it measures the impact of terrorism in different countries, right?
Yeah.
And that's where the screenshot was taken. So channels probably went through the 2025 impact measurement report and then took a screenshot. Well, they did their own bar chart showing a breakdown that the number
Yeah.
of terrorist attacks are reduced, and clearly so, the number of terrorism attacks in Nigeria has reduced, but this is clearly playing with data. This is what you call data bias. This is skewing the
Yeah.
data to push your narrative and to push an agenda. Steve, you want to give us more insights on this?
Yeah, yeah. I was really happy when I saw that story on Twitter, and I was like, okay, this is worth pointing out, right? Then, as I was about to dig deeper, I realized that was the only thing that was just to that story was the screenshot from channels, right? So, media consumption 101. Once you see a story being passed around with screenshots and not with link,
And some certain people.
and some certain people don't know that's a huge red flag.
Yeah.
That's
So
a
as I dug
propaganda
deeper, I
material.
realized that these people have used the data to do, what people who use who call Bruno Fernandez world class. You know what he used with data. You know what
Steve.
Cut it out. See, we go fight for you. No try
Go
this
fight for
thing.
you. I guess.
No try this thing.
So
You know
yes,
they
the
tried before.
screenshot is true, right? According to the 2025 Global Terrorism Index by the Institute of Economic and Peace (IEP),
Yeah.
right?
But
Like
just
Asani
like
said,
bikinis, right?
yeah.
Just like
It shows
bikinis,
you.
data
It shows
data
you
shows
what
you something what is interesting, but what it doesn't show you is more
is
interesting
even more interesting,
interesting.
right?
and intriguing.
So, Nigeria recorded 99 terrorism incidents in 2024, which is lower than the 145 incidents in 2023, like at the lowest of number of terror attacks recorded since 2014. So that's true. However, the number of deaths as a result of terrorism was 565, which is higher than even the last 2 years. Do you get? Let me make I shock you.
Before you
This
even
was also
shock me,
reported. Okay.
before you even shock me, right? 2 of those attacks,
Yes.
right? The number of attacks you just mentioned, right? 2
Yeah.
of those attacks made it to the 20th deadliest
20th attacks in the world.
right?
Yes.
The first
Yeah.
one is it was at number 7 in Yobe,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
The group that committed this attack was Boko Haram,
Yeah.
and 100 people died. And then
Yes.
we made it to number 9 again on the charts, right?
Yeah,
In
the one in
Borno
Bonu,
State,
where 85 people.
85 people, and the
They were
group that
killed.
attacked were the Islamic State West Africa, ISWA. Please
Yes.
go
Wow.
ahead.
Should I shock you? China's also reported this, but we won't know why that particular screenshot was not shared on Twitter.
It's not a narrative that aligns
It's not a
with the
narrative.
agenda.
You know, so you see, like with the numbers thing, there's something shaky. You know, Nigeria also climbed in ranking to 6th in terms of like the most countries most impacted by terrorism in the world due to the
Yeah.
number of deaths. You know,
Yeah. And
so
we're in good
yeah,
company there. We're in good company there because right
It's like I
above
said,
us
good
is
company.
Niger, right below us is Somalia, right? And let me even play with the top 10 real quick.
Yeah,
Burkina
go on, top
Faso, Pakistan, Syria, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Somalia, Israel, Afghanistan, and Cameroon.
That's
Yeah.
a very credible top 10 right there, man.
It's like incredible
You can't
top
fault
10.
it down. That's a Spotify
You
top
know.
10. Strong one.
Yeah.
Then let's even talk
So-
about the largest increases in death from terrorism from 2020 to
Yes.
2024. which
Nigeria
is-
also increased.
Because guys, if you look at it, right, you want to say, oh, the number of car accidents that happen in the country reduced from year on year, right? That's nice, but how many people
Many
died?
people
Like, what are
died.
you valuing more? The number of attacks or the
Yes,
people that are
or
dying?
the deaths
Is
or the
it
victims.
the
Yeah.
incidents or
And-
lives lost? Yeah.
And to be honest, this is how Nigerians think of Nigerians because this is what suits your agenda and this is what suits for someone that even wants to create propaganda. If I was the one, I would look at it and say, all right, man, I can't put these stats out because I value life over
Yosagi.
number of
Over
attacks.
anything.
Do you understand?
Exactly.
Like anything that the bottom line in quantifying anything here should be the number of people that died, not the number of attacks. It doesn't make sense.
But make I bust your brain. Eh? This
Yes.
propaganda enter. He enter where it's supposed to enter. Now you
He
the reason
enter,
like
Abi.
this.
Do you know if Steve didn't, to be honest, right? If Steve did not mention, like, you know, because Steve was the one that triggered the whole thing when Nuru shared it, right? Steve was like, this thing doesn't make sense. And I was by my computer then. So I'm like, you know what? Let me look at this.
Let
full
me do
report.
exactly.
That's when I
And
just started
you
seeing.
even opened my eyes too with the chats you were sending in the
Yeah.
group to.
So
to
the
drive
change in deaths,
conversation.
32 people, 32 more people died in 2024 compared to 2023 in Nigeria. So
32
your
lives
useless
were lost.
screenshot saying, "Oh, hey guys, we had less attacks," doesn't make sense because 32 more people died.
Yeah.
Anyways, please take
You
it
know,
from me.
so
Steve.
yeah, it's so that would just it just like it blew my mind because at the end of the day, this is just misinformation, deliberate one,
Yeah.
carried out by people who support the government, and it's just insane. So anytime you see like narratives on Twitter, you just have to be very, very careful, in Nigeria because one thing we know about Tinubu, but is that he's very, very particular about narratives, propaganda, and the media.
Optics.
Optics. So anything you see from this government, you have to really, really
double
be
take.
very, very careful because they are trying to rebase terrorism numbers now,
Which is mad.
Which
It's
is
mad.
mad.
No, rebasing terrorism numbers is crazy.
It's wild.
Wild.
It's
Like
wild.
you
Wow,
can rebase unemployment numbers, you've
Yes,
rebased
inflation rates, inflation
rates.
numbers.
Do you understand? But
Yeah.
rebasing terrorism numbers,
It's crazy.
that's crazy.
It's
man.
crazy. It's
That's
crazy.
crazy. How do you even rebase it? You just say, you know what, for every life that is taken now is half. We have to rebase it because the value something. Do you understand? So for every 2 people that die, we count it as 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh.
there's something here in this report, right, that says while attacks in Nigeria decreased by 37%, right, attacks like we just
Yeah.
mentioned, deaths from terrorism continue to rise, increasing by 6%
By
from
6%,
565, increasing by 6% to 565 in 2024, right? This marks the highest death toll since 2020, driven by ongoing conflict between ISWA and Boko Haram. Together, fatalities attributed to these groups accounted for nearly 60% of all terrorism-related deaths in the country. Someone will now say, well, it's terrorists that are dying, so what?
Yes, now.
Do you
That's
understand
what
what I
I'm
mean?
saying
It's
Yeah.
terrorists that are dying, so we need to understand, and I think that's where we went into another role of argument again to say, see, guys, at the end of the day, human beings are dying, and to just label someone as a terrorist and then label the person all red and say, "Oh, terrorist, well, we don't care if he dies or not." there's a lot of context and nuance to these
There's a
things.
lot of context to it.
Do you
Yeah.
understand? I am myself. I live in this area. My cousin dragged me into this group because I mean, there was nothing I could do again. And then I belong to this group and I can't leave this group. And then I'm
Against my will, yeah.
against my will. And then I die. All of a sudden, I'm the terrorist. And then my life is useless because what? Because my cousin dragged me into this thing. Do we understand how these people are recruited? It's not as simple as what people think it is that, oh, you know what, I'm going to be a bad guy. Give me a gun. I want to kill people.
Some people are literally kidnapped from their homes and forced to become terrorists.
When Netflix launched in Nigeria, what was that Idris Elba movie we watched? We all watched.
Beast of No Nation.
Do you see how people are recruited into terrorist
Kids,
cells?
look at those kids. They were victims and they just dragged them straight into it.
Do people understand this thing? Do people understand that people become sympathetic to terrorists because
The state has
terrorists
failed.
rape women and then
Yeah.
they give birth to these terrorist children,
Child
which
soldiers.
these
Yeah.
terrorists take
Who
care
also-
of.
They remain in the system. Yeah.
Do you understand? These terrorists take care of. Do you know that there are regions in Nigeria now that terrorists take care of them more than the government? So they are sympathetic towards
Yes.
terrorists.
Yes,
Easily,
man. There
100%.
are parts where they
Yes.
pay tax to these guys. They
Do
pay
you
tax to
understand?
them.
The terrorists are the ones that, because there are different terrorist cells. Look at what we're reading now. There's
There are
a
different
conflict
sects.
between the ISWA and the Boko Haram.
Yeah, for Madwell, yeah.
You get, like, there's a lot of context to these things. People don't just wake up. You can't just tag someone as a terrorist and because he died, well, it's better for us. No, they're human beings. And it's sad. Sad. But like you said, man, propaganda. So take everything with a pinch of salt. Because when you
Yeah.
post it now, some of our APC, pro APC friends will quote it and say, oh, you see, oh, ho, you know, and all of that. And I don't want to call
Yeah.
them out on the pod, you know, because they are our guys at the end of the day. But it's becoming embarrassing on your behalf.
It is.
It's becoming embarrassing on your behalf. Like, how long are you going to start looking like a fool because you support
Yeah.
a political party?
And how
And
long are
guess
you even
what?
going to play this game, this propaganda game? Because at the end of the day, you still get found out. Like
My
you
own
just
is
get.
You know the crazy thing?
Yeah.
You play this propaganda game and it doesn't feed you. It's not as if you're earning
That's
from
true.
No,
It
that's
doesn't.
that's the craziest one,
It
man.
doesn't affect you personally.
No, if you
It's
don't
true.
get paid,
Yeah, no, it's
right?
crazy.
Or you are not
crazy.
benefiting from this thing and you're pushing this propaganda just because you align with the ethnicity of the president or something, right? My guy, I feel very bad for you. You need to really rethink your strategy in life. That your Bande electricity bill is dealing with you. You understand transport issues, all of these things, but
You
you
don't
don't
need
pick up your
electricity.
phone and say, we need to, like, oh, no, come on, man. You need to really rethink things. At least do it for money, you know. We know the people that are doing it for money. Shout out to them. We know them, you know. When
Those
they
ones you don't argue with them because I know that you guys feed your family.
no,
I
some
don't-
of them, when you even have conversations with them, they are letting
They'll
you
tell
know
you,
that,
yeah,
man,
they
yeah,
tell
things
you.
are messed up.
See, they will advise you. They will advise you about this country. Just if you get Charles Japa.
They
not
are
in
not
the-
even tweeting from Nigeria anymore.
Yes, no.
Do you understand? The pro-Nigerians, those ones that say, I believe in this country. What we need to do is we need to be hardworking.
Before you now see them in, you see a picture of them.
the
in
first
Canada.
idea of leaving this country, that was just when I was finishing uni. When I just finished uni, it started coming to my head from people who were in government at that time because I was like I had a gig where I used to go to government house. I had like a lot of like people around government house. You know, you see a commissioner telling you that, what's your plan? Hope after school you're traveling abroad. I'll just
Oh
be
my
looking.
God.
That's
I'll
wild.
just be
fam.
looking at the guy.
Seriously
The guy will
concerned
be-
with you.
Yes, he's concerned. Like he's telling you that, man, you have to plan and leave the country, go and hustle. But you can come back when you are wealthy and you can join politics. I'm like,
They'll show you the gateway. They'll show you the map already. Now you know. You
I'm like,
just
this is
take out.
wild.
You know what I feel bad about? I
No,
feel
to be very
bad.
honest, the most pessimistic I felt about Nigeria was after listening to people in power. Like after listening to like having private conversation with people who were
Yeah.
governing us.
Yeah.
That's like the most pessimistic I've been about this country was when I just had I just finished having private conversations with people who were in position of power.
that can
Bro.
That's when
affect
you know that,
change.
oh, okay,
Bro.
something is
Bro, it's like
something is wrong
it's
somewhere.
like they walk in a nightclub.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I've been around there. I've heard, it's like they walk in a nightclub. You think, see, the most serious people I've been around with, right, are top people that work in banks.
Entrepreneurs, like the
Yes,
startup
Yeah.
and yeah,
founders, top people like that. Those are the
even the ones that
people.
work in the
Yeah,
bank, I'm even like, man, chill a bit. Like they are very
yeah.
hardcore. You know how they
Yeah,
Yes,
hardcore.
strive.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
I
yes.
would want to feel that is how people in governance also think. Like
No.
I
For
wake up
real.
every day. How are we pushing for? It's
No,
like
no. It's not a
it's like they
result
walk in
oriented
a
job.
freaking. I'm telling you, it's
It's
like they are
not a-
superstars that walk in a nightclub because people
Yeah.
the way the workers in the government space also react to them or talk about them. You think they work in WWE. Like you think they're
no.
Vince McMahon and what's that guy's name? You think that's
This is
what
my
they are.
home.
Yeah.
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 It's not a result oriented job to be in the Nigerian politics.
No, it's not. It's not.
Nobody's holding
It's
you
just
accountable for
vibes.
anything.
There's
You
no
are just there
KPI,
to.
nothing.
There's no KPI. So just enjoy yourself.
The
Yeah.
only KPI is you shared money around, everybody's fine.
Everybody's
Yes.
fine.
That's what gets you
Imagine
in
being
trouble. That's what gets you in trouble when you don't share the money around.
When you don't share the money
Ima-
around, yeah.
Imagine being a governor of a state that attracted foreign investments of $15 in a year.
Wait, there's a state like that. There's a state like that.
You couldn't convince a like. Do you get like? Well,
Bro.
look at the foreign investment in
So
states
you're
of
telling me that
last year.
so you're telling me that if I dip my money to my dumb account and say let me give them $500,
Yes,
You become-
nah,
you-
I don't
you become
I
the
don't
top investor.
You have a state. Do you know how powerful it is to have a state with natural resources, right?
Yeah.
And you can't do anything. Like you can't attract foreign investment.
Yep.
You have a state as big as Niger State. Geographical mass of land mass of Niger State, right?
It's staggering.
Is
It's
almost
staggering.
2x the size of the Netherlands,
Yeah.
right? And you literally can't attract anybody, not one
But guess
person.
what? But that's not the criteria for the job. Nobody told that guy that for you to become governor, you have to bring in FDI. It's not. Nobody told him that. The man just went there.
And that is why I feel as Nigerians, we need to start demanding more from people.
No, Nigerians don't demand more from. They demand more from other people, from celebrities.
People
Like-
who
Who are
are
also
claiming that
hustling.
electricity is not important in driving productivity, a productive
No, it's-
economy.
it's
It's those
apart
ones
from
that are
this-
going to.
No, it's
You
Dio.
expect them
I'll
to-
read Dio's. You people are taking Dio's comments out of context.
There's no
All right.
We'll get there. We'll get there. But
All
see,
right.
can we do this as citizens? Like in a state like Lagos, say everybody says, "Oh, the governor or the gubernatorial aspirant who promised us pipe-borne water is who we're voting for."
Yes, choose
Can
one.
we
Just
do
choose one
that?
struggle. Yes.
Yeah, and just choose one and say the governor that promises us this is who we're voting for, because none of these governors come and say, "You know what, guys? If you make me governor, this is what I'm solving. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5."
5 major things.
They
I'm
don't do
solving.
that. They just say like, I don't know.
No, they just tell you that economy budget, progress of Lagos.
Ìtẹ̀síwájú Èkó. Ìtẹ̀síwájú Èkó.
And they saw those bottles and you to be dancing. Hey, they'll share Ankara for you people. Hey.
You know,
Then
let
they-
me and then they get some celebrities to also, come through.
No, it has to be there. Shout out to Yoruba Nollywood, keeping it real. They're getting ready again next year.
No, shout out to that Ambode run where everybody came for Ambode.
Oh, my that they run. The check must have been banging, man.
That one, everybody was there. It was Ice Prince. It was
Somebody brought that video up again. I'm like, bro.
Ice
when you
Prince, MI, Olamide, Yemi Alade, Flavor, Panky W, Dami Crane, Desmond Idiot. Yeah.
That's what it was.
Progress Road, Success Avenue.
Oh, but you're playing the whole thing.
We got to sell. At least let's hear Ice Prince first.
Boss never food. You still want pick more passengers. Mostly you pay those all for me. Make on feel this bed do jare.
Hey, if you know Villa.
Ambode should be the most mentioned governor in Afrobeat history.
I'm gonna for change. I'm gonna for everybody. You know it's not the same. Yes, yeah. tomorrow for me and you. I believe in harmony can make this Lagos dream come true. Let's go forward.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Come on, man. You know what?
But this is
you know
not
the
my
funny
biggest
thing?
celebrity endorsement, though. My biggest
Which one,
celebrity endorsement has to be when Genevieve endorsed Good Luck Jonathan. Genevieve Olu Jacobs Jokers. If you remember that one?
Yeah, you know why he did a mad Nollywood founding P. So like, fuck it.
See, Nollywood people they go Astro Rock every 2 weeks.
Good Luck really knew that Nollywood is the way. I don't have time for this cigar, so.
Was it 2011 election or the 2015 election? 2011,
2011.
It was 2011.
That's when the band interviewed him now.
Yeah, that's when the band interviewed him. Yeah.
And one of the reasons why, well, I don't even know that.
And it was like the popular sentiment then to support Good Luck Jonathan. Yeah, he had so much grace at that time.
Nollywood for Jonathan.
When I was the man who grew up without shoes. Man.
Lamba.
It was them Del York that actually even produced it.
Who owns Del York?
Yes, now.
Who owns Del York?
Stephanie Okereke and
Stephanie Okereke
and the husband, Manswan.
Yeah.
She was there. Genevieve. See, I won't lie to you because I didn't like Jonathan that time. I was just thinking someone else would be there. No, I was. Guys, do you know I voted for Buhari in 2011?
It's possible.
I'm telling you, I voted for Buhari in 2011. That's how deluded I was. That's why I don't like the guy. You guys need to understand. I could vote. That was the first time I voted. 2011, I voted for Buhari. I was like, we need to change things. This man, they told me that this man is hardcore with Tunde Adegbon. See, bro, I thank God that guy didn't come in 2011. Because if he had...
Are we for suffer and pass?
Guy!
Because that's when we started life now.
Guy!
How want to use 80k salary to rent house, feed, start life?
If that guy came in 2011...
It would have been worse, bro.
Man... And I'm just thinking about it now. If he came in 2011... Even the company that brought like Pulse probably wouldn't have even come.
We wouldn't have been there, yeah.
No, at all.
Do you understand?
Yes.
They wouldn't have even come. They were like the economy, the projections.
True.
Guys, I have a
just like how right now, how like companies are looking at Nigeria and are like, you know what? I heard Pfizer is leaving. By the way, did you guys see the report?
Oh yes,
yeah, I saw that. They've laid off all the.
Yes, well. Yeah. From the counterfeits issue and the whole economic stuff, doesn't make sense again.
God damn it, man! So more counterfeits now, by the way.
Yeah,
because it's more expensive to import those drugs, right? They're not making them. They're not producing them locally.
Yeah. But we have AI. We have AI training. We are training everybody with AI, so it's fine. We are good.
Okay. All right, man. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Let me bust your brain.
Yes, sir.
So Stephanie Okereke was the one who shot that whole Jonathan P, right? She was the one behind it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when she had an accident many years ago?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Guess which state it happened in?
I have no idea.
The accident?
Bayelsa.
Yeah, Negua Bayelsa. And
it's Bayelsa now. Oh, the accident.
Yeah, and Jonathan was deputy governor at that time.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the governor, let me say, and Jonathan were very instrumental in her treatment. In her treatment, he flew out immediately, stuff like that. Like her legs were damaged now. She almost got like permanently crippled. Yeah.
And she had bones.
Was it a car accident?
It was a car accident.
Yes, it was Amma she was going to, right?
She was coming for Amma in Bayelsa. Yeah.
She was coming for Amma in Bayelsa. Yeah. Damn. I remember. Yeah.
Damn.
So anyways, work for Jonathan.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, fine, fair enough. All right. The House of Representatives has ordered in their very busy work. These are people who represent you guys. They represent you.
Intellectual thinkers, political thinkers.
You voted them in there.
Yes, Nigerians, don't be surprised.
Yeah, you voted them in there.
You pressed for. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The House of Representatives has ordered total shutdown of porn websites nationwide.
These are the issues.
The reps want to protect societal values. They believe porn is becoming a global problem. The House has adopted the motion. Let us read the report from Punch newspapers. The House of Representatives has ordered total shutdown of the porn websites. It directed the Nigerian Communications Commission to enforce the immediate shutdown of the websites in Nigeria. The House gave the directive during plenary sessions on Tuesday. The lawmakers suggested that the internet providers must block access until the new directive. Member representing the Faskari Kankara Subua federal constituency, Dalhatu Tafoki, sponsored the motion, calling it a step to protect societal values. He said, I would love to move a motion for the need to block internet websites hosting pornographic content and sanction the internet service providers responsible for the posting. The House notes that cyber pornography is fast becoming a global problem and no concrete steps have been taken to cut its phenomenon in the country. He says Nigeria is a highly religious country and all the major religions forbid nudity and obscenity in any form. Also, note that countries in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East have passed legislation that bans pornography in their domains. Renowned psychologists and sociologists around the world have issued stern warnings that there are psychological and sociological consequences for creating pornographic content. The immediate effects of doing pornographic content include a promotion of adultery, prostitution, and other promiscuous behaviors, leading to addiction, escalation, and desensitization. Change of attitude towards oneself and family. Anyways, the House has adopted the motion and mandated its committees on communications and legislative.
Legislates.
I beg your pardon. Legislative compliance to issue its implementation and report within 4 weeks or for further legislative action. And the Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, also warned that sanctions would be imposed on internet service providers that default while lawmakers put a voice vote in favor of the motion. Okay. You guys want to hear my thoughts before you go? You guys, I want to hear yours first.
I just have a question.
Ayo, go.
So does this mean I go to ban Twitter too?
Exactly.
So that is the biggest platform for pornography now. So,
actually, it's the biggest. Well, not the biggest mainstream, but like it's the biggest social media
social
network
media.
that publishes or that promotes. Well, not promotes, but like publishes
platforms. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the word. That's the woke word. That platforms pornographic content.
So that's my question.
Would they ban Twitter, right?
Yeah, they've done it before, but that's for political reasons. But now,
it's just so easy to see people, to know when people who have limited knowledge about the internet, like when they like trying to make decisions about the internet. Because what does that even mean? What does the total shutdown mean? Is it going to stop people who really watch porn? Like,
are you going to they're going to blacklist the IP. So,
are you going to have a list of all the? Do you know, or do you like? Do anybody have a comprehensive list of all the porn websites in the country, in the world?
Yeah, you can investigate, and at least even if it's like the top 50 or top 60, you can blacklist it. It's possible.
Just by following the traffic, you can see the numbers, and you know the top 50.
Also, this type of orders are better when you give me a number or stats about the effects of porn in Nigeria. For example, I can come and make a case for, say, let's ban betting platforms in Nigeria. Because, for example, according to a report, I think a March 2023 report, right, there are over 65 million Nigerians actively engaging in betting activities, spending an average of $15 on every day, right? On a daily record, 40 million bets are taken and payments are made online. Then to narrow on the effects, another study revealed that over 60% reported consistent financial losses due to betting, while 28% exhibited addictive behavior. So I can come with this number and expatiate on it and expand on it and tell you that, okay, let's ban betting. On what basis are you coming up to say, like, becoming a global problem? It's just too vague. Like, what does that even mean? Why this is a concern to me, that because these are people who are being paid millions of naira every month
to
legislate.
Who can't think?
They can't think. Like, you can't be earning that ridiculous amount of money and you sit down to say, let's
ban
making
porn. Basic arguments.
One,
making
because
basic arguments like
you want to protect societal values. What values are you protecting?
So what are the societal values? List it for us.
What societal values are you that way you people who are these men who are protecting societal values are the one buying Lamborghinis for us babes? It's not me now.
That's economic value. They are helping the economy. That one. They are helping the economy.
Oh my
The,
God, this
the
guy.
quality of
Osaki,
thinking at the House of
Osaki,
Reps and
Osaki,
Senate.
please
It tire
continue.
you.
I'm
It
tired.
tire
I
you.
don't
It tire
tire. I
you.
don't
Bro,
No
tire.
verse. No
bro.
verse.
I
No
don't
verse.
tire.
You don't tire. No verse, my guy.
These are the EUs.
These are the EUs.
These
The
are the
EUs.
EUs.
EUs. Where do we start? Where do we start? Okay. While I think I'm looking, what was that website that used to rank websites? I'm trying to see the top 10 websites in
Alexa,
Nigeria.
Alexa.com.
I think they shut down, right?
I don't think they're hot that hot anymore. Sha.
I think they shut down. I can't find them anymore. Yeah, they're not
Alexa
here anymore.
ranking or something like that.
Yeah, I think they shut down. I can't find them because I'm trying to find the top websites in Nigeria. I knew there
I
was a
get
way.
uh,
How many be looking for it while I speak? So yeah, is it a good thing? See, um, honestly, banning pornographic websites, you can't say banning it is a bad thing. That's one thing you can't say. Do you understand what I'm
what?
saying, guys? You can't say it's a bad thing. Banning it is a bad thing, right? But like you said, coming up with like the reason or the motivation behind you banning it is not clearly justified. And I'm not even saying justified for us to ban it or not. I'm just saying do some better research and homework to say this is the impact of this thing. No, we carried out a year-long research and we found out
Okay.
that the psychological harm this thing does,
Thank
right?
you.
Blah blah blah. Because of exposure or because of like access to internet, we also found out that a lot of underage children, because of the poor
Yeah.
Thank you.
restriction on content, we also found out that a lot
Yes.
of minors have access to pornographic
Osage,
websites. Do you understand? Like
you
when
suppose
you
the
st-
House of Reps. You suppose the House of Reps.
this thing
Osage.
is not hard. It's not hard. Look, like we just thought of this thing in 5 minutes, and we have not even sat down to carry out a year long. Like, did you work with like a
Any
proper
research?
research
Thank
company
you.
that carried out
Research
a
Research
year long?
Institute.
Do
Yeah.
you
Yep.
understand? That sat with people that say, okay, this thing is causing a lot of harm. We've also seen that with this, it has whatever, right? Just carry out proper research and then come with the fact finding, go on a fact finding mission, come back with results to say this is why we need to ban this thing. And then you will even have more people that will
In
support what you're saying
support.
because
Yeah.
Thank you.
your
You've
hypothesis or theory
convinced
has been backed
you
with
conv
facts.
you convinced more people.
Yeah. And you don't get a lot of pushback on it and all of that. So yes, I do feel even without coming with research and everything, pornographic content does not help anybody. Right? And Nigeria needs to like we need to like figure out where we stand on some things. And most times don't even put religion into it. I hate when the lawmakers use
That's
religion
the
as a
easy
field to
way
drive anything,
because
whether
they can't
Christian
It
think.
or
has to be psychological. Yeah.
Yeah.
make it
Or
secular.
social. Yeah. Make it
Yeah. Make
secular.
it
Yeah.
secular.
Yeah, don't bring reason because we're a religious company. I don't care. There are some people. I'm not forced to be a Christian or Muslim or whatever religion in the country. It's not
Yeah.
Yeah.
mandated. So
It's not
why should a
mandated.
law um, be made out
Be
of that?
made out of religious bias or so. Yeah. No, it doesn't make sense now.
You understand? But like, come with something clear. Like, don't come. I understand the idea of what you're saying, but you don't make it look. Then
It's a very shallow
that's
presentation.
number one. Number two, you guys don't do a great deal of um living the kind of or portraying the kind of life you talk about because
Exactly.
while you
They
say
don't
you
have the
shouldn't do
moral
XYZ,
standards.
your moral standards are
You
shaky.
are low, fam.
Your moral standards are shaky. Do you understand? So that's also there. And yeah, I just want to say after all being said and done, there's something called let me look for there's something called a virtual private network.
Hmm.
No, you see, you want to scatter this guy brain. You be telling him something like VPN now. Your brain no go process am
There's,
again for the
there's
next.
something called a virtual private network that is as that you can that even some companies give out for free that you can just switch on and bypass any blacklisting
Bro,
of any website and access the
V
website you want to access.
in these new iPhones, VPNs are installed already now. It comes with
Oh,
VPNs
really?
already. Yeah, some of these new iPhones you can access VPN there already. So what
Uh-huh.
is
So,
it? What are you shouting
so
about?
what problem are you solving? And which goes back to the problem I have with Nigerian government and Nigerian leadership. It is ban, 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 destroy, destroy,
Destroy,
destroy,
destroy.
block, block, block. Do you understand? It is like beyond all of this, how are you trying to help people? Okay, you've banned it now. What about the people that have been damaged due to pornographic content? How are we helping people? Who are we working with? Do you understand that people can bypass any blacklisting with a VPN? How do you intend to help people beyond banning something? Let's ban. The president will block
Let's
rights
ban,
from ban
destroy,
importation,
block.
ban, block, destroy. What kind of reductive thinking do we have as leaders in the country? So people really need to figure out how they want to solve a problem. You have the idea, but you're going about it the wrong way. Now the motion has been adopted. Oh, sharp, sharp, no time.
But if now they want to benefit Nigerians.
You know
10
why?
years.
Because if any lawmaker came there and said, "Okay, guy, I think you have an idea, but hold on it before it's adopted," they will look at the guy as,
No, they won't report it like that too.
Were you watching Pornhub before you came here?
They say this guy is a porn supporter. He's a porn advocate.
You understand? So I don't know, Sha. Things can be done well. And there's beyond this, guys, for people who don't even know, right? For people like this man that are not even clear on how things are happening, just like how it happens in the music and movie industry, right? In the porn industry as well. Most of the video files that are sharing are not even done while streaming. People download terabytes worth of pornographic content and are sharing it via Telegram.
Bigs.
I don't know if you guys have seen those Telegram accounts to say, oh, people subscribe. Some other people subscribe because they don't stream. Some people haven't visited. People that are hooked on pornography don't even visit Pornhub. They're in these Telegram groups. And
Thank you.
They share bite-sized pornographic content to them. And then they download it from Telegram and they watch it. And when they want a new one again, they go there. Peer to peer.
Yes.
This is mad.
You understand? So what are you really doing? Do you think banning people that check Pornhub is like people who browse on Spotify or go to Spotify or Apple Music? Yeah, less than 500,000 people. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like people.
And again, this guy doesn't understand that the porn business is very tech savvy. They are 5 or 7 years ahead of some of any
regulation that you're going to put in place.
So they see you coming years ahead. They know already. Yeah. So it's not you want to be doing this.
How next are you going to ban? Gang bangs, bang sex parties.
Well, they've banned threesomes already in Nigeria. So I guess.
Well, what do you mean they banned? There's a law.
What do you mean they banned? There's a law.
If it's part of that this thing now, that same-sex act something. If they see a man and 2 women, I don't know there are 2 women involved.
No, hold on. So if I'm married to 2 women legally in this country, this country applies if I'm a Muslim, right?
It's not that marriage. No, but why are you sleeping with them together? That's the issue.
Wait, is that considered as a threesome? That's crazy, though.
That's a threesome now. If you sleep with
that's a threesome now. I don't understand.
Okay, same-sex marriage law. I'm looking for the law. I'm looking for the law in this.
But there should be law guiding polygamy. Threesome should not be. Is a cheat code.
Please. Are you telling me that our ancestors were doing? Are you telling me that our ancestors were doing threesome?
Wait, so you're saying right now, as a Muslim man, so if I convert to Islam now and I'm married 2 wives, I can't put 2 of them in the bed.
No, it's not. There should be a law against it.
Wait, but we need a Muslim. That's why we need a Muslim on this podcast, because we also need to look at it from an Islamic point of view. Is that not even a lawyer? Shout out to Timi Agbaje. We don't need him yet. What I'm trying to say is, and guys, please, our fellow Muslims that listen to the podcast, first of all, I know you guys are fasting and everything. This might be haram right now, but I know some of you are cheating, so it's fine. So if you are listening to this,
this is for the cheaters.
Yeah, this is for the cheaters. If you're listening to this, please write us. We want to know: is it in the Quran where the Quran says you can marry more than a wife? Is there anywhere that it explicitly states that at any point in time you can't have sexual intercourse with 2 of those women at the same time? It's important, because if not, bro, it's a cheat code, man.
What I'm telling you,
it's a cheat code, man. I'm going to get my mat now and I'm off to the nearest mosque. Okay, you will think this thing you're just doing anyhow. It's something we need to investigate, though. But I need to know, because
something needs to investigate. But there should be something.
Yeah,
there should be loopholes or something. Because I don't get so.
All right, man. So yeah, reps. Should we do this VAT thing next week?
Let's do it next week.
Let's do this VAT thing next week. Okay. All right, man. This script is loaded, though. Still was working on this script yesterday. I knew. I just okay. Script is loaded, man. Okay. All right. Debate on Twitter if it's right for your dad. Oh man, are we doing this? If your dad or mom to wake you up early for chores. The conversation was about a dad waking up a girl to make tea for
Yeah,
him at
at 4
4
a.m.
a.m. All right,
For him
you
is
put a
mad, though.
hyperlink here. Let me see. This is from um. So someone says, so your father waking you up to make tea is inconsiderate. This app, and
Yeah.
then some of this Wizard Arab guy 10. This guy is a ridiculous guy, right?
Is that
He's
I
white.
think I
Yeah.
blocked
This
him.
guy he's a white guy.
Yeah.
He's a
He's
white
a
guy.
dude. You blocked him. Oh, I blocked him too, Sha.
Yeah,
Wow.
so yeah, I've blocked him.
Unblocked him too. And it says there's no context to this. So what I'll say is that you should honor your parents and be kinder to your children. If you want to be stubborn for Twitter validation, don't come and tell us he's inconsiderate. Tell your father he's inconsiderate and ask him to do it himself. One thing is certain: love is not always convenient. Love is sacrificial. Sometimes you have to sacrifice your money, your time, your sleep, your hobby, what makes you happy at that time. Your parents are not always right. They are human. What you should do is correct their errors in your own parenting towards your kids. Life is progressive. This whole conversation is layered. It's not
Yeah,
black and
it's not
white.
black and
It's
But you
white.
know,
layered.
but you know Twitter. There's no layering in Twitter.
It's layered. So this whole thing
yes or
started with
no.
a lady on social media complaining that her dad woke her up at 4 a.m. to make tea for him, right?
Mm-hmm,
And then the thing spiraled into this whole conversation. Guys, we need to understand that these things are layered. People are right and wrong at the same time. It's layered.
Because she wouldn't say, for example, if the dad woke up to make tea himself and saw that she was watching TV by 4 a.m., she can just say, "Oh, cool, please go help me make it tea." Like, there's no context to the conversation. Like, nope. Like, that's the thing about Twitter. They don't paint the whole picture.
Yeah.
Oh, my dad told me to go and make tea at 4 a.m. Maybe he came to the sitting room and saw you watching a movie or something. I'm like, oh, she's awake. Help me make it tea. That's it.
understand?
Like, it's just there's so many
Or the dad actually woke her up at 4 a.m.
But
Go and make
why does Twitter go to that extreme first? Like, immediately they go to the extreme, the negative
because
extreme.
the extreme is what drives your agenda, my brother.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay,
Sitting in the
okay.
middle on Twitter gets you fire.
Bro,
Yeah, it's true.
No,
you get
sitting everywhere
shots.
actually gets you fire, but sitting in the middle
Yeah.
gets you fire from both sides.
Yes.
You
You
understand?
must choose an
To set
extreme.
the agenda, you have to go to an extreme.
You have to go to an extreme
Yes.
so that only one
Yeah.
side attacks you, but there's a side
Yeah.
that is supporting you.
That's supporting you.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you now say, oh,
Yeah.
let me sit in the middle, both sides will descend.
Both sides will
You
just
don't die. You don't die.
You understand? We don't, again, we don't know this family. We don't know the context. We don't know a lot of things going on here. We don't also want to
Yeah.
make a case for the parents. We don't want to make a case for the child. It
for the
is too
child.
contextual.
It's layered. Yeah.
We don't know if the man comes back at 12 o'clock every day and wakes
Yeah.
up at 4 a.m. and the daughter always wakes up at 4 a.m. at that time or something.
Yeah,
Like, do you
you don't
understand?
know.
There are different methodologies. We also don't know if the dad is a 100% complete asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you understand?
Which
So
paints
we-
another picture entirely.
entirely, we don't know. All I want to say is that if you drive it to me in the context, I'm not waking up anybody at 4 a.m. because my dad or mom also didn't wake us up at 4 a.m.
No wake me up at
Yes.
4 a.m. Yeah.
We had to wake up early.
They woke me at
wash
6
car.
a.m. 5:30 to pray though. That's in
Yeah,
there.
that one they pay. We
Oh,
also
that
woke
one.
up.
My
We also
head.
woke up early. We also
To wash
woke up
cars.
early to wash car. I
Yeah.
stayed
Definitely.
very, very far from the primary school I attended. We woke up at 5 o'clock or 5:30 every morning to go to school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Growing up, I had to wake up in the morning, wash car, feed the goats that we had, go and cut banana leaf, feed the goats
Yeah,
that we
feed the
had
goats,
before we go.
yeah.
Do you understand? On the
Yes.
other side, my parents too woke up very early.
Early,
There's a
yeah.
lot of context to this thing.
Yeah.
Am I waking up anybody at 4 a.m. to make tea for me? Probably
No.
not. I am not
Yeah.
doing that at any point. I also don't know the health condition of this. There's so many things,
There's
guys.
so many contests.
So
yeah.
people don't take a single story like that. Danger of single story. Chimamanda, shout out to Chimamanda.
Chimamanda said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
take that story and then apply it into something and then start fighting because you have
And
trauma
create
that
a
you are
monster
dealing
out of
with.
Yeah. And you now project on this situation. Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Make una calm down. All I want to say is that in everything, please let's be considerate and apply love.
Yes.
Do you understand? A lot of men, again, another context, a lot of men don't know how to do anything in the kitchen. It's not a lie. There are some men that don't even know how to
Yes.
do jack
It's common.
for
It's correct.
years.
Jimmy Carragher was telling them that he has never done anything in the kitchen. Gary never
And I
was like
believe.
even something as boiling water. He said no, never in his life.
He's
I
playing
believe.
football all his
The thing
life.
shocked them.
Yeah. Because he doesn't need to. Do you understand what I'm saying? That kind of person
Yeah.
now, tea on the catcher. He go wake
You
person up.
work person.
Which
Wake
is
up his
wrong.
wife.
Which is
Yes.
wrong. Do you understand? You shouldn't be waking anybody up at 4 a.m. to make tea for you. Again, we
Yeah.
don't know what is going on. So we are not in favor of the man or the daughter here. All I want to say is that
Yeah.
you people that are projecting your own on top of the story, calm down.
Calm down.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Calm
So
down
this
and acknowledge.
your view on this has like given me another insight.
Yeah.
So anytime something like this happen, the sides, any side, like people who take sides, they are projecting
It's
on their own
projection.
experiences,
Yes.
from their own
It's
experiences.
project. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
projection because you don't know the full scope of the story. The story is very
Yeah. So
contextual.
for you to even have a
Very.
conversation about it, it means that you are projecting your own personal bias or personal
Yeah.
experiences to it.
This kind
A
of
lot-
story, when you see it, you are meant to do what they call jump and pass.
Jump
Yes.
and pass.
Remember
Instantly.
Twitter, people are
Yeah.
thinking aloud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You read
It's
it like
true.
that and you just move on.
There
Or
are
your own
bubbles.
whatever, internalize
Yeah.
it to your own and say, remember when my dad used to wake me up? Or my dad was
Exactly.
very loving, he never woke me up. And just
Yeah.
move on.
Yes.
There's
I
no need
just
to
move
comment
on.
on the story.
Yeah.
You understand? The context is too layered for us to read a tweet and start to, because what you do here is like you assume that everything is perfect.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
say, oh, someone wake you up at 4 a.m. is crazy, blah, 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 blah. You don't know what is going on. So just leave the story and move on. That's the only way I can see, the whole thing. That personally, for me. So I saw it, I didn't engage. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with that family. I really
Yeah.
don't know what is
In
going
fact,
on.
it was here. If it was here just because at that time I was looking for.
No, it's a good it's a good
had
thing to
not
talk
seen-
about.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
I
good thing to
understand,
talk
yeah.
about and then explain to people that when you see
Explain
this
to
kind of
people.
things, don't get
Just jump
mad.
and pass.
Yeah, it really riles up people. I saw it. People argued over this thing. Oh. It wasn't
Bro,
funny.
when people were
Bro.
passionate about it.
You understand?
Threads.
You understand? And then there's the whole thing around, girl child is made to suffer and go
Yes,
through all
yes,
these
yes, yes.
things. And so the
Projection.
pro-feminist,
Projection.
then the anti-feminist,
agenda.
then
So,
the agenda.
exactly. Use it to drive whatever it is
Guy,
that
for
you're
every
driving.
time, for ladies that are listening, for every time they woke you up at 4 a.m. to make tea, bro, sis, rather, the what the boy child went through, you can't even, everybody is doing stuff. I'll give you an
Yes.
example, right? For 10 years, I think from like 94 to maybe like 2004, right? The house we moved in, there was no well.
Water. Oh yeah.
We
So you have
fetch
to go
water.
to a
We
nearby
fetch-
borehole.
We go to where they sell water down the
Yes,
street.
yes,
And we
down the
fetch.
street,
we,
yeah.
we I'm 10 years straight.
Growing up, ours was during the dry season. So in Delta
Yeah.
State, our wells are not like the wells in Lagos.
They're
where
not
you
very
dig,
deep.
dig
Yeah.
until you get water. That's not how. Like our own part of Delta State, like in Warri, Ugeli, that's how they dig in. You have the same system
Lagos
like Lagos
places.
where you
Yours
dig,
is
dig
shallow.
until you. Ours is there's no water that comes from the ground for our own.
Wow.
Ours is there's a way we do our roof. Like when you build a house, you do the roofing that the rain that's falling on top of the roof
Yeah, we'll
is
come down.
channeled in a way that it goes into a well. That's the well we use in Delta State, like the Igbo side of Delta State, right? Yeah, right. Like
So
the Delta State has no riverine.
Yeah, so if
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not like if the rainy season is not like heavy,
So that's what I was explaining. So during dry season, we go to people who have boreholes. That's the ones in the neighborhood who usually sell water.
okay.
Do you get? So we take gallons, we take kegs and stuff like that and go and fetch
And
water.
then you
So
fetch
every
water,
morning
yeah.
before we go to school, my brother, every morning we wake up around
You
5
fetch
a.m.
water.
to go and fetch water to the house. Like we have like 3 big drums at home that we must fill up every morning
Yes.
before we go to school.
Well, we
Yeah,
had a
if I-
brown
if-
drum, we had a green drum.
Thank you.
Yeah,
we have the
fill
green drum, we have
drums
the
up,
blue
yeah.
one,
Yeah.
big ones that we have to fill up. So we'll go like
Do you
know,
want
and a
your
lot of
parents to be
time-
fetching the water? It's not
no,
possible.
a lot of things came up through this borehole thing, like relationship, friendship,
Yeah, that's where you meet
forest
people. That's
fights,
where you connect.
going and coming.
Yeah.
That's where you met. You connect. There was a lot of connection. I remember
Because it's the
one of-
neighborhood.
It's the neighborhood, exactly. I remember one girl that became my crush one time. Love it. I met her while we were going to fetch water
hustle for water.
at the next street. Like it is like a connect. It was a hub one at a time. That's where we started making arrangements to play football matches, like with the phone other street. Like a lot of things
Bro,
happen
I come
because
back
we
from
get there.
school.
People are there. You sit down, you play a little, then you fetch and go and come back.
I come
You
back.
know,
That's where you learn how to balance basing on
balance
your
things
head.
on your head and
Well,
stuff like that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I wasn't a
Yeah.
basing guy. I was a drummer and wheelbarrow guy.
I was the gallon guy. I love
Yeah.
the
I
gallon
don't
because
do
nobody
basing. It's
that
not.
basing only you have to someone has to help you and put it on your head.
Yeah.
That
You have
basing
to
is
tie
Some
something. You
bro,
have
my
to
brother. Some
tie.
people even
the
fetch.
technique.
Some people even fetch it with
Fetch
the drum on
directly.
their head.
Your head.
Yes, yes,
with
with
the
the top
basing
one.
on
That's
with the
true. I
top
hate
one.
that thing. Yeah,
Bro,
I
Then
hate
if
that.
you're not
technique-
doing the top one, you have to raise it. Then you have to tie the wrapper to make
Bro,
sure
Yep,
that it's
yep,
set.
yeah, exactly.
I didn't like
Set
all
it on
that
your
thing.
head. I
So
didn't
me,
like
I
that
was
thing. I like gallon.
give me
the technique-
25.
And
the
2
technique
gallons so that
required
you
for that.
balance as you are walking.
Yeah.
Come
No, but I was wheelbarrow. So to the point where you know have you figured out how to
Yeah.
use the
Later
wheelbarrow?
on, but
You
yes, we used
push
to
the
borrow
keg on
from
the wheelbarrow,
neighbors.
so it's almost like the
Yeah.
wheelbarrow wants to fall, so you're pressing it down.
You're pressing it down.
You're
Yes.
no
That's
more
like it.
carrying.
Yes,
You're no
yes,
more
I won't
lifting.
lie. I won't lie to you. That wheelbarrow na technique too.
Nah, technique now.
Bro, but
Because-
that wheelbarrow one was elite because you had to go only twice because when you fill, you go to like twice and the whole drum
Yeah,
And
I've
at
drums in
done
the
some
house are
point,
filled.
when I now
Yeah,
even
done.
got bigger, I was not doing
Yeah.
the 50 liters.
Just once.
I stopped doing the 25 because the 25 you put two at the side. I was not doing 50. Let's go.
On time.
Straight up.
Let's go. It's just that carrying the 50 from the wheelbarrow to on top of the drum is the
On top
problem.
of the
So you
rod.
need someone to
Yeah.
help you.
Yeah.
So you
And
do all
that's-
of that.
yeah,
You do all of that. Like
that.
you need
Yeah.
water in the house, right? You do all of that, and people.
Yeah.
So you do stuff.
This
but
was while our mates in other countries, like in developed countries, were waking up in the morning. All they had to do was just on a tap and
Bro,
take their bath and go to school.
Bro, I'm fetching water. They were already coding with Visual
Water.
Basic.
Look at the technology I'm explaining right now. We have to wait for rain to fall. Then we'll do our roofing. You know how our roofing? So the roofing is the slides down on both sides.
Yeah, it will be sloping.
So you have to channel like a funnel that
It's
goes
like
into the
it's
well.
called a trophy or something. That
Something like
the water
that,
will
yeah.
slide in through
You
and go
slide
through the.
and go and go through like a funnel into a well, and that's it.
Yeah.
So during this dry season when there's no well, especially for like a compound, like if you have like you stay like a compound that there are many people, by dry season it's dried up. When we started staying at home, when my dad built our home, it could last us through to the following rainy season because we couldn't use up everything
water in the well.
all the water in the well, and that was before borehole became really affordable. So that was like the dynamics of how we grew up, and
Yeah.
it's just funny to see that we had like similar experiences all through.
It's
across.
crazy. You offer
Yeah, it's
everybody
crazy.
fetch water now. You go fetch water now.
Yeah.
So it's
You go
crazy
fetch
to
water.
see. I mean, again, they are shitty parents. We
Yeah,
don't know
of
the
course,
story
obviously,
again and
yeah,
all
of
that.
course,
But
of course,
yeah,
of course.
just trying to say, man, 4 a.m. to make these lights work. I just want to put that out there. I'm sorry. 4 a.m. to make
In
these
context
lights
of one man went through. That's why I say today, bro. If I wash your car, If I wash car, bro,
You wash
If
car.
I wash car,
You go clean.
I washed.
because the experience I have.
I washed cars so much when I bought my first car
Yeah.
till my last car. I never washed the
Yeah.
car.
Yeah.
I never washed my car.
Yeah.
Like my own car. Yeah, I washed cars so much. Like when I bought my
Yeah.
own car, I never
say
washed
no.
the car. I took
You
my
never
car to the
washed
car
car.
wash. Yeah, I'm like, I'm
Yeah,
never washing
yeah.
cars again.
So I'm done, fam.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah.
You go wash
Yes.
car.
Yeah, the experience.
You
Started
go
washing
wa-
cars.
you
Like,
go wash car. You go
from, like,
wash inside.
95 or so. You go wash inside.
You go polish.
More.
and I'm not
my
talking
dad.
the spray something.
Yes. So stuff like that. Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah,
And
it
I
is,
remember explaining to a kid one time. So I sent him to polish. Somebody in our feed sent like one of the junior guys to help him polish the shoe at the nearby shoemaker. So we started discussing like quality of polish. So we're explaining to the young guys that we can make polish, and they were shocked. I'm like, see, millennials, millennial Nigerians, we grew up with so many experiences. Like
And I want to
the
tell
things
you, it was
that we
fantastic.
can do.
It was
The things
fantastic.
that we can do are so numerous because we
Do you know
didn't
what I
grow
just
up
remembered?
at home. We grew up like
We grew
going
up-
out. So we're outside.
Yeah. You know what I remember
outside.
just now? You're talking about polish and polishing shoes.
Yeah.
I actually remember how we grew up in primary school and secondary school when
Yeah.
the board is white and then you need to blacken the board. Did you
Yeah,
ever
yeah,
do
yeah.
that?
Of course.
And then you take
of course.
you take
you
the
have to
stuff
do
from the battery.
yes, for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
battery.
From the
Put
big
it
battery,
out.
you break it
Yeah,
down.
we used to.
Stuff.
Yeah.
They used to ration it like you used to. It's like it was like a timetable. It's your turn
Yeah.
to bring
To blacken the board.
darkener on the
Darken the
board,
board.
yeah,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
The blackboard, right? Because we're still
yeah.
writing with chalk, right? And
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
then break the battery, take the whatever out. I
That
don't know
black
what it's
thing, the
called. The
lithium.
black,
Is it the
whether
lithium?
it's lithium or whatever. You break it, you
Yeah.
put small kerosene, you mix
Kerosene.
it, then
Yeah, you mix it and you
with
polish
foam.
the board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Black
you
it out.
polish it so it's dark.
Friday evening, you polish the board, and the board is good again for the next week.
Yes.
That was
Yeah.
some good shit. I used to like doing that stuff.
So many experiences.
Yeah,
so
I think
many
for millennials,
experiences.
we're like out.
Yeah.
And I think for like the next generation and the younger millennials weren't as out as the older millennials.
As the older millennials. True.
If you grew up like in the 90s and in the 2000s, you were out.
You're out. Yeah, you're
And
out.
you were out early. And
Yeah.
and I think I see these things a lot. I'm watching movies now and then there are like some minor sex scenes, like maybe a cuddle or like a kiss. I kind of fast forward it or my wife fast forward it. I remember in my time, people didn't even fuck about that shit. Like they feel the knack. Everybody, you could carry eye come out. Do you understand? But now we fast forward it and all of that.
That's when
But
you. That's when you
back
have-
then, nobody was fast forwarding anything. We were all
That's when-
watching it together. So
that's
I'm
when you
like,
have-
what changed?
That's when you have uncomfortable silences in the parlor.
Yeah.
You
Or you
look
just
away.
start you will just begin from busy.
Yeah,
Oh,
everybody is looking at
you're
paper
kinda-
and stuff.
Or like, hey, mommy, this person said I should send you message.
Yeah,
You go not tell her quick.
you read the room. You read the
You read the
room.
room.
Yeah. So it's really interesting, man. Yeah.
All right, man. Let us go to what my boy Dio Adedayo is. I believe he's a financial analyst. We're meant to
Yes.
do a podcast together, by the way. Dio, hit me up. What's up? Yeah, he put out a tweet even before he put out the
He
story,
has been
right?
consistent with that take for a while. Yeah.
Oh, he has.
Yes, from Twitter, like on short form, like electricity, blah blah blah. So he just decided to say, you know what? Let me just do
Okay, let me read it
an
out.
article on this. Yeah.
Okay, someone tweeted. Oh man, this tweet is layered because someone else tweeted. Someone tweeted, one thought about power supply in Nigeria that sounds controversial, but it bothers me is if there's 24/7 power supply, what percentage of Nigerians presently can have power on for 24/7, 365? Another person quotes the tweet and says, it will start off with not many people being able to afford it, but that will quickly change. More businesses will quickly spring up, rapid cash injection into the economy, accelerated GDP growth, and pretty quickly majority of people will begin to afford it. Dio quotes the tweet with one sentence, which now has 2 million views. His tweet now has 2 million views, by the way. He says, the impact of 24/7 power on growth is always exaggerated. That's what he said. That's all. The tweet has garnered 2 million views. And first of all, Dio, I think this is the first time you're going through this. I just want to first say
No. I don't think it's a negative experience for him because one, he's driving a very, very intellectual conversation.
No, I know. I just want to say that the vitriol I saw at him because of these tweets, the insults. He's experiencing this for the first time. This first time he's getting a tweet that has like 2 million views. So there's a psychological effect when you have so many people tweeting at you, whether it's positive or negative. Let's even start with that. I don't know if you guys have experienced this. I have experienced this.
You're asking us again.
Do you understand? We've experienced this. You guys know. But like, whether it's positive or negative, if you have so many people tweeting at you and sharing opinions with you, it's overwhelming. Whether it's positive or negative, let's even start with that.
It has to,
now, there are a lot of negativity that was spewed towards his way, right? Some people just straight up were insulting him. I saw those tweets, so I just want to say, hope you are okay, because again, in the scope of media, you are a civilian.
Yeah, you ain't built for this shit.
Do you understand?
Built for
People
it,
like
fam.
us have tough skin. We've been through this. Do you understand? Like people have insulted or talk.
We're baptized.
We know how to compartmentalize it and say, this is media, this is my life. This is 2 million people. 2 million views, right? And a lot of people harassed him, people insulted him, people agreed, whatever. So I just want to say, hope you're good. Don't take it serious. It's just a tweet. Everything will die down, etc.
You know one of the reasons why the response was like very emotional, or the backlash was emotional. Lagosians, I believe, are undergoing a heat wave when Ikeja Electricity has decided not to provide power to people anymore. They said the cable has been cut for how many long, blah, blah, whatever. So people are feeling it. People have been complaining about the heat wave badly. Many people have to sleep outside of their homes. They can't sleep inside their rooms anymore. They have to come to, like, maybe if you're in a compound, the open space there to sleep at night because of the heat. Then when you see this, nobody's going to start thinking of any macroeconomics or anything. It's like you are a madman, first of all. I'm roasting inside heat, and you are saying this. Another guy said something similar. He said, wait, let me look for that tweet. He said, apart from using 24/7 to produce more ice block, what are we going to do with uninterrupted power supply?
And therein lies the problem,
and
right?
he got 4.5 million views of that.
Wow. His own is
Double
even
that
worse.
one.
But therein lies the problem, because people are conflating Dio's point to look like that idiot's
that
point.
looks, yeah.
Do you understand? They don't stay on the same side.
Because it came, I think it was even part of what made Adayo to even write that article. It came from the same belief that the electricity is over exaggerated.
I don't think that's where Dio came from. Like, what that guy tweeted is nonsensical. If he actually meant what he tweeted. Do you understand? Dio is coming from a different point. Dio is in the middle. And that's why, again, if you're in the middle, you're going to get fire from both sides. Anyways, Dio he said, so someone asked him to expatiate, and he said, you know what, he would publish something on his Substack, which he did, right? And you've linked this here. So his name of his Substack is stopandgaps.substack.com. You guys can check it out. He does some writing there. This is titled 24/7 Electricity, Yet Another Desperate Search for a Silver Bullet. Progress in Nigeria is a single variable deterministic model, right? It says, what is that one thing that Nigeria can fix that will radically transform the economy and lead to prosperity? I don't know what it is, but it is not 24/7 electricity. I have a long-running agenda against the thinking that if we just fix electricity, Nigeria will develop, and similar ideas. Sustainable growth and development is very complex, and you cannot reduce it to one thing. Here's a screenshot from from 2020 where I talked about this a bit. I'm too lazy to search my tweets, but you guys can have fun with this. It says, someone says, Zainab Usman says, if there's one thing that can transform Nigeria, including in seemingly intraceable politics, it's electricity access for residential and productive uses. Too many idle minds and hands are frustrated. Give people electric power and watch those idle minds and hands transform. And then Dio quoted the tweet back in 2020 and said, what a reach, the thinking that electricity access will magically solve productivity problems and fix politics is interesting, to say the least. Dr. Aloy Chife in 2020, I don't know if you know him, Chief Doctor, he said, in 2016, I spent a lot of time on a business transaction with an APC kingpin, a very brilliant man in London, received an education in Nigeria and Nigerian politics and this insight. He wanted to focus the administration to be fixing electricity, believed everything would follow from there. I guess there's like a whole tweet on this and all of that, but we can't find the... Anyways, Dio says, number one, electricity is just another important tool. I think we all know that it is impossible to develop without energy. Energy is important, but it is not all that matters, nor is it the most important. Typically, the most developed countries have the highest energy consumption. Now, did they develop because of access to electricity, or did energy consumption rise as they created prosperity? It goes both ways to an extent, but the second factor is more important. It is not only the availability of electricity that leads to the productivity boost that makes countries rich, it's mostly other things. To start, electricity is useful, but once you have it, it doesn't offer you much going forward in terms of productivity gains. In fact, the long-term driver of economic growth is more things like technology innovation and improved human capital, and much less physical capital like power infrastructure. Two, competitiveness is the key to growth and development. Why do I believe the impact of 24/7 electricity on growth is always exaggerated? The most important thing is competitiveness. Whenever you imagine the world, even though there is a lot of global cooperation, know that there is intense competition. Cooperation is to ensure fairness, not to remove competition. Countries must compete for everything. People and countries that are more competitive win in everything. poor countries have to compete with the rest of the world, and poor countries cannot get rich without a source of competitiveness, because to get rich, they must produce and sell for the world better than anyone else. For Africa to prosper, its industries must outcompete those in China and India in producing and selling goods and services globally. Many countries in Africa and in West Africa have electric supply close to 24/7, but there is a cautionary tale. Why? Zero competitiveness. So are we good on point 1 and point 2?
No.
Yeah.
You're not good on point 1. Let's take it point by point. He
Okay,
says
what's the point 1 again?
Point 1 is electricity is just another important tool. You have to agree to that.
So the thing is, nobody. Let me tell you, he blanketed. Let me put it that way. This
Everybody's
whole
opinion
electricity is
about
important statement so that he could have an argument. Obviously, he's not just electricity is not just good. Like electricity is not the only thing that's going to drive productivity or innovation or whatever it is in Nigeria.
It's the start. You need electricity.
But exactly.
Yeah.
But do you know what it means for a country to have electricity? That means there's a sort of governance is right. Do you get, like, fixing electricity is not just fixing it. It doesn't come in isolation. It means that there's some sort of competence in the overall system.
Especially in the context of Nigeria, if electricity problems can be solved, it means the government is competent to solve other problems.
It's competent enough to solve other problems to start with.
So it's a layered conversation.
It's a layered conversation. That's just so my point. My whole.
Before you go into
let's
go point by point. So his second point was about competitiveness, which is okay, they give you guys light. Okay, you start producing. You still have to compete globally, right? Okay, you have light, you are producing. Give me something we produce. I don't know. That China produces. Maybe we develop Abba and we start sewing clothes.
Yes.
The costs of you sewing those clothes, though, China has reduced their own cost. So you still have to compete globally. Whatever product you create or service you create, it still has to compete on a global scale with other people who are producing the same thing. And he's trying to say that, okay, even with the power you have and you've produced these products, the price, what they call it? The pricing or wherever you set your price to, you are still going to compete with countries like China and co, who have a ridiculously lower price and will still get more patronage than whatever you are producing and trying to sell.
At least that even reduces importation, which saves your dollar, which saves your reserves, saves inflation, like lowers inflation, and from there stabilizes the economy.
We don't even have to compete and wood they are creating.
Yes, even if it's toothpick, even if it's toothbrush, we're not even competing with China on the global stage. We're competing with China with local consumption. Instead of me going to Abba, instead of me going to China to import
because you're in a free market, right? And this is what happened with the rice, right? If China is still selling cheaper, I'm still not buying from my local producer.
Do you know how long, bro? We run importation business in my house. Do you know how long it takes for products to come to Nigeria?
It's 3 months on the sea.
It's 3 months that 3 months when a local producer floods the market with his product and sells out.
But you're looking at the way you're looking at it is different. I have stock now. Don't do it like that now.
I know that you have stock, but there's still a lot of logistical challenges, with importation.
But if you still factor it, but if you still factor it, and it's still cheaper for me to import, I'm not buying your local product.
When shit hit the fan during COVID, what saved Nigeria in terms of nose mask? Was it not local production?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Even though they were not effective, because now cloth we just put.
That cloth basically, but at the end of the day, we still had an alternative that we could jump to immediately before we were waiting for.
But what then happened? China still produced those black masks and all the masks. It was still China that produced everything and flooded the markets.
Yes, because ultimately we still didn't have the scale.
Okay, and we didn't have the local production.
We didn't have the resources to go scale with it. Now, if we had it,
but that's COVID now. COVID is just how many times are COVID going to happen in
the
century?
COVID is an anomaly. I understand, but I'm telling you that at least it will increase local production, at least.
And if the government is on your side, you can just do a boo-boo and ban
things. Thank you. Like we can go to this whole shit and say, you know what? Let's not import anything.
Buy Nigeria.
Buy Nigeria. Can't we import cement?
We can hire you as the head of marketing. Buy Nigeria.
We can import cement on a cheaper basis.
Yes.
But just because the government has done what they've done, we are left with only local producers.
Okay, let's go to point 3. It says only cheap, competitive electricity can have a big productivity boost. The economies of electricity matters. It does not matter that electricity is available 24/7. If it is not cheap or competitive relative to other countries, then it will not deliver a strong productivity boost. Currently,
Thank
banded
you.
electricity in Nigeria is ridiculously expensive. In fact, solar energy, despite its huge upfront capital, is now cheaper in some ways. So, electricity is not competitive in Nigeria to even have an impact. This is because of our unstable macro environment with high inflation and a crippling exchange rate depreciation. In short, if you rely on electricity provided by the grid, band A, to produce anything for export, you're unlikely to be competitive in the export markets. If you are competitive in producing for the world, it won't be because of grid electricity. So talk less about 24/7 electricity, but talk more about cheap, abundant 24/7 electricity that is competitive with anywhere in the world. He has a point there, guys.
All
See,
right.
I'm not
The
I'm not
point
arguing that he
here.
doesn't have a point. He doesn't just know how to read the room. It's not when people are roasting, you should be saying all this.
No,
That's my
but
own.
but
So-
but it's important to say these things.
Wait. I was like, he
Read
was
the
correct
room
to point
first.
out the high cost, which being a problem.
Yes.
But that's an argument. That's an argument for reforming energy pricing, because at the end of the day, no country in this world, the developed economies, they all subsidize electricity, and even more so for businesses, they give them tax breaks so that they're able to
Yeah.
break even before they start buying electricity.
Fair
Do you
enough.
get? So if you effectively manage the power from the grid, it becomes cheaper in the long run. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if grid power were stable and well managed, it would still be cheaper, because that's where you start calling for those reforms like subsidy and stuff like all the countries in the world. I can't think of a country in the world that does not subsidize, because electricity is vital to human existence. So the government
life
says,
source.
okay, we have to subsidize this, and even more so, even give more subsidy to like businesses until they break even before they start paying the like maybe tax or buying electricity on the market rates. Do you get? And also all these things we're talking about, inflation, FX, short of FX, everything in terms of our power supply. More electricity will also reduce the pressure on FX and inflation, because if the products are there in the market,
Local consumption.
local consumption will drive it. So yes, the high cost thing is a problem, but here this is where you now push for government to say, come sit down, and how do you do this? And part of this electricity problem in Nigeria, the part of why we don't have electricity, 24 hours electricity in Nigeria, is because the government cannot afford it.
Yes.
It's true.
Yeah.
The government cannot afford it.
They can't afford it, yeah.
Yes, but they can afford 20 billion for mansions.
of
So these are
course.
like there's
For
so
mansion.
many things that we can talk about, right? That will eventually point into waste than say, oh, they cannot subsidize electricity. Let's
I
go.
won't go to everything, but he has like 4 more points. I'll just
Yeah.
read the points. Productivity gains from electricity is high when you do not already have electricity. Productivity gains, even when electricity is cheap and abundant, is not sustainable unless matched with innovation. And okay, industrial development policies matter to achieving gains. I think that's something you just mentioned now.
Yes.
And they say other soft factors matters, which include macro stability, low inflation, stable exchange rate, security, the quality of human capital, the work culture, curiosity and innovation, quality of institutions and governance, justice, rule of law, etc. And it says many countries have 24/7 electricity in Africa. In fact, Nigeria is the poster child for unreliable grid power in Africa. Where is the prosperity in these countries? So it's a very good question to ask. But it's something that
Yeah,
has
that
to
was
But
be
which
detailed.
countries is that? You're not mentioning a lot of, in terms of, how do I put it?
No, again, he's
Um,
singularizing the problem by saying,
Yes.
which is what he's trying to say. I think you guys are saying the same thing. He's trying to say that this 24 hours electricity that you people are always clamoring for, it's not the only thing that can drive economic growth, because people singularize it to
economic
availability of
development.
the availability of electricity, being the sole responsibility, being the sole determining factor for economic growth. And he's trying to tell you it's not, that you can have power 24/7. If you guys don't have your ish together, you don't have your ish together. Which is
Okay.
what
I
you're
think-
alluding to as well, Steve. Do you
Yes,
understand?
yes.
You guys are on the same,
Another problem
you're
I
just
had
on
with
different
the premise of
wavelengths.
his argument was that I think that argument was built on short-term gains. That's how I look at it. If you look at it on long term, talking about even innovation,
It's built on
don't you-
short-term gains. Yeah,
don't
you're
you think
right.
even electricity will even help innovation in terms of even education? like innovation, in terms of even educating people,
Even just basic
empowering,
education.
even basic education.
Yeah.
Because one of the problems we have is that
Some
okay,
people can't
even our
even have
teachers.
appliances in the schools and whatever because there's no
Thank
power.
you.
There's no
As
power.
our
Yeah.
Nigerian
Quality of
teachers
life.
are.
Look at UCH Ibadan we've been talking about.
Over
Thank you.
100 days.
Nigerian teachers are incompetent, like are not like up to standard. They're not quality enough. Like they lack quality, especially for basic education, right?
Yeah.
Let's assume we're using the internet to teach children. But what will power those things? It's electricity. Like,
Yeah.
I think he's thinking about it from a short gain. And Dr. Neto, he breaks like his comments. His only comment on this is just
His
what
comment. There's also another guy did that, but I want to read his comment.
he
His
said.
comment was
If
really
Nigeria
good.
fixes electricity, Nigeria makes it not because of a direct increase in power available, but because of how complex a problem it is. Fixing it means fixing so many other interrelated challenges that hold the country back.
100%, man.
I agree.
100%. Because if you see, fixing power is beyond just like power availability.
Yes.
It's almost like you are fixing a whole system that refuses
you are
to work.
Fixing personality continuity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like stop. Like so many things just falls into place just because you put that in that you fix that particular sector.
Yeah. There's also another guy, Adedakpo, who said, well written, bro. I get your argument that economic development is multifaceted and cannot be reduced to a single factor like 24/7 electricity. The fact that big companies and multinationals are exiting the grid without corresponding huge increase in productivity lends to this fact. I will try and analyze Sterling's bank financials to see if that solar move they had an effect. I also looking at some countries like you opined, such as Namibia, Botswana, etc. To see those who have had good power but no industrialization. He says, however, I think there is also a bit of straw man here because the fundamental argument is not that electricity alone will solve Nigeria's problem, but that it is a fundamental enabler, especially for SMEs, which is our lifeblood. I think the better way to put the question is not whether electricity alone will lead to growth, but if its absence is a key bottleneck. While we have an alternative source leading to 40,000 megawatts, you can't compare the initial outlay, solar, and cost, diesel petrol, with the grid. Grid should be the most preferred, even at unsubsidized costs. Also, the ease of doing business, put quite simply, for instance, you have to put off your gen when closing your office or shop. Solar can go off at any time, but stable grid supply means that some things can happen at night, either in your absence, e.g., a cold room, or presence, e.g., printing press bakery. I'm thinking 24/7 economy. That's basically. So it says, imagine spending so much on machinery to put it on less than 10 less than 10 kVA generator. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So even with power, right? If you buy
Thank
a
you.
machinery worth 20 million now, because of power issues, you can't even use.
You can't fully utilize it.
You can't fully utilize it because that machinery can tell you that, oh, if it runs for maybe 20 hours a day, this machinery can run for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now that machinery you bought, that should be optimizing. You should be optimizing for full capacity to create
Capacity.
more. You can't do that because
You can't do that because we're limited. Yeah.
I'll
Bro,
give you a
I've
quick
finished.
example, right?
Okay, please go.
When I was
Yeah.
growing up, my mom at one point said, let's open a shop down the road, down the street, and sell frozen foods. It was a brilliant idea. But after some time, I think a year plus, right, or more, we had to close it down. And
Yes.
the problem? It was
Generator.
power. It was
Yeah.
power that, because if you look at how much we're making some profits. We're making some profit from what we're buying. Turkey, whatever. When I come back from school, I'm always at the shop, chopping up everything. That's also another job I did, guys. Just by the way.
No,
You
wow.
understand? I sold fish. I don't sell fish. I don't sell chicken. I don't sell those things. Kilo, everything. Everything was there. The problem we had was when the generator went bad. One, cost
Yeah.
of buying fuel. Two, or the grid collapsed. The transformer went off or something.
The transformer went up.
We start panicking because you have your fridge and freezer in the store. You can't take it back home. So we have to
No.
run the
Yeah.
generator more. And that is what started affecting the finances of the business.
costs. Yeah.
If we had 24/7 power, we're happy to pay the cost
Yes.
for the 24/7
Because this
power.
one is consistent.
Do you understand?
That consistency alone, the assurance, so you can plan with it.
So that's
You
one.
get.
So remember, imagine other people that now need to run businesses overnight. Factories that can run 2-3 shifts.
Yeah.
Yep.
right?
Manufacturing
Where I
factories.
work now, right? We're testing a server, right? And it was halfway. Do you understand? And so I was talking to
Yeah.
my Moroccan colleague. I'm like, maybe we switch it off and just continue testing the money. No, he's like, no, the thing can run. Then he
That's
moved.
it.
Then he moved closer to me. Said, "You're no more in Africa, bro."
Yeah.
Do you
Trauma.
understand? That's what
Trauma.
he just whispers. He just moved closer and whispered to me and laughed. Said,
You're
no
in
more.
Africa.
You're no more in Africa, bro." Because in my
Lights
own mind,
there.
I'm like, oh,
The
and is the
cost and
power
stuff
going to
like
go
that.
off? Yeah, but that's what. So productivity, you know. So I understand his points. I clearly
Yeah,
get his points, you know.
I
But
understand.
he again, people singularized his points.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Then
Because if
talking,
we all sit down, we will all agree
I
to.
agree to the same thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
on
they
the same
singularized
thing.
this point, and they, and like
Talking
Ayo
about
said,
Twitter
he didn't read
reactions.
the room.
Talking about Twitter reactions, Israel said, "Are people really making a case against 24/7 electricity availability in 2025? Wonder shall never end." Somebody responded. Somebody retweeted and said, "Matter so serious, man's not even blow grammar." You know, Israel. So I want to take you back to your SME, the SME conversation that guy made,
Yeah.
because one of the first thought that came to my head when I read it, I'm like, this guy is not outside. Because if you remember, you guys, I'm always making a case for
SMEs.
my former neighbor who owns like a graphic shop, right, where he does printing,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
stuff like that, and how, you know, from since 2015 when I knew him, 2014 when I knew him till I saw him grow like into having a family, buying cars, and how his quality as life has dropped again now because of the high cost of electricity in terms of buying diesel and buying fuel, especially when they remove fuel subsidy, right? So if you see, I know like plenty of people like that in terms of what electricity can do to like small and medium scale business. And you know what that means is that for example, in developed economies, right, SMEs employ more people. Germany 60% of the workforce, Japan 99.7, United States SMEs contribute to 44% of GDP. Can you say that for Nigeria? The reason why SMEs are not powerful in Nigeria because they can't the operational cost of operating
It's
even a
too
small scale
high.
business is too
So,
high. It's too high.
And
So
then
SMEs alone,
people work for the government. The government is still the highest employer of people in Nigeria.
you have labor.
And the
100% is we're not going to survive.
and
You can't survive that way.
what do you call it? The weight the government is carrying is too much for
It's
the
too
government,
much.
and that's why the minimum
burden
wage
is
is
too much.
what? It's
Some-
30,000. Even they will tell you it's 70,000, but they say some people are still not receiving 70,000.
NYSC never
Yeah.
receive.
There's no reason why
It's-
the
it's-
government should be the
it's-
highest, biggest employers of people in a
It's
country.
not
Yeah.
productive at all.
It's
It's not
mad.
productive.
You know, so you think about these things. Think about your roadside fashion designer, the tailor, the mechanic, the welder. That's what's like. If you know what electricity will do for this country, you go to Benue State, the food basket of the nation. Like you know, like calling it the food basket of the nation is not a fluke. Do you get like
Yeah.
they're the largest agricultural producers in the country? They
Yeah.
have everything from fertile soil to favorable climates. They are rich in fruits, cash crops, bro. But more than 70% of everything that they produce goes to waste every year.
Because
Bro,
they
you
can't
go to
refrigerate.
Benue,
They
you see
cannot. They
mangoes,
cannot.
soup
They
fruits.
cannot.
Yes,
Bro,
there's
they
no
cannot
storage system.
treat. There's no storage system. Bro, all I want to say is that make light day first. We'll solve how
Make
we
it
want
day
to pay for it.
first.
We go come see road. We will not know where we
First.
go.
We'll solve
Make
how we
first
want
see.
to pay for it.
Bro,
If people
I'm
can
looking
only
at
pay for 10 hours of it, they will start to grow from 10 to 12 to 15 to whatever.
when our when our favorite minister keeps talking about AI innovation, like adopting AI and stuff like that. There's this video I saw of China. The next industrial revolution that they're trying to lead is now with true automation, like where they set up automating systems that even in industries, in manufacturing industries,
Bro, are you telling me?
things are not stopping. You've seen that video?
Yeah.
Are you
How can they do
telling
that
me?
without electricity?
I saw a warehouse that was
Where
was
there was no human.
There was
no,
no
it,
human
it
being
was.
there.
I would say it was 80% automated.
Thank you.
They need to get a box from somewhere. This machine goes, poop, poop,
This machine
picks it up, gives it
Put
to a
up.
smaller machine that picks it up,
Thank
then
you.
drives it to the beginning of the door before the guys come with the pallets and pick it up.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So without power, how do you play on that level?
How?
You can't now.
You know, so these factories we talk about, these things we talk about, power is a very big enabler. I'm telling you.
It is.
Okay,
It is.
again, competing global, I get it, my bro, I get it. But see, I need to put 1,000 people in a factory. to just produce.
That's just
stuff.
what I want to do in Nigeria. That's it.
Maybe just say
That's it. I need
want
people
people-
going on shifts.
I want people going on shifts. I want people in factories where they produce stuff that can be sold.
Yeah.
You know, we import 99% of what we consume.
It's too
It's
much.
too high.
that's a bad metric.
It's
Bad
too
metric.
high. It's too high.
It's too high.
Anyways, it is what it is. That was a very good conversation.
Good conversation to have, to be very honest.
All right, man. There's a lady who is currently serving as a Nigerian youth service corps, and has been threatened, allegedly threatened by some board members of the NYSC, according to her, for critiquing and criticizing the government on social media. Okay, I learned about this story yesterday. I would like to play both videos. Can be a bit long, it's about 4 minutes plus. Maybe we'll just skip it. But I don't want to
Maybe
skip
play
it.
only the first one. The first one is the most important one because
Yes.
like there's a lot of pain in that video.
I almost
and you
cried.
had a very good I loved your the points that you made about that video.
Yeah.
And how she's experiencing adulthood for a long time. I want you to expand on that point.
All right. Let
on
me
this
play
one. It's
that
very
video.
important.
That video was very painful to watch. Let's start.
I genuinely feel so overwhelmed, and I feel like if a lot of Nigerians come out and start speaking on what we are actually going through, then maybe changes will be made in the government. Don't you guys think? And this video, I just want to say to our president, I don't know if there have been any other president that is terrible, but you are such a terrible president. It is so hard. So I'm coming from the supermarket where I went to get foodstuffs, and everything has gone up again. It's just like every single week prices increase. I want to know, what is the government doing about this increment? Is there going to be a particular time where prices will stop going up? Is there going to be a particular time where things are going to go back? Guys, why am I going to get a crate of egg and they're telling me it is 6.5? It doesn't make any sense that egg will cost 6.5. Like, I literally can't remember when egg used to cost 800. And I'm so overwhelmed because this is literally my first time doing this adulthood thing alone. This is my first time moving out of my family house. This is my first time living by myself. And not just that, after I left the supermarket and I got home, my security is bringing NEPA bill, and NEPA bill has gone up by 2 times. Like, it's insane. I can't keep up with these bills. I am so overwhelmed and I'm so exhausted. Every single money that I have been making, I'm using it to pay bills. I don't even get to live properly. The craziest thing was, you want to go out to a certain location with your friends, and Uber is about 25,000. Like, even Uber, that we can't even take Uber. It is crazy. Like, why are things so expensive? And let's not even Lagos stinks. Lagos smells like shit. If you say, okay, I want to take a walk, I'm depressed, let me just take a walk, you can't even take a walk. Like, the place smells like crazy. Why does an entire state smell like this? And what is the government doing about the bad smell? Everything is just so overwhelming. You want to start up a business, and now you have to take a loan to start up a business, and the loan, you don't even know if you can actually repay it, because in the business, I don't know, I'm just so tired. Like, why is no one saying anything about it? Being an NYSC copper, there's nothing beneficial about this whole NYSC thing. The money I spend on transportation is just more than the alawi the government gives me. Like, it doesn't, I can't keep up. Like, I'm so tired of this bill and I can't keep up. I am overwhelmed and I'm tired, I'm exhausted. It's too much, and I wish that we would start calling the government out heads on. For example, Tinubu, you are a terrible president. Like, what are you doing to help us? What are you doing to help the economy? You are so terrible. I'm so sick and tired of Nigerians acting like we are strong, and they say, oh, Nigerians, we are actually very strong. Oh, no matter how much they increase things, we still chest it. No, it is not cute. We are cowards. That is a cowardly behavior. You don't stand to ask people, oh, why is this expensive? For example, MTN, what the fuck is even going on? Literally, I spend over like 20,000 on data in a week, and I'm not even joking. 1.5 data cannot even last me for an entire day. I have to do 1.5 like 2 times a day, which is like 3,000 a day. It is too much. Like, what are you guys doing about it? Like, what is happening? I'm tired of paying bills. I feel like I don't have anything. I feel like I don't have any achievement to call my own. Every single time that I work hard, I'm spending it back in the economy to pay bills, and I wasn't created to pay bills. I'm just really tired and I just want our money to count for something. And when is the government going to actually start working? Because Nigerians are so classist. Everybody now wants to behave as if they are rich. Everybody is faking wealth. But we are ending up being poor because we are struggling so hard to look rich. We are ending up being poor. So I need us as Nigerians to start calling the government out. Yeah, we should be tired of this by now. We need to call the government out. Prices need to start one place. Food needs to start one place. The economy needs to start one place. Like, we are tired. It's just too much. The more you work hard to achieve something, the higher it gets. The dream car that I was saving money for has literally gone double. I can't even afford it anymore. Instead, I'm going to use my money to buy to just keep paying bills. And now house rent is double. Like, I am so sick and I'm so tired of this. And I really need the government to intervene because I am so overwhelmed.
Well, that was a young lady on TikTok called Talk to Ray or Ray. That's Talk to Raye. I'll tell you guys. Initially, I watched the second video where after she was threatened, she put the video out, and I watched that first because it was shared to me, and I thought previously she had done something in her youth corps uniform and had said something. I thought it was significantly attached to the
Our
NYSC
service, yeah.
service, and something like that. I'm like, why would you do something like that? You shouldn't. Then I watched the initial video and it had nothing to do with that, and it was just a young girl who's experiencing adulthood for the first time, just talking about expressing her feelings and just talking about how hard it is in reality. And before I even go into this and the breakdown, I just want to say it is a shame that while this is the reality, what is most promoted by older generations and older people and people who know what is going on is, and it's a 180, an entirely different thing. You see it in the music, you see it in the movies, you see it in the presentation of culture in the country. I have a friend who isn't Nigerian and tells me that for what I see coming out from Nigeria, I find it hard to believe that Nigerians are suffering. I said, like, how? I'm like, everything that is exported from Nigeria that has to do with your culture and everything looks as if you guys are having a very great time. Nothing shows me, except when I now, go like I look at the data and whatever, I see that, oh, things are really bad. But nothing tells me or shows me that things are really bad. And he says that he sees that in other countries where there are more people being very vocal, influencers being very vocal about how bad the government is or how terrible the economy is. Right? But he says he hardly sees those kind of things go viral from Nigeria. All he sees now Nigeria is splendor, ostentatious display of wealth, pretentious display of wealth, etc., etc. Whether it is in your music or in your cultures or in your influencers, etc., etc. He doesn't see any, like, who are the vocal people apart from Omoyele Sowore, right? And a few others who are leading the charge in being in protesting how, or just even shedding a light on how bad things are in Nigeria. And I was like, yeah, man, you're absolutely right. I couldn't argue it. It's true. And so I just want to say it's a shame that where we are, as things are plunging further down, we don't have anybody being vocal about it. How many podcasts coming out from Nigeria discuss things like this?
Us.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Well,
Sorry.
I think right now we are what's the opposite of zenith? Zenith is like the top, so like the bottom of Nigerian life. Nigerian life has degraded so much by design, by architecture, for us to be where we are today. There's a reason why you are not ensuring that education is topmost of mind for any region. Nigerians have protested in the past, is well documented, even up to 2020. But what has been the end result? Like, I would like to know, a time in history where Nigerians protested against a military government and it succeeded. or they protested against something and it succeeded. You can only say, okay, maybe colonialism, yeah, whatever. But when has it benefited the people? So every time people protest, you use the force of the military council or use the force of the federal government to suppress protests. Timaya, who broke out from this country, who is one of the most ostentatious Afrobeat artists in Nigeria, broke out because he sang about a military invasion of his village that killed his people at the end of the day. So where do we go from that to where we are right now? You know, Nigerian life, people have just decided that, you know what, we are not protesting anymore. And that's the reason why a lot of bright minds in the middle class are leaving Nigeria, because they do not have it anymore. The poor people cannot afford to do that because they need to survive. Now who first the job go first or say, okay, may we go out, may we go riot, or may we go protest now. But when you even want to go and protest, and the people that are oppressing you are giving you 50K, 100K, you think about the kids at home. You think about, oh, my wife doesn't have this, my children have to go to school. It's a no-win situation where we are right now. You know, and it has been designed up to this level now. Where do you want to protest? We all saw October 2020. It was like a film to many people now. To those who didn't know, you raise your head, you get, bro, AK-47 to the head, and life goes on. No, but this is not Black Lives Matter, where they will eventually change the procedure in which police will arrest people of color, minorities, and ensure they don't shoot them. There's nothing like that here, bro. There's nothing like here, bro. A lawyer went to church for vigil. She was pregnant. She came back. A policeman shot her. There's still no justice in that case to today. That doesn't encourage, oh, let's protest and everything. Nigerians have just decided that, you know, there are two things now. Either we survive or we flee at the end of the day. So you Nigerians have coping mechanisms. This young lady is just realizing she's now in a culture shock of how things happen. You want to buy a car. There are millions of young Nigerians that wanted to buy a car. They don't price out. They don't look out. 31st, they pray to God. God, this car is 5 million. If I hustle next year, I get my 5 million. You know, things now happen in January. Boom. That car for 5 million is now 20 million. Where do you start from? Landlord tells you, oh, your rent was 800, but now it's 1.6. Where do you start from? And in that whole P, right? In order to survive, people will now have start turning into crime. And that is why crime is big in this country. And that's why, even though it's not a crime, sex work is big right now in this country. Because you need something that can give you an insane amount of money within a shortest time where you don't have to work. And that's where we are right now. Our culture is, sorry, I'm almost done. Our culture is now a culture of, Omo, I'm leaving. Or I'll do what I have to do to survive. It's not a culture of, let's go and ask the questions. People have asked the questions. Bro, 3 million people died during Biafra War. I can beat my chest and say the Southeast has not recovered from that in terms of reconstruction, rehabilitation, and everything. At the end of the day, you now imagine you want Igbo people to now rise up and say they want to protest. Protest for what? We lost all our money during the war. There's nothing to protest for in this country again. So right now, we see that everybody will enjoy them. If you have the money to Jakpa, you go Jakpa. Everybody will go there. And we pray to God that one day things will be okay. That's the Nigerian way. Simple as that. Steve.
No. I think
You want to talk about the girl, or do you want to talk about the situation?
The girl situation, like both, right? Like as someone who experienced Lagos as an adult, like first experienced Lagos, especially as an adult, like I'd experienced Lagos like as a toddler or something. But my first full experience as a Lagosian was because of NYSC. I understand how this girl feels, right?
Yeah.
Some of the things she's experiencing are very, very familiar. Lagos is overwhelming. Like when I left camp, I was staying in Festac. I was trying to find my way around. I used to tell you guys now, when I left camp, the first month or two, I left camp in July or so. August, September, I was going home almost every weekend. Like Friday night, I'm going to Mazamaza to enter a bus to Delta State, just to just to experience like a saner place
to reset your mind
for like
to reset
my mind in 2-3 days, then come back on Monday and continue like the hustling. I was just trying to find my way around. I had not found like a base yet. the city was disgusting to me. It was dirty, it was chaotic, the air was different, it was disorganized. But what happened later was it was an experience I started loving, right? Because it was something I wanted badly, right? Lagos was somewhere I wanted to be, like so badly, right? So I saw these things as part of the whole experience. In fact, I just checked now. I just checked in. I just logged into my Facebook page and I saw a comment that I made in 2011, October 2011, about how people who complain about traffic in Lagos. I was saying something in the line of, it is what comes with staying in Lagos. If you don't like it, please leave.
Well,
You understand?
yeah,
You see how I was processing it at that time. It was an experience I was taking in because this was a city I was in love with. Like I've seen from pop culture, from media, everywhere. Like I really wanted to be there, and it was a city that I felt it was the only city that could accommodate like what I wanted to do in my
to
life.
achieve.
And at that
Yeah.
time, I started to find my tribe, so it was exciting. So for Lagosians who are angry, anytime someone says Lagos thing or something like that, it's a real experience. Like
Bro,
I've never
it's
seen
real.
chaos around me until I came to Lagos.
I
came
know-
to Lagos.
I know an artist.
My interpretations and how I handled it were different because it was something I
true that.
wanted badly. But this is the real experience. There's no need getting mad about it. Like it's not an indictment on you. It's like I don't understand.
Because it's even bigger
you
than
want
you.
to say something about?
Yeah,
I want to say something about.
I remember
you
an
want to say something about
artist
artists.
when she was from the north, right? When she first came to Lagos, she told me she had a panic attack because she went to
Yeah.
Oshodi, and they were like, "Why? Where's everybody going to? Why are the
Yeah.
fences high, bro?
Yeah.
Lagos is Lagos, bro. We
Yeah,
can't lie.
that is it. It's almost like it's a narrative that is really, really popular with like urban settlements. Like someone who
yes.
stays like in North Carolina, just going to New York for the first time is a different experience. Like it's not
close.
easy. It's not an experience that anybody can easily take in and just move ahead with.
you
It's
know-
something. So I don't know why people just get crazy anytime a
Do
conversation
you
like this
know?
comes up.
Do you know how dirty the New York subway is and how crazy
Yes.
it is? It's mad.
Because what was happening with this girl now, people have left the cross of the conversation of what she's trying
and
to say
attacking
into,
her, yeah.
and I start attacking her. The people are putting up pictures of her going out with her friends,
It doesn't,
stuff
bro,
like
it
that.
doesn't.
That
The
she's
truth
a
is the truth.
baddie.
Whatever you
I
want to
don't
do.
understand how that ties into the whole conversation that
See,
it's making, bro.
when
A
you
single
want-
egg. In short, this is the first time I'm realizing this. So
Yeah,
a single egg is 200 naira.
Egg that came out from
200
chicken.
naira.
Yeah,
Guys.
but also because cities are like
wow.
this all over the world doesn't mean that there has to be great work done on Lagos. And what I mean, you have to reconstruct Lagos, at least 80% of it,
No,
because what we have right now is terrible. The housing conditions are terrible. Urban planning is terrible. Transportation is terrible. Security terrible. Bro, a common thing are street lights in Ikeja, where the governor stays. Inode. The amount of people trooping into Lagos and living in Lagos is unfathomable. There are people
Yeah, it is.
sleeping on the roads. Sleeping on the roads in Lagos. Bro, then the waste management is another thing. You go to some streets, even in some high class so-called estates, bro, the gutters are open.
It's been a disgrace because they politicized it.
Yeah, look at
They
the heat
politicized
right now.
PSPs.
Yeah, look at the heat right now. The heat is heavy on the gutters. It's smelling.
Yeah.
If you go to other places where they were built during colonial times, you won't see open gutters. They are all closed for a reason. But for some reason, I don't know how he entered our minds in Lagos with these Nigerian politicians that, you know what, let's just do the road anyhow. And there'll be no even pavements for people to walk in. You don't have pavements for people to walk. They are open gutters. The gutters are shallow. During rainy season, it now begins to flood. Come on. We can do way better. We can do way better.
I want to say that any government or any initiative that wants to like rebuild Lagos, they have to Ayo has to be in the committee or something.
At this point, I agree.
Because,
That's the only government work I can do.
Ayo has the blueprint on how you can rebuild this city.
I go see that.
I 100% recommend.
Please, I beg you, because it is
Okay.
annoying.
I want to thank Ayo for eventually
Hitting the nail on the head.
well, arriving at a point that is very
yeah.
important. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And Steve,
Yeah.
I understand because you're seeing it from your perspective.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes.
As this place is they call it the center of excellence. This is the place you can make it, and
Yes.
regardless of what is
Our
happening,
New York.
my eyes are on the prize. That's okay.
Yes.
That's okay. As someone who was born and raised in Lagos myself and spent 30 something years
Yeah,
in the
Lagosian,
city,
Mr. Man. Yeah,
I am
Lagosian.
Yeah,
a
Lagosian.
fully,
Lagosian.
fully.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, all the
Lagosian.
talk of say your ancestors. If you
No,
spend 30
yeah,
years in a
Lagosian.
place,
my
if
brother,
you spend 30 years in a place, you are in that place. You are
my brother,
you are a native of that place.
my brother. No place for Lagos where my leg never reach.
I
I
believe
tell
that
you.
because you don't do all the work.
I'm
You
not
don't do all
Oh,
the
joking.
work.
I'm not joking. I swear to God, I'm not joking. There's nowhere in Lagos that is known.
that I've not been to.
That you not been to.
Epe,
Uh-uh.
Meron, Alagbado, Ayobo,
That your ball. Those
Osapa
intercore.
London, Ijesha, Ijegun, Ikotun,
Everywhere.
You can hear all the names, guys.
Agege,
This is not VI or Ikoyo.
Festac, Ojo,
Satellites.
Vespa, Ijaniki. Bro, my leg don't waka. I'll tell you 100% for a fact. Lagos is a shithole.
It's a shithole.
Yeah, it is.
And
it is.
we, even myself, growing up, were so normalized.
Because you didn't know better.
To it being a shithole, we glamorized it.
Yeah.
We sang songs about it.
No party for jungle.
I need to tell you, we have three of us because we came from middle class, families and all of that. Me at some point lower class. Let me explain to you. We've eaten some unhealthy things. We have consumed some unhealthy food. We have sat in some unhealthy places. We have done some things that could have taken our lives. Do you understand what I'm saying? We have entered buses that just
one chance could have been one chance.
One silly turn would have cost us our lives. We have seen reports of people, right, who their bus hit the side of Third Milan Bridge and they all fell into the sea, into the ocean, to the lagoon. We've seen these things. It's not jokes. Do you understand?
It's real.
The public transportation system in Lagos requires you to sit on hardwood that is guarded by metal, that is guarded by bare metal.
Rusted bare metal.
Do you understand? And for years, I thought this is the standard of transportation, that there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, there's nothing better than this.
You understand what I'm saying? We're governed by people who think that the seat belt in a bus is only required for the person in front and the driver, and every other person at the back of the bus is not required to wear a seat belt, and they feel like it's functional and it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep it a buck. Lagos is a stinking place. It stinks. There's nothing to say, oh, it stinks and get used to it. No, it is wrong.
It's not. It's wrong. What is wrong is wrong. Say it.
There was one day I was with LD some years ago in Lagos, and he told me, Sagi, we're dealing with trauma. We that lived in Lagos, we deal with a lot of trauma. And I said, I don't understand trauma. Like how we deal with trauma? He said, Usagi, trying to get onto a bus that is still moving and won't stop for you is trauma.
It's trauma. Yeah. And we all
trying to get off a big bus that won't stop moving and will require you to jump off the bus and then gallop a few steps is trauma.
Yeah.
Waiting at the bus stop for a bus that arrives, right? And 10 to 15, 20 people fight to get into the bus while you might get injured is trauma. We shouldn't normalize any of this behavior. It is wrong.
It's animal behavior.
It is wrong. Behavior. We need to stop normalizing it. So now onto this young girl. We need to go beyond. She's just. You want to say something, Steve? Yeah.
No. Yeah. The points you made about someone who's just experiencing adulthood for the first time is also very important.
I wanted to go into that now.
Okay.
I wanted to go into that now. I got you. Don't worry. That's why I let you guys do all the talking.
Yes.
All right.
Now, a young girl No, and you see the point where Steve wants to make that, oh, a young girl who's experiencing this girl has grown. I don't know if she has grown up all her life in Lagos. We actually don't have that context. But if I look at it through the context of someone who lived in Lagos, then she has experienced Lagos already. There's no adulthood. She just moved from one vicinity to another vicinity and she's staying alone.
She was already an adult since way young.
Since 10 years, since 6 years old, this girl has been. If she grew up in Lagos, she has been jumping gutter.
Easy.
Right, as a young girl, she's been jumping gutter. By the time this girl hits like 11, 12, she was already being sexualized by the Egbon Adubos in her environment. She was already being catcalled. Women go through a lot in Nigeria, and specifically Lagos that I grew up in. We saw these things and they were normalized. It's not right. Now, for this young girl, take it back to when you were 19. Take it back to when you finished NYSC and you had to have the job. What this girl is experiencing is a drop in, which I kind of explained in the group. I don't know if you heard the voice note, but Steve heard it, right?
No, I didn't say it.
We are in a window period, right? In a window where social economic ladders are going down.
I even being destroyed itself.
Do you understand? They are being dissipated right now. So billionaires are turning into millionaires, are being forcefully turned into millionaires. Millionaires are being forcefully turned into thousandaires. Thousandaires are being forcefully turned into hundredaires. That's what's going on. People who live in the upper class are being pushed into the middle class. People in the middle class are being pushed into the lower class. What she's experiencing, that's what she's experiencing. I've experienced it before.
The shift change, yeah.
Yes, Babangida's era. People experience families.
Thank you.
Bro, people move from using gas cooker to abacha stove.
Yes. No.
Same families. Do you know the psychological effect on that on you?
Strong middle class families. Strong.
So that's when sawdust became popular.
My brother.
Yes,
remember the sawdust? Yeah.
My brother, sawdust and shaving. Do you understand? So what this girl is experiencing, like we said, right? That thank God this guy didn't enter in 2011. Because we would have experienced what this girl is experiencing.
The same thing. Yeah.
Clearly the same thing. That 80K, we're buying ASOS in 2011. I was buying Marks and Spencer shirts. And my salary was 68,000 naira. I was still buying Marks and Spencer. I was thinking about it the other day that my salary was 53 because I used to have a girlfriend who used to monitor my salary that time. She was a trust fund kid. She said, how much are you earning now, Sagi? And I used to be so disappointed to tell her. So my boss moved my salary from 53,000 to 68. I said, okay, that's good. All right. She ended up breaking it off. She said she wanted to live an expensive life, not a comfortable life.
Yeah.
That time I was doing about maybe 70K.
That's a big boy.
Anyways, so what this young girl is experiencing is she shouldn't be going through this at all. As a young person, if you started working, and you can tell from how she's explaining it, it's not like she wants to live a big girl life. She's trying to actually figure it out.
The basics.
If you're talking on mute, she's trying to actually figure it out on a normal, like we had colleagues. Remember when we were post, we had colleagues who were just figuring life out, who had their first jobs.
Impulse.
Yes.
And they were able to save. They were able to live life. They were never.
You could see the improvements in the quality of their lives.
Bro,
yeah.
I don't let's call names. Well, some people started to look better. You could tell by your 6th salary, by your 6 months in the company. Say, okay, you don't change shoe. You don't buy things were affordable. Some of these people were either staying with sharing an apartment, or they moved. We saw people
to their own crib.
Move to there and say, oh man, I'm moving to my own crib now and everything. I bought my first car when I started working.
Yeah.
I was able to take a loan, extra loan, and I was able to pay back the loan, in 3 months. Do you understand? Yeah. She's talking about taking a loan now. She can't dare take a loan because the interest rate is gonna kill her.
And they'll chase her every month for the money.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So what she's experiencing in this period is very sad, and you can tell from how she's crying that she's helpless. As a young person, you want to move out, have your own place, start to build your own life. You can't do it. And so what is happening now is that whole period where you're meant to build as a young adult and start to live your life is suspended. Even for me, I couldn't leave my parents' house till I was 30. Do you know?
It's very true. Very, very true.
I was still, I was working and doing everything.
I remember.
I couldn't afford to have a place. until my salary. I went to a company and I think my salary 5x or 4x.
Yeah, shut up.
And I was like, okay, I can afford to get a place. And I still went and stayed with somebody before I moved on to my own place because I still had to save money and everything. So I
Yeah.
can imagine what someone like her is going through now. That cry she cried is not because I can't flex. It's because a crate of eggs is 6,005. Like I'm struggling right now. Like my rent, I'm coming back from where I went to buy eggs, and then they're telling me my light bill has 2x. And I'm still earning the same thing I'm earning. My employer expects me to be at work every day. I try to
Put
take
yourself in her
transport.
shoes. Yeah.
Okay, she says Uber, and some people say, why are you taking Uber? Blah, blah, blah. I understand that person's rationale. Where I live right now, I do not take Uber.
Because
Because
there's no need.
no, because it's expensive. It's not that there's no
Yeah, it's
need.
expensive. Oh, it's expensive, true.
I mean, everybody likes to stay at the back of a car while you are driven by a very cool Tesla.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
But you look at it in your finances and you're like, if I take an Uber to and fro from work every day, I'm working
doesn't
for
make-
Uber.
Yeah.
Basically, because I'm just earning the money and paying Uber.
I'm basically
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I can't do that and I can't afford it. Or it's not like I can't afford it, but like it's a stupid thing to do
It's not a
because
financial,
Yeah.
you're not
financial move. Yeah.
exactly, you're not saving or investing, right? Which you should be doing. So what are the alternatives? Oh my God, that's a cool train that I can just sit on and nobody disturbs me and I can read or watch my book. And when I
There's
get to my train
space.
stop, I stop. See, and then I take the tram to my house. Everything is nice. What is the substitute for proper transportation in Nigeria, in Lagos? It is entering
NURTA.
a freaking moving coffin. That's what I call downfalls now.
NURTW. With an
It is unhealthy.
intoxicated
Do
driver.
you understand? You might literally, we can say you might die. The
Yeah.
possibilities are low, but
You
you
are
might
playing
die.
with you are playing
You
with
can be
life.
robbed, you can be injured, whatever it is. The place to the bus park is shitty. The buses don't even see. If we had bus parks like, you know how we enter bus parks at Ogofure or what's
Yeah.
it? God is good.
God is
Yes.
good.
If the
Yeah.
bus parks were like that, where you just go, you sign up, you enter those kind of buses, I think a lot of Lagosians will take that bus option.
Bosses. Yeah.
Uber will not
Bro.
even.
Uber
And
will not
that's
be an
my
option.
and that is where I always have a question that with all the money NURTW makes from bus stops, from bus parks, I have not seen one bus park in Lagos that looks like a model that's model designed properly for human beings to enter.
Ayo knows that if we start
Maybe not just go past
NURTW
that.
conversation, we
So,
might
leave
all probably get arrested.
no, please let me do that one. It's a
So
shame.
I want to tell this girl, I feel your pain. I understand what you're going through because she's just asking for the basics
Yeah.
and she can't even get the basics. And it's so sad that there are some people moving into adolescence in this time. It's the worst time ever
And you'll be robbed of it.
where you are meant to be a high earner or at least start a promising life, save some money. Do you understand? And then build yourself. How do you want this girl to even say, okay, I want to do a career switch. Let me go to Udacity and learn product management. $350
Bro.
every month. How can she do it?
Every month.
$315 every month. She can't afford it.
Yeah.
So the career switch you want to do, you can't even afford it.
Yeah.
And the only thing she could do was these are genuine tears. If you guys watch the video, she couldn't hold herself back again. And there are a lot of Nigerians going through the same thing, and nobody's speaking up. And there are Nigerians that are more empowered than this. There are Nigerians that have kids. There are Nigerians that are earning more, but their value is being dissipated as well. Oh. But they are not saying anything. And keeping silence is not going to help anybody. Going
in the
to
long
church
run.
and praying about it and waiting for that miracle to happen isn't going to change anything about it.
God is not going to fix your generator for you.
So someone was talking about political awareness that, these young people, now understand that the government is blah, 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 blah. But it still goes down to what we've always been saying, right? If your governor is wearing a Patek Philippe wristwatch that costs £1 billion, people still can't tie that to...
It should be a conversation.
Yeah, people still can't tie your House of
gap,
Rep driving a
yeah.
G-Wagon, even though his salary can't afford for him to buy a G-Wagon. People can't tie that to what is happening. Like, that is money that should be used for free healthcare
That correlation,
for people over the age of 60 in the local governments.
Nigerian thinking hasn't evolved to see that gap.
You
Once
know,
that gap has been solved in our mind, problem, bro, we're Gucci.
there's
Until
still
that day.
there's still the old political awareness. I think after 2020, Gen Z was like, okay, F the government, we know they're bad, blah blah blah. But they still can't tie it to, you know what, the way the economy is going in the next 5 years, I shouldn't be here anymore. Or like this is what I need to do. Or do you understand? So people still save their money in Naira. You know, the loan the popular, I won't call their names, popular apps to say, oh, save your money in Naira so you can get 10% interest. Right? While they will take your Naira, convert it to FX and go and use it to trade.
Flip it, my fam. Yeah.
You get, but young people still can't figure it out. And I think this is this is like her first journey. And she represents a lot of young people who are realizing, oh, okay, this is like, if the economy is bad, if
fucked my
leadership is
life up.
bad, if the economy is bad, like if leadership is bad, the economy will be bad. If the economy is bad, this is how much it affects me.
Yeah.
I think they are just making that correlation now.
I think, it's a lesson that Nigerians have to learn the painful way. If you don't want to learn the easy way, you will learn the painful way. And also, speaking of Lagos, while Lagos has its defects and it needs to be addressed immediately, we are also looking at governors of other states who just collect money from Abuja and do nothing. They have no plan for their states.
They are the ones that get it easy all the time. See
Yes.
how we've spent a whole 30 minutes just talking about Lagos.
Yeah, because all of us here have like more Lagos experiences.
What has stopped
stuff like that?
What has stopped the governors of Ogun State to say, okay, people can be living here and be going to work in Lagos. So let's create a massive house planning initiative that at least will take 500,000 people first. In the next 10 years, let's try and do that. But no, all they do is wear Ankara. They are doing G5 Southwest governors. They'll be taking picture that doesn't.
Nobody has even taken advantage of the whole remote work thing, and even saying, okay, attracting companies and stuff like that. Like, I don't even understand.
Bro, there's a state called Jigawa. The guy, whoever is there, the guy is just there.
We don't know anything about it. We don't even know what's.
Let me even go to the Jigawa State's website. Let me see Jigawa.
Does Jigawa even trend on social media?
No,
like somebody does something there.
Jigawa, I haven't seen Jigawa in the news cycle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like Jigawa State, I have not seen them in the news cycle since forever.
So what's happening there? What are the plans for young people?
Like there are human beings there. There's a governor there.
You know,
Jigawa State
in
Youth
terms of like
Empowerment.
2025 trends in tech, in agriculture, in how are they tying in? How does it apply to young people working there? What is happening? What's the future like? What's the education like?
Man, the governor there will just be having the ball.
But at the end of the day, there's no consolidated efforts.
No media pressure.
Monitor.
No nothing.
Yes, there's
bro.
no media pressure.
Yes.
There's nothing. It's only Lagos that we're focused on. But maybe the day we have energy, we'll extend it to Ondo.
Yeah, because you know what's happening? People
maybe
are
Delta, Rivers.
Yeah, those are states that, financially can take off the burden from Lagos.
Yes.
But those are like, no, we don't give a fuck. Like, bro, we don't care.
The latest press releases from the Jigawa State website is dated as far back as 2023.
Yeah, so wait.
Are you serious?
Well,
these guys
so,
ain't doing shit.
So there's nothing from 2023 to today that warrants a press release.
No, okay. So that's press release, but news and event. Okay, March 14, 2025. Summary of resolutions of State Council. Summary of resolutions of State Council. Jigawa State Program Board extends Ramadan greetings, urges unity and devotion. Summary of resolution of State Council. Summary of resolution of State Council. That's basically it. Summary of resolution of State Council. Governor Malam Umar Namadi announces the passing of his beloved mother. Summary of the resolution of State.
It's so crazy.
Like I want to be I want to be governor of Jigawa State.
It's possible.
I'm just going to go to work every day, show up, do nothing. Like the vice governor, like the guy, the commissioner.
With your starched native.
Do you understand? Just chilling.
And guess what? You don't even need to work in Jigawa. You can be in Abuja all the time. Why did they need to see you?
Do you think this guy is in Jigawa? You actually think this guy is in Jigawa?
Why did they need to see you? Now,
Farm is in Abuja.
all southern governors should be pressing for how their states will be connected by rail. All of them should be thinking, okay, every state connected by rail to the capital at least. But no,
Okay.
but
Our,
no,
Our leaders are actually very wicked.
They are wicked people,
very
man.
wicked.
They are
But when it's
wicked people.
but when it's time for
Because
this,
you know what annoys me? There's always so much activity. There's no way you talk to the governor and he doesn't
They are
give you like
traveling.
10
They are,
things
they
he's
are, they
working
are
on.
booked and
They're
busy.
busy. They're busy,
Booked
bro.
and
They say-
busy.
they
You
say
can't
the governor is
book
busy.
and busy. I'm telling you.
They say the government is busy. You can't see him for the next 2 weeks because he's working towards the development of the
Bro,
state.
they are
Booked
busy.
and busy.
What
All
is the
of them.
development of
God.
the state? Baba go open
Like
tattoo,
an IG
Yeah.
body, booked and busy.
bro.
Anyways, man, guys, let's keep it moving. I don't think we can even do sports music or anything else. We have to just go straight to fan mail. We spend a lot of time.
Yeah,
We do
man.
this all the time. I'm sorry. We need to find a way to. How are we going to find a way to manage? And I'm talking to myself here, but we need to. It's just that Nigerian matter just long.
The long.
Too long.
Let's do this week in history, man. This week in history, Nigeria wins its first African Cup of Nations.
Let's go.
Yes. On March 22, 1980, the Green Eagles, now known as the Super Eagles, secured Nigeria's first Africa Cup of Nations title with a commanding 3-0 victory over Algeria in Lagos State. Wow, we hosted it.
Yeah, we did. National Stadium there, though. Yeah.
Oh, Nigeria 80. Nice. What was it called before African Cup of Nations? It was called what? Nations Cup of Africa.
Nations Cup of Africa, something like that. I can't remember.
And the trophy was very, very interesting. Coached by Brazilian Otto Martins Gloria. So we've been using international coaches as far back as it. The squad was packed with homegrown talent from clubs like Rangers International, Shooting Stars, and Bendel Insurance. 8 teams vied for the trophy. Nigerians navigated the group stage with wins over Tanzania and Egypt and a draw against Ivory Coast before defeating Morocco in the semi-finals. 2 half goals from Shegun Odegbami and a second mathematical shege
The gay.
and a second half strike from Muda Lawal sealed the triumph for the Nigerian side, captained by Christian Chukwu, the late Christian Chukwu. Amazing. That's amazing.
It's weird how the best things of Nigeria are just from the past. Because I'm thinking about the local league now. Just hearing the names Rangers International, Shooting Stars, Bender Insurance. These were like elite clubs back in the days. Do you get like
top clubs?
Top clubs. I remember growing up and Iwan National meant like so much to me. Like growing up in Delta State, right? Because like Warri Wolves, like these were names that were really, really big.
That's how they build the brands. They were big. People,
Imagine someone growing up now in Lagos.
It's United. It's United. It's Chelsea. That's who people identify as.
Yes.
And it's just how much we've imported culture and not exported it.
Yeah.
Or even imbibed ours.
Or even imbibed it to start with. Yeah. It's true.
Is that bad? Guy, when they say we import 99% of what we consume, it's not a joke.
It's not only good though. We import
It's
culture.
It includes culture. It includes culture, yeah. Anyways, man, you can check more throwback stories on archiving, discover history as it happens, explore thousands of digitized Nigerian newspaper pages from 1970 to 2010. That's archiving archivi.ng. Let's go into fan mail. All right, what do you have for me today? Shout out to Duni the procrastinator who procrastinated from sending a message to us from 2017. Remember Duni? She wrote in to say she is a girl and not a guy because we're broing her too much on the pod, right? She just wrote a follow-up to say she's a girl and she's got a beautiful baby boy. So congrats to you, Duni and your family. All right, let's start with Octave. Octave is still on IBB. He says, in light of IBB's book launch on January 12th, do you guys think MKO Abiola would have been as good I'll start from somewhere now. As good a president as people are making him out to be? Some part of me thinks the annulment of June 12th helped form the saintly perception of him we all have now. Anyway, if IBB thought publishing his autobiography and declaring MKO as winner of the June 12th election will bring some sort of finality to the conversation, then he was ill-advised. The debate will simmer endlessly. Sometimes I wonder how retired military officers sleep at night, knowing the number of executions they orchestrated and sanctioned. I mean, how do they live with themselves, knowing the number of families whose breadwinners they unalived? Osags, is there a possibility to bring back the trivia, those questions that you ask AOT2 and Steve that were mostly Nigerian related? The IBB conversation continues. All right, let's start from your first question. Shout out to you, Octave, for writing this in. Would Abiola have been a good president as people are making him out to be? 100% no, he wouldn't have been a good president. As a matter of fact, when I was reading Max Solon's book, right, I think it was the second one, the 1993 to 2003, right? Steve, stop reading Famil. Focus,
No, I was
focus.
looking for a particular fan mail from that I was expecting. I didn't see it here, but I'll talk about it.
Okay, so stop reading Famil. Close the page. I can see you reading Famil. Close the page. Who's
I'm out.
who's
I'm
still
out.
there? Someone is
I'm
there.
there. Let me
Anonymous
close it.
Loris. I can leave her. Steve is easily distracted. Would Abiola have been a great president? 100% not. As a matter of fact, when I was reading the book, right, some of the military officers said it was most likely to happen that 6 months into Abiola's presidency, if he was announced as winner, there would have been another coup just 6 months in. That's how
Yeah.
bad it would have been, and the cycle would have just continued, right? Remember, it was a cycle all the way from when Obasanjo. In fact, it was a cycle from
From
1966.
the first
If you
coup
want
now.
to keep it real, right? But let's even say, okay, Obasanjo handed power back again to Shagari. It didn't take how many years after the first 4 years he did. By the start of 85, there was another coup. So there would have been coups like that happening back to back to back. So I don't
But
think
I want to say something.
Mhm.
That the key thing is that we all know that military rule was bad for Nigeria.
100%.
I think if they allowed these civilians to just keep running, we would have eventually corrected ourselves.
I don't think so. I think the cycle would have continued because as at 1993, there was so much vested interest from the military in civilian in governance. They were more interested in politics.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. Yes,
Yeah, that
they're too concerned about politics than going back to the barracks.
they had already had their fingers in the cookie jar and they were not going to take it out.
They're not going. Yeah, true that.
Yeah, so that's that. Then he also says, was Abiola a good president or good person? Well, I'm not going to taint anybody's legacy, whatever, right?
What do you mean by a good person? It's good to some people now.
Hey, my brother.
Yeah.
Johnson, go and read. There's a 1980, I believe, 1980 Washington Post report on Abiola and ITT. You can read that. You can also read Max Solon's book on the whole Soldiers of Fortune. The first two books on Soldiers of Fortune, the book and the sequel. You can also read it, and you can see the history of Abiola there, the kind of things he did, and just read it, right? I don't want to go into.
You can also listen to Fela's ITT.
International Tiff. You can listen to it, but there are reports of money laundering, there are reports of coup sponsoring, there are reports of different things. So you can make your conclusions from that. Then yeah, he talks about like how military officers sleep at night. Man, I was reading about the 1980 coup, the Gideon Oka coup. Do you know he's not his coup? He's just branded Oka coup. Like, do you know this? Like, for real, they brought this guy in because he was in charge of signals in Ibadan.
Yeah,
Like he was in charge of comms and everything, right? So it's not even his coup. He didn't even plan it. They brought him in, and all of a sudden they branded the coup his name. I'm sure the guy's not like 50 Cent name. What did I do? You know, I mean, he did join, but he was not the mastermind. It was two other guys that were the mastermind who had been arrested some years before for planning a coup, and they tried them, but they let them go because they said they couldn't find any evidence. But apparently, those two guys, I've forgotten their names now. They came back and then replanned the coup with another very Nigerian big Nigerian billionaire who funded the coup, bought them cars and everything. They later fucked that guy over, man. You know, but I'm still reading the book.
Do you know what this is called? If first you don't succeed,
you try
again.
Yeah. But you know, they killed all of them. The total number of people they killed around the Gideon Oka coup, like after the trials and everything, were close like over 40 people. It is the most bloody, one of the most bloody apart from the 66, you know, that led to the civil war, blah blah blah. is one of the most bloody coups that then didn't even actualize into a coup. But yeah, this is where people started to. This is where people lost love for Babangida and started to fear him more.
Yeah, that's when
Before
the
that, he was a
ingenious
very
thing
nice guy,
happened.
shine teeth, gap tooth, blah blah blah. Here they saw this guy as an evil person because a lot of people lost their lives in this failed coup. Yes, we will bring back the trivia question. Don't worry. You just need to ask my co-hosts if they are ready. That's it.
Mhm.
We are
They're
ready
ready.
now. We're ready.
All right, man. All right. Moving on to the next one. Lord A is talking about Nigerian history. He says, I have a question for Sags. I'm wondering how you transitioned from journalism to marketing now to data analytics. I'm trying to transition to data, and I would need advice on how you were able to transition successfully and the courses you took in the process. Well, all I can tell you about transitioning, which is very interesting for me, is that I never planned these things. Like, I didn't wake up one day and say, "Oh, I'm going to transition from one place to the other." My brother, money I define, though.
Yeah.
But to keep it real, right? It is for me. I think I want to describe myself as something, but I don't think I'm that thing yet, and I don't want to make it look as if I'm larger than life. But I like to put my hands in different things, and I think that's what makes me interesting. Just having a bit of everything. And I think that's what the curiosity really spikes my interest. And when I see, and to be very honest, like I said, what motivates me is also earning. And how do I earn? How do I earn more? What can I earn? How can I take care of my family and all of that? And I see if this is something I can do because
Opportunities, yeah.
my interest lie in a lot of things, bro. Today I can go into security. Tomorrow I can go into oil and gas because there's something there that I will find interesting, and it's how is my outlook on life. My outlook on life is not tunnel vision. The same way I tell you people, like, try and consume a lot of things, try and see things from different perspectives. It's the same way you can also work. Some people tell you, me, if it's not this and I cannot do it, or I don't even like it. I tell people, stop living your life that way. Live your life by exploring because there's only one life you have, and the more you explore and enjoy things, the better for you. So it's the same way I treat my career. If I see this is interesting and you have the ability to learn it, my brother, go and learn it. And I think a background in mathematics gives you an option to like learn different things. Maybe not, but like I feel mathematics is a bedrock of a lot of things, even learning languages. Once you understand mathematics, learning mathematics or just having a background, it gives you, I don't know, it gives you something. It opens a lot of possibilities in terms of being able to acquire and be adaptable in different fields. So for me, that's it. Though. And yeah, I have, as a matter of fact, I have something I can share with you. I can actually share with the whole podcast. I can sell it for like $1. Maybe I'll put the link in it and I'll attach it to like an account and you guys can buy it for $1. And it shows you a step-by-step process in transitioning what you need to learn. Because the danger of transitioning, especially when I was transitioning to data analytics, I went through this a lot. The danger of transitioning is that there's so much content about transitioning that you don't even know how to transition to something new. You go to YouTube and there are like a million videos telling you, here's how I transitioned from blah, blah, blah to a high paying data analytics job. You just did this and this. And most of those guys, right? Half of them are saying rubbish. The other half, or the half of the remaining half, are speaking about it in the context of the country they live in or the industry they work in, which is very different from where you work in or what you need to know. Some of the boot camps that you're going to have tailored the boot camp to themselves and how they want to make money, and then they sell it to you and they sell something different to you, and then you're done with the boot camp and you realize that you are not equipped enough, right? So there's something I built, and I built it in a way where you want to start off as a data analyst and then you can then build into a data scientist or whatever, right? I've structured it in that way. What you need to do, what you need to take, courses you need to take, where you need to start from, how proficient you need to be at a certain level, and then grow into a next level. So maybe I'll put in the link and you can buy it for like $1. What up, Steve?
I want to understand something. Isn't the way I think about it, is it data analysis or data scientist? Ain't they built on something? Like say, maybe from a growth perspective, or maybe you're a data analyst for growth. It could be for marketing analysis. It could be for maybe strategy. Like, do you understand what the question I'm trying to ask? Isn't that how it works?
So if you want to be like a data analyst is like the first step,
Okay.
right? Of anything, right? Before you want to become a data scientist. A data analyst is the first
Okay.
step, and basically what you're doing is you can play in any field. Having
Okay.
domain
Okay. Okay.
expert
Okay.
knowledge then puts you
Uh-huh.
makes you
It
like
puts
more
you
it,
makes it okay.
it gives
Okay.
you more expertise if you have
Okay. Okay.
domain
Okay.
if
Okay.
you have domain expertise.
Domain expertise. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Do you understand?
Right.
But like being a data analyst, you can play in any industry because what you are
Okay.
doing is you are exploring. Do you understand? You are
Mm-hmm.
exploring. You are, well, let's start even from the beginning. You are collecting data, you are cleaning the data, you are analyzing the data, and you are presenting the data.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
like basic. You can do that across any industry. Do you understand? When you then start
Mm-hmm.
to add domain expertise, it now takes you to a
A
more senior
senior. Okay.
level.
Okay. More senior level. Okay. Okay.
Do you understand?
Understood. So
So for
where
people,
you're building it, when you're building your data analysis on top of a domain. Okay.
do you
Get it.
understand? So
Got it.
going
Got it. Got it.
from so and the beauty about it is when I tell people you want to transition into like um a data analyst and whatever, I always tell them wherever you're coming from, right? Try to be a data analyst in that field. So if you worked in a financial technology company now, you already have some domain expertise in that space, right? Whether you
Mm-hmm.
worked in marketing or you worked in, I don't know, you were a software engineer, whatever, right? It's easy for you to then go back to that field because you have some
Thank
sort of
you.
domain expertise
Some
in that space.
okay. Okay.
It's not going to be easy if you
Understood.
worked in fintech now and then you go to healthcare.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I
You
understood.
understand?
Understood.
But
Yeah.
if you're a pharmacist and you say, you know what, I want to work as a data analyst, you have domain experts. So I say,
Is domain expertise.
if you're in
Okay.
marketing now, go back to that field. So that's always
Mhm.
my marketing in
Yeah.
whatever industry you're
Yeah,
in. That's
whatever
what I
it
always
is. Yeah, I
advise people.
understand.
So yeah, I would share that with you and you can check it out.
Okay.
You can check it out.
I put
So
it. I put it. Let's buy. Let's buy. Let's buy.
yeah, it's a
Thank God it's
dollar,
one
just a
dollar.
dollar. Should I make it a dollar, $5? I'll make it $5. Let me make it
A
$5.
dollar,
Make
a
it
dollar.
dollar for. Make it dollar for
Some
loose
of
stock.
us,
Make it
some of
dollar
us
for
are
loose
in
stock
third world.
listeners.
Some of
Like
us are in
five
third
dollars
world,
for.
How
please.
much is $5? Are you
Maybe put
crazy?
a
Are you
code for.
1 6?
That
Code
one
Maybe
will
sec.
put a
code will
code
go
for loose
spread. Mona
stock.
leave me with code. Code will go spread. How much is $5? 8,000 naira is $5. How you can afford $5?
I
What's
cannot, please. I
that?
cannot.
How you can afford it? Yeah, it's $5. Why did I say $1? $5. Thank you. This is from Anonymous, and it's talking about the Wigwe family saga. Um, in case I sound biased, let me clarify that I had a personal relationship with some of the people involved. Additionally, I have first-hand experience dealing with a large estate. I am the youngest of 6 children. Our mother passed away in 1998, and our father in 2005 when I was just 7 years old. So the mom passed away in 1998. The father passed away in 2005 when he was just 7 years old. My eldest sister was in her late 20s, and my eldest brother, the third child, was not even 25 at the time. Our father's estate was worth close to £1 billion. He worked at NNPC for over 25 years. He was about to retire at 50 and had plans to establish his chain of gas stations, many of which still exist today but are now under someone else's control, a supposed friends of his. One of my father's biggest shortcomings was failing to teach his children financial intelligence, perhaps because he never had the opportunity to learn it himself. After his death, my eldest sibling, especially my eldest sister, my eldest siblings, especially my eldest sister and brother, suddenly had unlimited access to immense wealth. Although we always knew our father was wealthy, we lived modestly and only spent on necessities, avoiding extravagance. However, before sunrise on the day he died, family and friends had already gathered, eager for their share of the inheritance. In some ways, this was expected, as my father had financially supported many friends, relatives, and even sent several of their children abroad. A particular uncle inserted himself into the situation, appointing himself as the general overseer. I don't know if there was a will, but the legal documents presented by the lawyer indicated our father left everything to his children. His first son, the third child, was given the responsibility of leading the family, a clear influence on patriarchy, and he, along with my elder sister, was put in charge of maintaining the estate. Long story short, within 6 years, they squandered part of the fortune and lost the rest. My eldest brother became the community's biggest sponsor, paying for friends to travel abroad and making reckless financial decisions. To put things in perspective, in 2005, before 2025, he donated 1 million naira to a church, and the pastor gladly accepted it. And that was just the beginning. He did much worse. At some point, another uncle who worked at NNPC stepped in to help manage the estate. Assets and funds were transferred to his name so he could act as a custodian. But 2 years later, he passed away, and his second wife, a high ranking judge in Abuja, took control of everything. She withheld his estate, which included our inheritance, and never returned a dime because she didn't allow for his will to be read. This is why I can relate to Joyce's concerns. While I believe the Wigwe family is genuinely trying to protect Herbert's children, they are also looking out for their interests. I knew Herbert for years and he was deeply family oriented. There's no doubt in my mind that he made proper arrangements for his loved ones in his will. However, the problem now is that such a will may never be found or read. Paul Usoro, a senior advocate of Nigeria, is the chairman of Access Bank and serves as a lawyer to the bank. Herbert and AIG. So there is no way, under no circumstances, that fairness can be expected in the situation. With an asset worth at least $1 billion, that's an unimaginable fortune that has fallen into their laps. This is Nigeria. We all know how the story will end. The Wigwe family should accept their loss and move on. As for Joyce's statement, I'd like to counter it with some facts. Herbert and AIG's family, for as long as I've known them, which is over 8 years, have been attending the Super Bowl. Herbert enjoyed polo, but they had consistently attended the Super Bowl for the last 3 years before the accident. However, what remains strange is how they arrived and the people present. In 2024, the SB was held at the Allegiant Stadium, just an 11-minute drive from LAX Airport. For people who frequent the event and fly privately, they would have flown directly to LAX Airport. Instead, they flew to California and then back to Vegas. Why that happened, I'll never understand. This story gets more interesting and more interesting. And like Steve said, right? And Steve correctly said and corrected me, it's more complex than what we are seeing. It's not black and white again. It's more complex. There are a lot of things going on. What I am just baffled at is, as a billionaire in dollars, this still should not be happening. I don't care.
Yeah.
It should not be happening. Why is this happening?
Yeah, that's a red flag then.
That's the that's a red flag, and there should be a clear, like, as someone of this status should be, they should have a clear process in terms of how to regularly update their will to ensure that things that happen. But at the end of the day, what has happened is unprecedented. Remember, the dad died, the mother died, and the first son died. Do you get that? As what has made it complicated. How do you plan for this in a will? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it usually is like, if I'm dead, my wife does this, my son does this, or if me and my wife dies, my son does this. Like, it's very, very complicated.
I think that's where legal advisors should come in, because they are more, they are experts in this. So everything has to be waterproof. Everything has to be.
Exactly, especially at this level. I'm shocked that this is happening.
Bro, this is not. Yeah. This is not your.
This is not 10 naira.
This is not your rich man down the street.
This is not 100 million naira.
This is not, bro. This is not 100. This is not even 200 million naira.
Yeah.
This is a fortune that changes lives. It changes. When I say generational wealth, this is generational wealth.
This is generational wealth.
And it can't be played.
I shared something in the group for you guys. I don't know if you guys watched it, but let me play here so you guys can listen.
This married couple came to us for asset protection and generational longevity. So let me show you how we structure them. Part 1. The first layer of any Nexus framework is a living revocable trust. In the case of this married couple, we did a joint trust because they have joint assets. $3.1 million in assets makes their estate a taxable one in Massachusetts. So we set this up to be a credit shelter trust. When the first spouse dies, the trust splits into an A-B trust. Trust A serves as the surviving spouse's trust, and the surviving spouse maintains control and can make changes. B is a bypass trust. The bypass trust becomes irrevocable after the death of the first spouse. This way, the surviving spouse can't switch it up, but the surviving spouse can still receive income from the B trust. When the surviving spouse dies, the AB trust terminates and all the principal and income from both trusts waterfall into a subtrust for their daughter. The daughter's subtrust is irrevocable, meaning it's protected from her creditors, lawsuits, and divorcing spouses. This ensures the wealth stays within the bloodline. As a condition, the daughter must create her own revocable living trust, and if she has a child, a subtrust must be created for that child. See how this works? The grandchild's subtrust is funded from the daughter's subtrust, which came from the AB trust. And when that grandchild has a child, a new trust must be created for that child. This keeps going generation after generation. This is complex because of legal nuances like the rules against perpetuities, so don't try this at home. But stay tuned for part 2 for their business and real estate asset protection strategy.
Real estate asset protection strategy. If you are a billionaire in dollars, not millionaire, excuse me, a billionaire in dollars, if you are not playing on this level, what, come on, man. You're a
Then
low
what's the
quality
point?
billionaire. Do you understand? That's why I kept telling you guys, there shouldn't be any arguments about anything.
It should
All
be clear.
assets should be made public. It should be, once you die, do you understand? Something is initiated immediately. Oh, the wife has died. Who's the next of kin? Who you put as next? Something is. Do you know, there's this person. We have to call this person. This document. No, everything is just made public and read out. It's set.
Yeah.
Anybody that tries to do anything is against the law. Immediately, you're getting arrested.
Immediately, yeah.
So whether you do it from America with your assets outside the country or within the country, you can set all these things that even when people want to take you to court, see, what I'm saying is, at some point, there should be video footage
of you reading
these things. There's too much
That's
money
true.
at play.
There's too much else.
Why do Nigerians die and leave a mess for everybody?
Man.
Especially when you are getting older. You should get to an age where you know that I bought my coffee, I bought the way I'm going to be buried has been sorted.
The vault. Yeah, the vault.
My vault is sorted, everything. Why are you leaving a mess for people to take care of your mess? You died and everybody will start running around. We have to do a grown-ass human being. You should start planning these things at some point that, okay, we're getting to the age where we now start planning our continuation.
But
not that when you die, then your children will be running up and down.
Yeah, when it gets to a point where it's very, very critical, like it's very, very critical, especially with the amount of money that is involved.
Yeah.
The amount of money, asset, and value and wealth that is involved.
Bro, this man is in finance. He knows the importance of this thing. I'm sure he must have seen other scenarios play out like this.
Yeah, there shouldn't be this drama. It's just a simple matter of having a solidified will to say this is how it should be.
I was very disappointed with the drama.
Yeah, I am too. I am.
I don't see why there should be any drama. Everybody, like, if you didn't sort a group of people, it should be clear that they are not sorted.
Clear why? Yes.
Not that somebody's friend.
Sure, the people that you're not sorting, the people you're not sorting should already know even before your death. Like, the will should not be read and it should be surprised because of the way you move and the way you put people in their places and all that stuff like that. Do you get like?
No, my brother, it depends.
It depends. Me person no go kill.
My brother,
that's true. It depends.
I no go kill you. I beg go.
I understand. It's true.
Say, this guy no leave anything for us. How we go do? Me kidnap
how we do?
No, so they kidnap Michael Lubi father that.
I swear.
Beg. All right, this is from Olamide. It says, "Good day, sirs. Hope you're doing well. This is from Lukman. My name is Lukman. I am so Lukman wrote once and we didn't read his mail and then sent 3 other mails telling us to read his mail. So I had to go and look for the initial mail and that's what I'm reading now. So shout out to Lukman. He says he's a creative writer. He's presently doing his master's in literature and criticism in Azhar University, Cairo. Wow, shout out to our people from Cairo. He says, I'm planning to go into learning tech, but I'm in a state of confusion. I love data science for its name. Sounds weird. I also love cybersecurity, but I don't know which to go for. I've been preparing for this since last year, and I put my savings to get a laptop, but the laptop was a total mess. Then ripped me. It's hard for me to gather another money at the moment, but I'm working towards it. But before I get that, I want to know which I should go for. I'm totally clueless. The person I spoke with actually wanted me to do cybersecurity because he's into bug bounty stuff, but he's not making me see data science as something worth learning. I'm confused. Kindly put me through. All right, you guys, let me throw advice to this guy. You need to go for something you are good at, something you will know that you will learn and you're good at. go and read up about data science, what it is, the application of it, and where you can work. And figure out, is this what I want to do? Is this where I can work? Is this something I have a background in or I can learn and I'm good at learning? Or maybe I go into cybersecurity because I need to have, if this is where I need to work, or this is where I can work, this is how much they pay. This has to do with your career, right? And then understand, okay, if I'm learning this thing, do I have a background in it? Is it quick enough for me to learn? Am I liking it? Because these things, like the intangibles, right? They play a long role. I've seen people work in companies where they are not happy at what they do, even though they do it well, right? So you have to read up about that. Please go to YouTube, read up about it. There are millions of videos. Use algorithmic learning, right? Child GPT, and type what are differences between data science and cybersecurity, and which career do you think I should pick up? And then feed the ChatGPT and say, this is my type of person, this is my type of character. What do you think? And just get the feedback and sample feedback from everybody. Please do that. Sample the feedback, come to a conclusion, and then write us again. And let's read it. Okay. Super. You guys have any advice for Lukman?
No, none.
These resources, or this step, are they included in your bundle?
My bundle.
Oh, you don't talk about now again. Hey, now wow,
Yes,
you
Yeah,
don't
it
enter.
is.
You don't
Yeah, it
enter
is.
20K.
Okay,
oh.
okay,
You don't
okay.
enter 20K.
Yeah, it is. I might just move in. Yeah, it is.
I
Yes.
just won't reduce the price. Like say you say, they are well,
Well, you
I'll
mentioned
just
Say,
give an
I know
even
you
this
mentioned
one no
bundle.
day. I
price.
go pay for this kind
So-
of money. No do. You've just been a typical Nigerian. Get the fuck out of here. All right, this is from Ella. Ella says, Happy International Women's Day. Dear Lustock Giants, I'm writing to share my personal story and I hope it resonates with your audience. As a first time mother, 2 months postpartum, I'm still grappling with the realities of childbirth and the postpartum phase. My experience has been overwhelming to say the least. First of all, congratulations! All right. On Christmas Day, I had an emergency C-section, and during my recovery, I was confronted by a doctor about female genital mutilation. For all those who don't know what female genital mutilation is, it comprises all procedures that involve partial or total removal of the external female genitalia or um, other injury to the female reproductive genital area. Are we clear on that, guys? So
Yes.
FGM is broken down into four, right? There's partial or total removal of the clitoral glands. There's partial or total removal of the clitoral glands and the labia minora, right? So inner fluids and vulva. They're just like, you guys go and read up on it, but you get the idea, right? So Ella is telling us that she was confronted by a doctor about female genital mutilation, FGM. She says she was shocked to learn that she had been a victim of FGM as a child. The doctors expressed concern that I might consider subjecting my daughter to FGM, given its cultural significance in some communities. However, I was taken aback by their concern, as I had no idea that I had no idea what they were referring to. Ironically, I am currently a supporter of a charity that actively campaigns against FGM, and I had no clue I had personally been affected by it. The revelation was both shocking and unsettling. This revelation sparked a mist of emotions, and I felt compelled to confront my mother about it. Her explanation provided context, but I couldn't help feeling angry that she had never disclosed this to me before. At 34, I'm still trying to come to terms with this discovery. Researching FGM and its long-term effects has been a difficult but necessary step in my healing process. Navigating postpartum blues while dealing with these news has been incredibly challenging. They were nights where I felt like I was barely holding it together. But amidst this chaos, I found myself in awe of women who have endured similar experiences and gone on to have multiple children. I realized that I'm not alone in this journey, and there may be other millennial women who are unaware that they've been victims of FGM. I hope by sharing my story, I can help raise awareness and spark important conversations. In celebration of International Women's Day, I want to acknowledge the strength and resilience of women everywhere. I know this mail is somewhat long. Don't worry, it's not long. It's necessary. Um, Thank you, Osage, Steve, and Ayo, for being a constant source of support. Happy International Women's Day to all the women out there. What a mail.
Damn.
This is a lot to take in. And I actually have a story to share about this. First of all, like the first time I learned about female genital mutilation, well, I was kind of young. I read I think it was Reader's Digest. I read a story about an African model.
Yeah, I know the model you're talking about. Yeah.
You know the model, right? I think
Yeah.
her name is Waris DeRay. Yes, she is. It was either a book or an excerpt from her book, or it was just a story in a magazine I read about her, right? So I'm reading her Wikipedia page now. She's a Somali model, author, actress, and human rights activist in the fight against female genital mutilation. From 93 to 2003, she was a UN ambassador, etc, etc. The story I read about her is that she found her way to the UK. I think she traveled, and then there was a family that adopted her. And then from there, she just like lived her life. She became a model. And it was until she went for a medical checkup, right, that she found out that female genital mutilation had been carried. Maybe she knew, or I can't remember the story clearly, but it's until she went to that checkup years later that she found out that the thread that was sewn
Yeah.
was still present, and then they had to take it out, and then she had like an operation, whatever, and she could actually even pee properly. So before then, she used to spend a long time getting her pee out. I remember that story. It was, and for me, I
True.
was
I
like,
remember that part. Yeah, that
you
part
remember,
you just said now. I remember it very well.
yeah, and that was my first foray into like, oh wow, this is what they call female genital mutilation, and people, I was like worried, the dangers in which the people, the women who have young girls who have died, the babies who have died, the young girls who have died, and for her case, I think she did it when she wasn't a baby.
Oof.
In some African cities, they do it when you are a bit older.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of all of that goes through, right? And yeah, man. I also want to talk about, I have a friend who had no idea that she had gone through this. And I think she was having sex with somebody, like a guy. And the guy was like maybe not more knowledgeable about how the vagina, or not even the vagina, but like how the clitoris looks like, the entrance
Yeah,
to the
she look.
to the vagina looks like, right? And I think they were chilling in bed, and he told her, "I think you've gone through like female genital mutilation," and then explained it to her based on what he saw.
Yeah.
You understand? So he opened up to her and told her, "I think this is what happened. So you should, have that conversation with maybe your mom or something." And you know what? And that's how she found out. Someone told her, because to keep it a buck, you don't know, right? Especially if you don't, like in secondary school, how many times did we draw the female reproductive? Even when you draw the female reproductive organs, right? You are drawing it from inside. You are not really focused on outside.
Yeah.
When you draw the male or the female, you just know the male has a protruding female reproductive organ. The female has like retreating, right? And so you're not even, you don't know. And so she might have like, and again, you're living in Nigeria. It's too much. When they even get
The
to that
sex
part of
education is
biology,
not.
when they get to that part of biology, it's
they
almost
skim
taboo.
through
Like,
it. Yeah, we are done. We are done with reproduction
yeah,
today.
They start dancing around it.
yeah, it's one class and everybody goes on. So you grow up not even knowing if you've undergone. You grow up not even knowing what you should look like, right? And for this, I remember this model, like that story you read, Ayo, that we're talking about the model, right?
Yeah.
Like she talked about not enjoying sex the way she should because her clitoris has been,
That's the purpose of why they do it, which is weird. They say that
to say what, to not enjoy.
So the woman will not become promiscuous.
Promiscuous,
yes. Which is daft. Like, bro, I don't get.
People are crazy. These
Women
people have
also
the same. These people have the same voting power as us.
Yes, no. One man, one vote.
God damn it. So shout out to you for even finding this out and talking about this. And what a time to find it out as well when you've given birth and you're going through postpartum. I also understand how it is. I have a wife who has given birth to kids. It's not easy. At some point, my
It's
wife told
difficult
me,
to deal with.
hey, man, like, I'm forgetting things at some point.
Yeah,
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's
it
a lot.
happens.
I haven't gone through it, so I don't even know. But I know pushing a baby through your vagina has to
It's a
be
miracle.
the
The
top
modern,
one thing any human can do.
yeah,
It's the top one. So when I see people say, "Oh, you burnt my jersey," you know, if any wife burns my jersey, I'm kicking the wife out. I'm like, you don't understand anything.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're talking about.
You don't understand anything. When I saw my wife for the first time deliver a baby, because I was the auxiliary nurse. I had
yes, no.
scrubs and everything on there. It was just me, the matron. Because matron said, "No, we can do it. Yeah, wear scrubs." Blah, blah, blah. I wore scrubs and everything. And when I saw my wife deliver for the first time, I was like, "Oh shit!
It's real. It's real.
This stuff is not jokes, bro. Forget how Hollywood makes it look. It's
Because
not. It's a
Hollywood try to get to
traumatic experience. It's like taking the biggest dump ever. It's traumatic experience, which leads to something great. But
Can't even
that
explain it
experience is not nice.
at all.
And we're not even talking about the 9 months where you had to carry something in your stomach that is
The
moving.
discomfort,
and your body's changing at that
the
time.
illness,
Discomfort.
And then you've given birth to the baby and your body
everything it
doesn't
does to
look
you, does to your body. Yeah.
the way it was looking
Physically,
before. And then you
the
still have to be constantly taking care of something, a
and the
baby,
mental aspect of it again. Yeah.
while you're trying to fix your body. So it's a lot, man. You're a superhero, Ella. And I'm glad you had that conversation with your mom. It's super important to have some closure there, some clarity and closure there. And I'm sure the courage and effort you used in writing this mail, I wish you more of that to be able to reach a point where you can even speak more and inspire more younger people. Because that's what something you can do. As you're solving it out, you're speaking and you're inspiring more people. So shout out to you. Do you have anything to say to Ella?
Man,
No, you've done justice to
you
you. You've
touch on
done well
everything,
there.
man.
Well
Such
done,
a
Socks. Well done.
such a weighty
Uh,
topic.
yeah, round of applause to Ella again. The
So Ella,
superhero.
yeah.
Yeah, superhero Ella. All right, man. This is from Odeku. Odeku has quick thoughts about classic albums and a few questions for the pod. Good day, guys. Fairly new listener. I found the podcast last year after seeing Steve and AOT. It's not AOT, it's AOT2. What's wrong with you? On YouTube while watching Motolani's podcast. Thanks for the content. It is informative. Always makes me laugh during my part-time job with my classic annoying supervisor who has a Napoleon complex.
He's listening to this podcast. I hope you know.
Ah, man, you're in trouble. Anyways, I decided to listen to MI's Talk About It album on my way to Hoop after Osagi mentioned it as a classic and sounded disgusted, even trying to compare another project to it. Honestly, just wow. I mean, wow. I always had a song or two from it, like Money or Short Black Boy, in my library, but I did myself a disservice by not listening to the whole thing. Every song just seemed to flow into the next, even like the Whiskey feature. Now, you guys didn't miss you guys didn't miss that shit slapped. Wasn't a fan of the last 2 or 3 songs though. Kind of sound slow down for me there. But all in all, it's a great listen, a classic. Always a good chuckle at the end of that president interlude. That brings me to a few questions for the pod. Can there be a brief section every week where one of you recommends a classic that listeners should revisit? I swear to God, I swear having this conversation with one of my co-hosts to do this every episode. Maybe it's in my dream. Maybe.
But you know what?
Maybe.
Shout out to you,
Steve.
Odeku, for.
I could have sworn. Don't do that now.
Yeah. I have a comeback. I have a nice comeback. But
I could
continue.
have sworn that we had a conversation with someone to do something like this.
It's coming. Thank you, Odeku. I will do it.
He said it's coming.
But
Okay.
Odeku, in my defense, also, there's also a
Just
podcast
come.
called.
No, you're
There's a
just
podcast
doing
called
what
Music
Nigerian
Time.
politicians do. This
No.
is terrible.
I'm still
These are two mutually exclusive things.
Ayo, you
Yeah?
deserve something for that. I love that. I
Yes.
love that. And I'm not impressed with myself for not even remembering this angle. You know me, I would have gone there. I would have gone there.
Odeku, there's a podcast called A Meeting in Time. You can go and listen to that. Then after you finish listening to like 4 or 5 episodes, please mail the host and ask him why there isn't any new episode. Thank you.
Because I'm busy with loose talk.
Oh,
Yes.
you want catch thief? Okay. That's so.
Adeko also says, also, any recommendations for series we should consider watching? I beg, don't just leave it for your group chat. Give the people what they want. Started Berlin Station, but I think it's a bit dry compared to The Agency or Day of the Jackal, which were instant hits for me. Let me just tell you, Berlin Station is too good.
It's good. Calm down. Eat it
Calm
well.
down,
Calm
calm
down.
down.
Calm down.
In fact, when the season ends, like I think the season 4, you'll be very mad that he ended the way he ended. So just keep watching. Berlin Station is really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ayo, do you want to give him some current stuff to watch?
I'm watching The White Lotus. Very, very good series. It's on season 3 right now. We'll start watching from season 1 to 2. It's actually a very good series. That is the only one I can recommend as like hot right now. For now.
Yeah, you can watch Paradise. It's good. It's sci-fi. It's good as well. It has Sterling K. Brown in it. It's good. It's some good stuff. It's good. You can watch From if you're also into a bit of horror, sci-fi, dystopia.
From, yes.
You can watch that. And if you're fully into like dystopia, then go and watch Westworld. Enjoy Westworld. But I see he's into a lot of espionage because he mentioned The Agency, he mentioned Day of the Jackal, and he mentioned Berlin
Then you should watch
Station.
this one, the American ones. Is it the Americans?
The Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch The Americans as well. It's a slow burner. We talked about it a couple of episodes ago. And you can also watch Loudness Special Ops. That's also a good one. Final question. Tying back into my intro, would you ever consider doing a video format of the pod as content in the future? Might be inevitable as you guys become more global. Hey, first of all, we're global, by the way. Don't do that. We're global. Don't do that. We're global. All right. But we might consider
video
it.
content. Okay.
We might consider it, but we'll put it behind the paywall. Are you ready to pay for it? Can you pay $10 a month for it? Can you? $10 a month for it? Let's know. All right, this is from IBN. Request for an opportunity to meet a special lady. Dear Giants, I hope this message finds you well. I'm an avid listener of your program and I have always appreciated the warm and engaging content you provide to us weekly. Today, I'm reaching out with a personal request, hoping you can assist me in finding a special lady for a meaningful relationship. I want to get married soon. I live in Southwest London, 36 years old, average height, care worker, Muslim, and a gentleman. I believe in the beauty of connecting with someone on a deeper level, and I would love the opportunity to meet a fine and genuine woman who is also a fan of loose talk and lives in London. I am kind, sincere, and ready to build a lasting relationship filled with mutual respect, care, and understanding. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Any interested lady can reach out to me via email, ibnhamzah35@gmail.com. That is IBNHAMZAH35, that is 35 at gmail.com. All right, man. I love it already. Shooting is short.
To be somehow where person find love for loose talk, I never still get babe.
I'm on a problem with that too.
No problem. I don't know how I'm going to feel about it.
No.
I'm taking you to Orioke for full-time prayer. That's where you're going to stay for 3 months. You won't brush your teeth, not anything. Just prayers.
Orioke is wild, man.
Just prayers, Orioke.
That reminds me, I was coming back. I was driving from Delta State one time. I like carrying people. I like helping people. Like when you see
That
people
is
waiting
crazy.
on the road for
I'm not doing that.
it's
I'm not
it's
doing
very
that.
risky, but you have to be very calculative. So I
You
just saw
say
this
very
woman just
calculative.
after.
You just see someone random and you say, okay, yeah,
No, I
this
just saw
person
this woman after Benin City, and I'm
Yeah.
like, so I was buying fuel in a fuel station just after bypass, and I saw her standing there. She was trying to stop other buses, so I noticed that she was, I was like, "Where are you going to?" She told me, around Shagamu. I said, "Okay, please enter." So we're driving, we're having conversations. Like she was passing through a lot. When Nigerians have problems, is spiritual thing. So she was like, it was a spiritual. She was going on a spiritual journey. She was actually going to the mountain to pray, and she said she was going to
Wow.
spend 3 months there. And that's why when you talked about Orieke 3 months, that's why I remember that particular
Flashback.
conversation. 3 good months, and she prayed for me like a lot.
What's
She
the
prayed
course
for
now?
me. And I'm like, oh man, like she says this mountain that she's going to also that make me a prayer point that God will bless me.
Prayed for you. What did you do? Nothing.
Look at that. No
You
man,
can't
your
say
guardian
nothing now.
angel.
I drove now. I
Okay, you
drove
No, you
drove, you
drove
picked
her.
from
her.
Edo
Okay,
State
okay, fair
to
enough, fair enough.
One
Ondo
Edo State
State.
to where?
That's
Edo State to Ondo State.
yes now.
And
Shaga from Benin to
that's like
Shagamu
1 hour
now.
now. That's like 1 hour. Get around.
No. You pass already. It's like 3 now. You pass
Okay,
already.
okay,
Pass
okay.
like 3 from
Not been
You
on
try,
a
you
road
try.
in a while. Okay, okay, fair
yeah.
enough. 3 hour journey
So
and
she went to the
3 hour
mountain.
journey turned to 14 hour journey for you.
Look at that.
That's October 2022. She
You
tried.
see him.
You
She
see,
said she go pray for me.
you see, and she prayed. So Ayo, okay.
So I should not picking people on the road.
Ọlọ́run sọ̀kalẹ̀ wá.
Okay, now I'm gonna pick people for road.
All right, man. We have one Ask the Giants feedback. And this is from the gentleman who wrote us about the teacher, the guy who wanted to pick the
Oh
teaching job.
yeah.
And all of that. Remember, I think that was from last episode. Yeah, Steve.
Wait, someone a very good guy, one of our listeners is asking for the guy who reached out about teaching and who's currently squatting. Has he sent you a proof?
Yes, he has sent me proof. I have pictures. And we're going to
Okay.
post 1 or 2 of the pictures on social media. He
All
actually
right,
sent
all right.
pictures.
All right,
He
people
actually
asking
sent
this.
pictures.
Emo asked me on Instagram, so I'm going to share
That's
whatever
Unc,
details that he
everybody's favorite
wants.
cousin.
Yeah. No, not that, another one.
Oh, okay, another person.
Yeah.
All right, but he
It's
did.
Emo the King.
Oh, he did send pictures. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to even send some of the pictures to you guys right now as you're viewing. He did send pictures. We can't post some of the pictures because they have like the faces of the kids he's teaching, but there's some where he
Yeah.
has like the back of the kids, so I can send those.
Yeah,
We can
that's
post
okay.
those ones. But yeah,
All
he
right,
did.
thank
Well,
you.
let me send that to you guys. And yeah, he did. Shout out to him. I'm very proud of him, but let me read his email to you guys. All right, I just sent you guys his photos. You could check it out. So he's not a scammer. This is real. Hi, Luxor Giants, Mr. Osage, Mr. ALT2, and Mr. Steve Day. First of all, I really want to thank you for reading my mail. It meant a whole lot to me. Need I talk about the feedback? Your kind advice and word has been my nitro to this journey of mine. Every day since Monday, whenever I feel overwhelmed, I just go and listen to your kind words and then I'm good again. Every time I listen, it feels as though I just recharged myself. I also want to mention that I draw inspiration from the tales you tell about your journeys in life. It encourages me not just hope, but trust that it's going to get better. And just like Steve would always say, all I need to do is stay consistent and it keeps getting better or
Okay,
keep
now.
getting better. Also, I totally embrace your advice as regards taking advantage of home lessons. Exams are to start soon, maybe in 2 weeks, and I want to take advantage of the forthcoming holidays to start. Below are a couple of my pictures at work, like you requested, and this is my account number. His account number is 810-991-8824. 810-991-8824, and the bank is OPay. Thank you so much for Loose Talk Podcast. I am more than grateful. By God's grace, I'll keep in touch with the Loose Talk family as regards my journey. God bless us all. Yes, guys. So, Steve, your
Yeah, please
your
share with me. I didn't share with me. You
no,
share
no
you.
problem. I'll share with you, but
Please.
I've read it out. Guys, this is the kind of
Yeah.
people who always want to support. So please, if you have any extra, please,
Extra. Yeah.
yes,
All
please
about it.
reach out to this gentleman. He sent the pictures. We'll post 2 of the pictures on social media. You can have a look at it. Very compelling story. If you want to read about, no, listen to the story, please listen to the last Ask the Giants on the previous episode. Very, very compelling story. He just got a job. He's trying to move place. I think he said he's saving up for rent. But right now he has to walk some miles just to cover because he can't pay for transportation. He's a teacher. He's trying to figure out life. Also trying to take courses. Bro, we've all been there, where you're just trying to figure it out. I think that's the most important place in your life when you're
Yeah.
just trying to figure it out. And for many of us, right, it was freestyle. There was never someone there your parents can do so much, but at some point they're also working and doing a lot, trying to put
They're
food on
also
the table.
figuring out the next step too.
Yeah,
You
everybody's
get,
figuring it out. So you're a young person, you're done with secondary school, you're trying to start uni, or you're even done with uni. There's that period where you're really trying to figure it out and you need help, you need guidance, and you need some financial assistance as well. So please help this young man if you can. Thank you
doesn't
so
it's not,
much.
it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop, by the way. The last 2 weeks has been very interesting for me because I've been reaching out to a lot of people.
Sorry, go ahead.
I've been reaching out to a lot of people here, having conversations about just how this place is and stuff like that. And people have really been helpful, and that's just another stage of figuring stuff out, right? And reaching out to people. So it doesn't stop. Just that, like, the level of networking just increases, right? But it just doesn't stop. That's just life, right? You just have to continue. And I want to say, and I want to say this on the pod, right? And it's just a conversation I had with someone on Twitter who listens to the pod, and he said I said something last year which encouraged him. That those moments where it seems that it's just so bad, like it just seems like it's more like I'm the most unfortunate human being on earth. Just continue. Just be consistent. You're about to just break it. Just continue.
Don't
The
stop.
worst thing you do is just to stop. So just keep pushing. You'll be there very, very soon. Don't worry.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
You don't take
100%.
simple, fam.
So please take some shots. All right, man. We've come to the end of another episode. I'm going to complain about the episode being very long and then swear that the next episode will be short. Then I'm not even going to do that. I'm not going to just chop the go. But the time where I go do my own.
When you see 15 minutes, no verse.
No complaint. But anyways, we had fun talking to you guys again. Thank you so much. Thank you to my co-host, amazing co-host as well. Guys, we're done. We're done. I'm going to leave you, since we talked about money, we talked about MI. I think the best way to leave you guys is with this.
Hey, what's up, Izzy? This takes money.
But this one not there encouraging, to be very honest.
Money slow to enter.
It's reality, bro. You want the encouragement or you want reality? What make I the lie for you?
Money slow to enter. Where money they go, I don't know.
Yo, I didn't grow poor, but I didn't grow rich. Wasn't cruising through life, but we were in a ditch. I would look at some of my friends and get that itch to scratch that cash, to look that flash. Grew with a complex, no self-esteem. Props beach back when that didn't make cream. Mama stayed home till the boys got grown. We reminisce sometimes on the phone, how sometimes at Christmas wasn't no wish list, wasn't no chickens, there wasn't no rice. We didn't have money for fees, it was a funny couple G's, but still we couldn't pay that price. Still I had it easy and life was good. I trade story with some of my mans from the hood. Drama every day, trauma where they lay. Mama used to say
money slow to enter. Yeah. Money quick to go. Money slow to enter. Where money they go, I don't know.
life is a she strutting her tail. You wanna get laid and you can't afford to fail. Cause if you don't hit it, life will seem like jail. And death is the cost if you wanna make bail. The rich get richer, the poor get screwed. Living is like oil and get screwed. The rich shall inherit the merit and get chewed. Try as it may, life will not get you. Money is the key if you want life to chill. Money is the juice you produce from your skills. But money when abused, it can slaughter and kill. So listen up, people, this is real. See, money can rape you. She's so unfaithful. Don't love her too much because she will forsake you. Some give her everything and shower praise. But what a bitch, money never stays.
Money slow to enter.